that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you to the second day of the inaugural edition of BW Businessworld's Web 3.0 Summit and Awards. This grand two-day conclave serves as a platform to celebrate and illuminate the remarkable efforts of organizations and pioneers who have contributed in shaping the future of Web 3 in our country. The first day of the BW Web 3.0 Summit proved to be an extraordinary and uplifting occasion. We were thrilled to welcome outstanding speakers, around brands, and enthusiastic audience, and invaluable content that enriched the entire day's proceedings. On the second day, that is today of the conclave, distinguished industry leaders and key stakeholders will continue their discussion and knowledge sharing on multiple aspects of Web 3's future in our country. It will examine the themes of mass adoption and acceptance via the tokenization of real-world assets, Web 3.0's impact on driving the youth demographic, online and blockchain adoption across corporate India as the default tech interface. We will witness thought-provoking panel discussions that aim to captivate and, of course, inspire. Following a series of enthralling sessions, we will venture into the realm of recognition with the inaugural edition of BW Web 3.0's Awards 2023. With that, may I please request our team to show us today's event AV. BW Businessworld, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and founder. Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 23 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Businessworld is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. With changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 23 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself up to date of all the developments, please subscribe to Businessworld Group magazines. I promise you to add to your professional quest for knowledge and insights. Exciting offers for all our attendees today. Our latest issue talks about India's leading global fintech narrative, and that too in its spotlight. The fintech champions, ONDC's T. Koshi on the foundation for accelerated growth and more. Now, today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwbusinessworld.com. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to please join in the conversation and also share the learnings of the day by using the hashtag BWWeb3, that's 3 in numeric. With that, I also take this moment to thank our partners for today. Our strategic partners, Bharat Web3 Association, Apuri by STPI, Blockchain India, our event partners, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, and JustBath.ai. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time that we begin this day full of learnings and insights. It's time for a first panel discussion on rethinking brand recall and marketing strategies with Web 3.0 innovation. Please join me in welcoming on stage a panelist for the same. Adarsh Sharma, Chief Revenue Officer, FS Life, formerly Fable Street. Arjun Sodi, Principal Architect and Chief Metaverse Officer, Sotheby's. Harshvardhan Chauhan, VP and Chief Marketing and Omni-Channel Officer, Spencer's Retail and Nature's Basket. Sunil Arora, Co-Founder, Trace Network Labs. Vikrant Singh, Creator-in-Chief, Converse. And this session will be chaired by Abhay Gupta, Founder and CEO, Luxury Connect. Let's please welcome all of them to the stage. You know, this is the morning. We can be louder. What happened? Come on. Thank you.
Hello. Morning, everyone. A warm welcome to the BW Summit here. I'm Abhay Gupta, as what you see behind. I'm the founder CEO of Luxury Connect. I operate in the luxury domain. I've been given the responsibility of sessioning this particular chair. But before I proceed, I just want to sort of set the context with all of you by actually making you remember that Web3, AI, Metaverse has been a part of our lifestyle. Sorry? I thought I was loud enough. So it's been part of our life for a couple of years now, because right from the morning alarm to the morning bhajans, to the OTT content, to the Google Maps, to how many steps you have walked in the day is all controlled by AI. We never realized it, but AI has seeped into our system, into our lifestyle, into our daily lives in a manner which we cannot do without anymore. Let's fast forward to the COVID era. During the COVID era, how did this space get actually accelerated? Think gaming, think what happened to the young people, think what happened to the senior generations, think how people adopted to the e-commerce, think how people actually started banking, started shopping, started visiting, or got confidence on the digital medium. The movement from Web 2 to Web 3 was obviously highly accelerated when Meta decided to, or Facebook decided to rename itself as Meta. Let us look at some of the recent developments. And I bring you to Lisa, the AI anchor from Odisha TV, which is as recent as this, probably this week. What about rock shows by Daler Mendy during the COVID? It invited 20 million viewers. This was held on the metaverse. Daler Mehndi is not someone like Elton John or someone, but he is very much a Desi guy. He decided to go on the metaverse. And you may be surprised that almost all the Indian designers and Indian celebrities went that route by creating their particular web avatars. Let's also look at Aditya Birla, Hyundai, and others which have set up offices in the metaverse. You'll be surprised that you can actually buy your investments from Aditya Birla on the metaverse, via the metaverse. So a very fast acceleration is happening to the recent development of maybe yesterday or day before yesterday, when deep fake technology was used down south in Kochi, and one of us, someone like us, was spammed for 40,000 rupees. The technology was used in down south. So it is really home. It's really home, and we have no option but to really adopt it and learn and accelerate the process of getting deeply involved into that. In the luxury domain, I can give you many, many examples of how luxury has adopted it. The simple fact remains that luxury as an industry has always been the leader when it comes to innovation. We are the ones who always take the first step because probably we have deeper pockets to invest and experiment with various things. So some of the recent things which I can sort of put across to you guys is a brand like a Louis Vuitton doing something called the treasure trunks. Now these treasure trunks is nothing but a physical trunk sold at $40,000, sold only by invitation, but you also get access to a digital trunk. The digital trunk, you might wonder as to what does one do with a digital trunk. Now, what are luxury brands doing? They are trying to create a community of people who can actually have bragging rights because it is sold only through invitation. That digital trunk is also giving you access to special events, to special collections, to a preview before it is launched into the general public. So that's a format which people are adopting. Similarly, we have IWC, they created Diamond Hand Club. We have Prada, which created Time Capsule. And just last week, we had Christian Dior launching a set of 470 physical shoes along with their digital avatars. So you buy one of those digital physical shoes, you are automatically allotted a digital shoe. The physical shoe on the right sole has a chip. That chip is loaded onto a blockchain platform called Aura. Through that Aura platform owned by LVMH, you can actually get down to the authenticity, right to the raw material, right to the creator. So luxury is using blockchain for authenticity enhancement and countering counterfeit as a showcase. Now these digital shoes will also give you access to, again, a preview before it is launched to the market and creating some kind of a club. So that's the kind of a format which luxury is taking. But I'm going to begin the panel with my first question. But before the panelists answer the question, I'll also allow them time to introduce themselves so we understand the context in which they are talking. So my first question, gentlemen, is that Web3 innovation has transformed the way brands engage with their audiences. Can you share specific examples from your industries or case studies which can help the audience understand as to how this is getting deeper and deeper into our ecosystem? Let me begin with others.
Hi everyone, I'm Adarsh. I am the Chief Revenue Officer with Fable Street. FS Life, as we are now called, we are an umbrella organization running 3 fashion brands focused on women. Fable Street is our flagship brand, about 7 years old. We are an online first brand present on most marketplaces and our own website, and are soon getting into offline retail as well. We started a couple of new brands called Pink Fort and March Jewelry last year. So yeah, that's what I do. As far as what Web3 has already done and what are the possibilities in the field that I come from, a large part of that actually Abhay has already said, because he also largely spoke about fashion as a category. But if I broadly break this down into 3 or 4 segments, right? So the way you'd look at Web3, I think one is where you have all your blockchain linked where you can trace the origins of something. And I think that has 2 broader use cases, where one, it allows for a lot more collaboration between individual artists and brands to be able to co-create designs, etc., even get your customers involved. And second, if you talk about something like sustainability, which has long been spoken about, and you don't really know whether a brand is sustainable or not, but when you have the entire chain of the supply chain which can be traced, then you actually know what is going in at what step, etc. So that is one part of it. Second is your entire generative AI, which as Abhay spoke about, Lisa, the AI a news anchor that some TV channel has developed. Similarly, we'll soon be seeing examples of AI models being developed and being used rather than actual human faces being seen, because that makes the process a lot more efficient for brands as well, in terms of doing photo shoots and things like that. And then metaverse is obviously one big example which a lot of people are focusing on, and comes along with metaverses the whole NFT and digital goods and digital asset space that comes in. I think those are the 3 or 4 big spaces that we in fashion see as critical and things that can develop a lot in the coming years. We as a brand to target a slightly more mature audience, so our TG starts more 30 plus, 35 plus, and typically you see Web3, the adoption being a lot higher in younger audiences, which is 20 to 25, and therefore for us it's more of wait and watch at the moment, rather than kind of going into the deep end and trying to experiment early on. So we have that luxury to take it slow, because our TG is still not the most active when it comes to this particular form of technology. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for having me here. I would like to thank Businessworld for such a wonderful event. Like my colleague very rightly said, I represent India Sotheby's International Reality. We're a global firm. We have operations with our principals and the International Sotheby's company in 81 countries. We have 26,000 sales representatives. We have done overall about over $167 billion worth of real estate transactions. So we bring luxury real estate assets to our discerning clients. We bring high value professional services to them. We integrate with environments where we validate property assets and the parameters which govern sales and rentals, etc. I think that we have done, the digital world has improved, the virtual worlds have improved us greatly, given us much more exposure, much more reach. I think everybody today has understood how virtual worlds, experiential worlds, and augmented reality can contain new experiences for everybody. So it is a key that everybody's experiences will recall that brand. So the brand is recalled with the experiences you have, and the richer the brand experience, the more recall you have. So I think every one of us endeavors here to try and enhance that richness of experience. How to bring better services to your clients, and how to provide data efficiency, authenticity, stability to the markets. I think I would like to say that we operate in six in Bombay, Delhi, Goa, Chennai, Calcutta, and what I think is very important, and I'd like to share this, is that this is a nascent period for this industries that we're looking at. Yes, there is a lot of work been happening technically, but I'd like to bring the audience's attention to the fact that we are in an experimental zone. We're in the nascent part of this process. This industry is developing very quickly. What happened last week it was not even available last year. So we are looking at a new environment, which is collaborative. Everybody has to come together with their specialization, understanding, experiences, and richness to come together here. We will find solutions. We will find a broader platform, where everybody can collaborate and create new opportunities across the board. And that's what we're here today to really discuss and explore and share. So I'll pass it on to the my next colleague. Thank you once again.
Thanks, Mr. Sodi. I hope it's audible. Yeah. Hi, my name is Harshvardhan Chauhan, and I like to call myself as a consumer leader. I have been a very consumer-centric leader, starting with the levers ITC, instrumental in building India's 5th biggest marketplace. I'm sure a lot of people would have heard about it. It's shoploose.com, which we exited to an eBay parent company in 2019, eventually leading the largest retail portfolio of DLF. And now what I like to call myself is like the hardest job in the world. Now, which is a hard job in the world? Like, which is the most difficult job in the world? I don't know if it's most difficult.
Being a parent.
He's close. Yeah, he's close there. But keeping your wife happy and pleasing her is a difficult job. At least half the audience will agree. Yeah, the other half may or may not. My job is even more difficult because my job is to keep everyone else's wife happy. Now, I'm in a grocery business where everybody's got an opinion. The fruits are not fresh. The vegetables are not neatly kept in the aisle. The packs are too small. My product that I want is really not discoverable in the aisle. And that's what the job is. And consumer delight essentially means that everybody has a great experience. And from that standpoint, I think I see in India, if you look at it, grocery in India is a $300 billion kind of an industry. And it's slated to go as we're closing into retail as closer to $1.7 trillion by 2026. It continues to dominate. And I think if we have seen one of the biggest evolutions and transformations, it's retail in at least last 2 decades. See the rise and rise of e-commerce, see the rise and rise of modern retail. And more so in last 3 years, a semi-permanent consumer behavior change. It's like 21 days you practice a habit and it stays with you. The semi-permanent change is we like to be homebound, right? So everything is coming at your doorsteps. Consumers have discovered 2x more brands. That's what Kantar says in last 3 years than they have in the last decade. We discovered Sleepy Owl. Every day on Instagram, we're discovering that wild honey new brand that's there or some pickle thing. So that's the big transformation in retail that is happening, rise and rise of e-commerce to quick commerce and things getting delivered in 10 minutes. Trust, affordability, and convenience are the 3 big levers or values, if I had to say, agnostic of the brands in the retail industry that are driving consumers and the industry globally. And in that context, Web3 fits in completely well. So there are a couple of experiences we've had both firsthand within our vision book and also in my personal capacity where I've been investing in a lot of Web3 as an investor. Web3 essentially allowed us to synergize our core values, saying that the ability to connect directly with the larger ecosystem, whether it is customers or our larger ecosystem of vendors, partners, etc., and build a direct connect which is decentralized. And when we looked at from that core value standpoint, everything started fitting in, saying that even the ability to evoke higher trust and look at the kind of shopping we are doing, or you could recall the last experience. If you went to shop with your own wife, they're not doing front of the pack shopping, they're doing back of the pack shopping. They suddenly get something from the aisle and turn it over and look at the back of the pack to see the ingredients, right? So the back of the pack shopping essentially is saying that they really are asking for deeper trust to come from that brand, right? On a lighter note, you could build an advertisement saying, do you have salt in your toothpaste, right? And that gives you the right to ask that question to everybody because it's a curious question. But the answer to that is no, maybe I have a high BP. Yeah, that's on the lighter note. But coming back to the Web3 context, 3 big things that we are currently working on in order to disrupt what we believe is the next level of consumer experience. The first is loyalty, most importantly. All of us have shopped and we go to the Zara's, H&M's of the world and you get a privilege card or some loyalty points given. But the worst part in that engagement or consumer connect is over a period of time, either the consumers or the brand, they both forget what happens to those points, right? And that's where Web3 comes in. Our Web3 wallet, essentially, it's an omnichannel wallet which allows consumers to retain the points throughout their lifetime, which essentially means once granted, just like blockchain, it continues to retain your individual identity for eternity, and that's an asset you own. It also has started bringing opportunities where we are creating unique shopping experiences for consumers, albeit in local pilot fashions. Like the last year in Kolkata, Durga Puja is really, really popular. So we did experiment creating a metaverse which allows millions of. So what we realized, there are a lot of people who have experienced Spencer's as a brand, but they are not in and around in their native places, especially during festive. And that's a big nostalgia. These are expats, NRIs, etc. They are in their own countries, but they have the nostalgia of being witnessing Durga Puja. So that was the metaverse of Durga Puja. Allows you to shop unique exclusive deals while also viewing the biggest pandals that are there in the city, which are created into digital identity. So those were the two things. And I think now when I see the kind of ecosystem where I'm invested, there's a third thing that is coming up, especially in currency. I think it went up high, but I call it the accumulation phase in the crypto world right now. We saw a great bull run, but the anticipation to bull run was really not there for newer audiences. Everybody tend to enter the market when it was what I call the distribution phase, which means that within next 2 weeks, your value will go down by 80%, which is a very wrong time to enter the market. But right now, if you look at it, it's an accumulation phase, the best way to enter the market. And I personally anticipate next bull run to be right there around the corner in 9 to 10 months. And that's where one of my investment portfolio companies saying that in the cryptocurrency world, there would not just be two players, the coin makers and the platform traders. There's a space for the third player, which is called the crypto network. There's nobody around the world who's advising you how to manage your crypto portfolio, decide investment strategies. You are visiting random news portals like Medium, Discord, or Reddit and picking up news and making investment decisions. But that's not what happens in the traditional investing world. So there are a Web3 oriented portfolio management platform, which allows you to build a strategy that keeps you crypto ready for the next cycle of distribution. And it essentially aims at democratizing wealth creation for masses, especially in the crypto world. So from that standpoint, I think on our theme, when I see the ability for Web3 to disrupt the future of marketing, future of retail, and all other industries, including fintech, that's where we've seen the most applications, is immense. Till the time we are keeping the core value intact, which is ensuring that you are enhancing the trust that you have built with the consumers, and you continue to recreate that value in the examples of the luxury brands that we also saw, and also ensure that the identity of the transaction, right, is also reinforced through a digital identity. And it could be through loyalty points, through rewards, or through replicating and solving for counterfeit. All those are applications, but I think those applications will continue to disrupt as we go further.
But Harsh, that brings me to a very interesting domain that cryptocurrency had its journey. No government in the world is actually wanting to legalize it. While brands have started accepting cryptocurrency, especially luxury brands have started accepting, I mean, from a Tag Heuer to a Tiffany, there are, CryptoPunks which are being created and sold against cryptocurrency. The fact of the matter remains that cryptocurrency is giving a kind of boundaryless fluidity to money as an object, which means no government has supremacy over other government. Because of that particular reason, do you ever think, or does the panel ever think, that any government will actually legalize it? While our government is trying to say that let's have a common minimum code and we should all come together and create some kind of a format where RBI is not supreme, and some country or the other will take the lead. This is actually a phase of evolution. I would agree with Arjun when many things are happening simultaneously, but no one is really clear as to where this is going to head, who's going to be the leader. And that's where the fight is. Everyone's investing blindly because they don't want to miss the bus. They want to be seen there, but they don't know what's really going to happen in the future. So today, while the audience is very interested in what we guys are doing, but I think we are ourselves very confused. We're also following what's really happening. And I think that's probably the best thing to do as of today. I'm sorry, but is that a question which makes sense with cryptocurrency?
Yeah, I can take it. So I think differently. See, it's like there are 420 million cryptocurrency holders right now as we speak globally. Out of that, 260 million are in India. Is that surprising? Majority of crypto investors globally are in India. The second best geography is Africa, which is another 39 million. We have got more cryptocurrency investors, believers, early adopters than North and South America and even Europe. That's the reality of the part of the world we are in. That's one. I personally believe and strongly believe in a business philosophy which says, which means that things disrupt themselves, right? It's a natural business cycle. Look at how we transitioned from cash to a card. I can go back to my previous generation, and I'm sure you guys will resonate. Our parents really were anti-credit card because it sounds credit. Yeah, they didn't even want to have a credit card till the time we gradually transitioned into a generation which loves credit card, right? And from that, we've transitioned to not trusting online payments, to look at what has happened to us in last 6 years. And a majority of our shopping is everything getting delivered at doorsteps, and it's a digital payment. The adoption of UPI and payments is humongous what is happening in India. And that's when I am reinforcing what I said, things disrupt themselves, and that's a natural business cycle. And if I look at from that lens, when crypto would become a major investing asset in everybody's portfolio, both retail, individual, and institutional investors, is anybody's guess. It's a matter of what accelerates that adoption. Of course, there would be a lot of tailwinds that will come handy, but to me, this is something that is really around the corner.
Yeah, please.
I think one thing that we have to be clear is that we should not confuse Web3 and crypto. Crypto is a part of Web3, but we should not limit Web3 to crypto. I think while the disruption argument that Harsh made is very true, and we've seen it across the board, I think the one key difference here is that for everything else in the past, right, like currency, like cash to credit card to UPI, this was always supported by the government. It was more resistance coming from the people, and eventually people kind of started accepting. The biggest problem with crypto is that governments are against it. People may be against it. Now, the biggest power that any government has is legal tender. You take away legal tender from government literally has no power, right? You might as well not have any governments. Now, if that is to be taken away, and this is not just about India, I think across the board, for crypto to succeed, the crypto startups, like all the different platforms involved, right? Be it the currencies, be it the platforms, the trading platforms, etc. All of them will have to come under some sort of government regulation. And that is something that crypto is inherently against crypto. The whole concept is decentralization and not wanting government control. I think that is where the entire issue is. If you want that we will never have anything to do with the government, then the government will never allow it. And if you will allow the governments to come in, then you're kind of going against the basic tenet of the entire technology and where it's starting from, right? So I personally, therefore, am always very split. Like I see all the pros, but at the same time, I see a lot of issues on why I feel that it may not become a reality anytime soon.
No, true that. I agree with you. I mean,
He just gave me an idea while he was saying about the government, because I generally refrain from commenting on that. But there's a great idea. So the next general elections, what if Modi ji's digital avatar as NFT gets distributed to all the masses to have their own version? If not anything, this talks about a great adoption cycle by what we call the bigger system. And it's nothing but evoking trust. Something like that, a small move, right?
No, but that's NFT. Web3 should not be confused. True. I'm only talking about crypto. Crypto is one part of the Web3. Yeah. And talking of Modi, I think he was the first global leader to have used holographic avatars to actually address multiple people across the globe. So I mean, that way that sort of answers why India is taking the lead even in terms of crypto, because as a market, as humans, I think we are deal seekers. We are not discount seekers, but we are deal seekers. हमें जहाँ deal दिखेगी, हम buy करेंगे. Nobody knows better than you. एक के साथ एक free किया तो माल बिक गया सारा. एक में 10% discount किया तो नहीं बिका. So we are deal seekers, no? And we see a deal in crypto today, so we latch onto it.
I have a better word. We are value seekers. That's more more respectful to say. As consumers in India, we are value seekers.
I think we should be truthful to ourselves. We are deal seekers. We are not value seekers. You can
Fair
cheat
enough.
the world, but not yourself. So over to Sunil. I think Sunil has got a lot to add. Sunil, over to you, please.
No, I have simpler things to talk about. We went on to a different area altogether. I've genuinely forgotten what I had to say because I was thinking mainly on that. Okay, I'll talk of simpler things about myself to start with. I've been an educator, a technology provider, a solution provider to the fashion industry globally for last 4 decades in almost like 50-55 countries. Was a professor with NIFT, then with FIT New York, then with London and Paris schools of fashion. Done a lot of digital transformation related consulting and solution providing to almost like 1,000 apparel and fashion organizations globally. In 2020, we started to conceptualize on our startup called Trace Network Labs with a few of my friends, which we have started in Dubai and a few other countries. We have offices besides India. And the kind of possibilities that we are giving are Web3, AI, metaverse related possibilities to apparel and fashion to create their digital environments to both in B2C and a B2B environment, where they are in a position to showcase and sell their products in absolute digital form, totally integrated with their e-commerce scenario. So you have a genuine phygital aspect of it, where you can probably promote and have a boundaryless, a geography-less scenario, where you are in a position to take your brand, go global with your digital possibilities. And of course, the conventional business which you are carrying on with your brands carries on in Indian subcontinent. I believe Web3 has a great possibility of taking the bored e-commerce consumer to the next level of experiential commerce. That's where it takes you to. It has the possibility of taking you to go global and fight with the LVs, compare and compete with the LVs of the world, even if you are a small or a medium level brand. It has the possibility of taking you to the next level of digital only or digital preferring customer, which is Generation Z and Alpha, which are going to be the next level of brand purchasers, brand customers. And it has the possibility of connecting to the consumer and having that brand recall and having a different possibility of brand connect with the consumer, which is much more experiential, much more immersive. You can be in it. You are combining the large store environment and the e-commerce environment, the convenience of e-commerce and the large store experience of taking your family along, taking your loved ones along and buying things and showcasing it to them ki ye acha lag raha hai, wo acha lag raha hai type, and what do you want to buy, and those kind of scenarios which are not there on e-commerce. That's why it has become almost like a rigmarole. It's quite convenient. The large marketplaces are taking it away. In terms of brand recall, the brand recall is being taken away by the large marketplaces. You only remember the Amazons and the Flipkarts of the world, both the purchaser as well as the seller. Everybody is only looking at what the marketplace is giving. You only recall the marketplace. You only say Amazon did this well because the whole experience, the whole convenience, the whole service of returns, payments, and all that kind of a facility, the whole discounting scheme is coming from the marketplace. And what you normally go in and do is basically, I want a round neck t-shirt, blue color, so-and-so size, price less than this, content of this kind of a specification you give and you start buying on e-commerce. While Web3 gives you the possibility of a genuine shopping experience in a digital environment with your avatars and avatars of your loved ones who could be anywhere in the world. You can call them to help you in shopping, create that kind of environment, buy things either in digital or in physical form. As soon as you say, I want to buy this in physical, you are shifted over to the e-commerce. Till the time you are in the digital environment, you have the possibility of showcasing, talking to each other and doing all that kind of a process in absolute digital 3D metaverse environment. So this is what the possibility is giving to the fashion world. I mainly talk of fashion, lifestyle, and apparel industries, accessories and other kind of things, as well as all kind of home fashion and other things also. These are the kind of things which it is providing. Besides various other things which are related to AI or related to augmented forecasting or various other kind of things which are relatively more advanced, where this technology is mainly contributing to. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sunil. Over to you, please. Vikrant here is doing some wonderful work in creating 3D environments. So let's hear from him. Over to you, Vikrant.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Vikrant. I'm the co-founder, CEO at Converse. We've been in the space for almost 4.5 years now. We work on a very specific layer of Web3, which is the consumer interface, building immersive experiences, metaverse content for brands, businesses. We served over 200 plus brands over the last 4 years, helping them build interactive immersive experiences, metaverse content to engage with their customers, with their teams, etc. Over the last 1.5 years, once we realized that for this technology to really scale, we cannot do everything ourselves. So we've been building tools and solutions to build the entire infrastructure for companies to do it themselves. Metaverse or immersive experience creation process is a very challenging task right now. There are so many layers involved. You have to build the entire 3D content. You have to then build the experience layer, the gamification on top of it, integrate with blockchain if needed, and then you have to deploy it on a VR, on the web, on a smartphone, wherever, making it a very cumbersome process for a individual company to take care of themselves. Hence, they rely on studios, agencies, etc., to build that for them. That is specifically the challenge we are trying to solve. To really scale metaverse and immersive solutions, we need a lot of infrastructure that can make it no code, low code, enriched with a lot of 3D assets library, which brands can just pick up and ship their experiences with ease. So our infrastructure, our metaverse, enterprise metaverse suite is being utilized by some of the largest tech consultancies, some of the global marketing agencies, brands, to build experiences around employee onboarding, employee training, brand sales experience center for real estate, for banking, for insurance, marketing and gamified experiences for brands to engage consumers, unlock 15, 20, 30 minutes of their time in such brand experiences. So largely we do all the boring stuff so that brands like these can build amazing experiences for you guys. Coming to the question, for brands and Web3, I think it's fairly straightforward. Brands will go where consumers are spending most of their time. Brands advertise in cricket because we watch cricket. Brands advertise on Instagram because we're there 3-4 hours a day. As a next evolution of digital interactions, 3D and immersive experiences are the spaces where most of the younger generation is spending their time. Roblox is a gamified virtual world where there are on an average 40 million daily active users, largely kids who spend time with their friends, exploring 3D environments, experiences, doing things together, and spending time with each other, which is a much better form of social media as compared to what we use like Instagram or YouTube or LinkedIn, where we consume certain excerpts from a person's life. So that evolution is eventually going to become the main source of digital interactions. That is the future we are building for. And once that happens, so brands understand that and they are trying to be present where most of these people are. So now, because it's largely the younger generation that is on these platforms, most of the brands over there right now are the ones who find these kids as a relevant audience. So Nike, also, so I'll take Nike is actually a very good example. In Roblox, they build an experience called Nike Land, which is a gamified experience. You can do all sort of sports activity. But once you wear Nike merchandise on your avatar, you unlock special powers. You can run faster, jump faster, do n number of things. So you're spending 15, 20, 30 minutes in a Nike experiences, having fun with your friends. And that's an awesome brand recall, as great as it gets. It has, what, 30 million visits so far. People have gone and visited that experience. And I think that's a wonderful example for a brand recall in Web3, to answer your question. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful, Vikrant. So Vikrant has actually set the tone that, you know, what I said in the beginning, that it all started with games and it really took off during COVID, and to the extent that even luxury brands, and what Sunil was trying to say, that digital fashion really came in the mainstay because there was always a need for your digital avatar to look different than his digital avatar. And that's where a $10 sneaker, a $10 cap, or a Gucci bag, you know, it really shook up when a good Gucci physical bag sold at a lesser price than the Gucci digital bag. That is where luxury brands or fashion brands started taking digital world very, very seriously. But however, that leads me to the next question, that if gaming is so important, and as Vikrant rightly said, then more and more of the Gen Alpha is spending time in the gaming. I mean, at an average, a 14-year-old is spending good 6 to 8 hours a day on the gaming platforms. Now the question arises, just last week, government has put a 28% tax on games. Where does this lead the future of metaverse and gaming, if gaming is really the base for all of this? Yeah, please.
So I come from the gaming world in the past, real money gaming to be specific. The tax is only on real money gaming, which has an element of betting involved, like where you invest a certain amount of money and then you can win. So it's limited to that. So I don't think it impacts that much the overall, metaverse gaming universe and all that, which is largely a spend for you. You're not taking anything out of that in real money. Wherever you're taking out real money, that is where this impacts.
I see, I see. Okay, so we have 6 minutes remaining. If I narrate the last question, if I ask the last question to the panel, in terms of where do you see the future? You know, we've discussed a lot that is happening in the past and we're learning by experience. Where do you think each individually, I mean, starting from Vikrant and we go that way, where do you think the future is going to be and what is going to be the evolution in your opinion? Because, you know, you're doing, individually, we are doing a lot of work in this particular space. So what's your vision statement?
So expanding on what I was saying, I see 3D becoming the main source of digital interactions going forward. As and when technology has allowed, our digital interactions have tried to emulate our natural interactions, from text to images to videos. As we get better internet, better processors, 3D is a much more meaningful way to express, to interact and to spend time with people doing things together instead of just having a transactional conversation online. So once that happens, people spend more of their time in 3D spaces. Websites for brands would become into virtual stores. Employee onboarding would be done in virtual environments for remote distributed teams. Training for on-site blue collar people would be done in virtual simulations. And obviously brands, instead of building physical experience centers, would build games where a lot of people can come together, build teams, win prizes, and convert that into probably a real world reward. Thank you.
I think digital fashion, which is already slowly becoming, I would rather like to correct myself, slowly becoming a separate earning stream, will come true in a big way. And I think all brands need to look at it, try and taste it as soon as possible. If not, get on to that, have a phased kind of an approach towards it, because this is going to be creating a separate earning stream for you. where you are selling something in the physical world, in physical cycles and physical ways of doing things, is one aspect which you're already doing and doing it quite well. You'll have a totally different scheme of things, which is absolutely related to the digital aspects, which could be a same or a different collection of products which you may have. So this is going to come through in near time, not very far off. So I think this is going to be a very, very serious possibility for you. So people who are owning or are already doing something with the brands, they need to look at it and probably have some kind of a policy, no longer called a metaverse policy now. And now that Apple has come in and they do not wish to call it a meta scenario. So it could be whatever policy, it's a digital policy, a digital product, which can easily be replicated, which can easily be scaled, which can easily be taken to any global consumer. You have that possibility of taking your brand go global through this. I think this is a possibility. Thank you.
Wonderful.
So here's what I envision. The future of every business, no matter which industry it is, fintech to retail to consumer, B2C, B2B, and B2B2C, either ways, the future of any business is towards deeper sustainability. And from that lens, everything that is physical will pave way for digital transformation, and digital transformation will pave way for decentralized digital transformation. From that standpoint, the physical shopping will pave way for digital shopping, which we are in the midst of, and it will gradually move towards decentralized digital shopping. Transactions globally, and looking at how the network of transactions is, with a sheer view to achieve future sustainability and better efficiencies in network transactions, physical transactions will pave way for digital transformations, and big network players will get disrupted towards decentralized digital transactions. It may or may not include the world of crypto. Nonetheless, it would still mean something on decentralized digital transactions, which essentially means the consumers will no longer be willing to pay that 80 bips you pay every time to a MasterCard and Visa for no reason. 40 bips to a merchant acquirer who holds the POS machine for no reason. And another 40 to the card issuer for no reason. And that's what the government has been professing, saying, why don't you do UPI? There is no transaction at all, right? And from that lens, you look at it, just the biggest digital transformations in fintech in last 10 decades, the Paytms and BharatPays of the world are disrupted. They literally have no revenue model on the transaction side. They have it on the lending side. And that's how on the financial industry segment, the digital financial economy will get, by the way, itself disrupted by decentralized financial transactions. Similarly, more towards retail, luxury, gaming, and a lot of other B2C and B2B businesses, trust as a core value in the supply chain, including logistics, both global, national, last mile, will by itself give way for decentralized token exchange, which means that while you're receiving a product from Blue Dart or any other courier partner, there will be a decentralized layer that would come into picture. Are we moving towards Web3? I think Web3 is nothing but as a core value, moving towards deeper democratization. And if that is what global citizens would look for, want for, the change is inevitable.
I think it's important for all of us to consider that if I was to explain your product in say 500 words, a few of us would understand. If I was to show you some photographs, half of you will maybe understanding what it is. If I was to explain and immerse you into an environment where you could actually be within that product or tangibly close to that product, I think 80% of the people would understand. That is the power of where we are going. The metaverse, blockchain, AI, augmented, these are all components of where we are going to be experiencing tomorrow's future, right? we will always be understanding faster, more efficiently, effectively, and in a better virtual world across geographical boundaries. You see, if I had to explain to one of my counterparts or to a family member sitting somewhere else what I'm going to purchase as an asset today, or even as a product, consumer product, a luxury level, mid-level, handicraft, I would be at a loss to try and explain it to them. So if one understands that if we can all collectively come together and we can experience that product, however high-end it is, or however skilled craftsmanship it is denoting, that is the key of his saleability. And I think we all will soon be in a position that we could actually, the brick and mortar as well as the virtual world is going to be so directly connected that our digital assets will also be exhibited within a digital environment, as well as our physical consumer products. So that's where we are heading. Many challenges, much to cover ground, many miles to go, as they say. But I think the future is very bright, and it will bring all of us together. And I must tell you, India has the talent for blockchain capability and IT capability and talent, and so we will be one of the leaders in the world for this. So we have much greater scope and potential here, and the faster we understand this, and the faster all of us get together and put our heads together on this, the sooner we'll be leading the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Arjun.
Yeah, thanks. I have always, I've never believed in black and white. The answer is somewhere in between always. So just picking up on the example that was used in terms of, 3D being a better way to explain than pictures, than words. I think even a better way thing is, just visiting physically, which may or may not always be possible. So I think things will always coexist. While Web3 will keep becoming bigger and bigger, I don't think GIFs will keep selling for $1 million. I think while digital goods will exist, will not be the crazy kind of prices and deals that you were seeing happening last year. While Web3 immersive shopping experience will pick up, it will also be dependent on the TG that you are targeting to, etc. Somebody who's come back from a hard day's work at 8 in the night, 9 in the night is now not going to wear an Oculus and then get into a 3D world. They would just probably do some passive shopping on a simple shopping app. So I think multiple things will coexist. How much Web3 will take over from Web2 and how much offline further will go into online is something only time will tell. I don't think we can comment on the quantum, but I believe that all these things will eventually coexist. And there is definitely a big future for Web3 as well, but that doesn't mean that what has existed till now will cease to exist. Yeah.
Wonderful. I think, Adarsh, that was a very nice closing statement, that things will coexist. So we don't have to be scared. We just need to be prepared that change is here. Change is inevitable. Change has always happened in the past, will continue to happen in the future. Web3 is probably the next change that we are going to witness in our lifespan. And probably the next generation will witness it at larger pace. So change is here. Let's all believe in it and let's all enjoy the change. I'm done. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for the wonderful panel.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. A picture, please. Now, I love how Mr. Gupta mentioned that let's just not be scared, let's be prepared. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Talking about being prepared, let's move towards our next panel discussion on tokenizing real-world assets, charting the path towards mass adoption and acceptance. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same, Akshay Agarwal, Venture Partner, Draper Dragon Fund, Parv Prabhakar, CEO, Estate Protocol, Anuradha Chaudhary, Founder, 023 Collective, Ish Anand, CEO and Country Manager, India and UAE Global Wealth Group, Surya Gadela, Founder, Riser, and this session will be chaired by Satish Kataria, Founder, Pandora. Let's please welcome them, ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause.
Hi, and a very good morning to all of you. And thanks to Businessworld for giving us this opportunity. I think while the previous esteemed panel talked a lot about how Web3 is going to alter the experience and the learning and engagement part from a consumer point of view, talking all about the 3D change which is happening. Today, we are going to talk about one more big change which blockchain is slowly but surely making. And that is something which also will have a very, very strong financial implication other than just the experience implication. And that is all about tokenization of real assets. To kind of demystify tokenization, it's basically a token is nothing but a blockchain data piece which kind of confirms ownership of a real asset, right? So that is all what token is. But then when I say that is all what a token is, the kind of benefits that tokenization bring to the whole world of assets and asset transaction is really, really significant, right? Not only it brings a very easy liquidity, instant settlement, it opens up these assets for participation by a very large pool of HNI investors, which normally are not able to access these multiple asset classes, and these asset classes are limited to only a very select group of investors, right? So I think these are the kind of big changes that tokenization is bringing in the alternative asset investment class. And I think that is the reason why you pick up any consultant report, right, from your Citibank to BCG, which is saying that by 2030, the tokenization of real assets would be anywhere between $5 to $15 trillion market. And that's the impact that tokenization is going to make. It is saying that over next 10 years, this market will grow almost 200x times, right? So let's understand tokenization from multiple aspects. So I think before I start to understand the perspective of tokenization from my esteemed panels here, I'll just quickly request them to give a sweet introduction, and then we can proceed from there. So starting with myself, I'm Satish Kataria. I'm founder of Pandora, and we are creating a platform to tokenize content IP. Again, the idea behind any tokenization platform is to unlock the potential in that typical asset class and enabling more people to join in that asset class and be more participative. So with that, I pass on to Surya.
Hey, hi, myself Surya. We've been building a product called Razor. Razor is an asset tokenization platform on real estate from India. Right now, we're a 16-member team, and with a core banking and underwriting experience, we thought that, I think a lot of change really required on a real estate segment, which India has been. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ish Anand, and I have two interests in this blockchain and tokenization space. We are an organization called the Global Wealth Group, which is present in probably 5 continents. We do work on the real estate and alternative asset side. What we've done is, over the last 9 years, we've prepared technology, legal compliance, and built a customer base which is currently present in about 68 countries. So we have investments coming in across the world in real estate and alternative assets. And there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. The second interest is in a company called iCapital Ventures, which is a French organization, a fintech organization, where we are focusing on generating funds for startups, SMEs, and MSMEs across the world, and we have a presence in about 50 countries. So I sit on the board of the organization. And once again, this is through blockchain and tokenization concept. And I would love to share more with you over a period of time. Please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anuradha Chaudhary. I am a filmmaker turned tech lawyer and founder of 0 to 3 Collective. We're a legal and advisory firm for Web3, for emerging technologies, and for media and entertainment. So we essentially help these businesses on all legal fronts, and we have a collective of advisors, which we will announce shortly, maybe in a couple of weeks, that also help our clients with different things like marketing, cybersecurity, tokenomics, white paper, etc. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Parv. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Estate Protocol. We're tokenizing real estate from a global perspective. So we're trying to acquire real estate in stable countries like UAE, parts of US, and we're going to market with people in monetarily unstable countries, places with really high inflation like Argentina, Turkey. We are aiming to give them an option to exit their system if they feel like people managing that financial system haven't done well enough. We want to give them an easy option to exit that system and enter a stable country system. And for my background, I'm what they call a crypto native, which means I've had a crypto wallet since before I had a bank account. And yeah, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Akshay Agarwal. I'm a venture partner at Draper Dragon Fund. At the panel, I represent more so the investment side of things. But in life, I've kind of gone from a single solopreneur to a product enthusiast, focusing on the product direction in the live streaming space. Then moved on as the product grew to handling the business side. And now I think with all of that falling into the right place, I've gotten the opportunity to wear the hat of a VC. Essentially, in the Web3 space, I have spent most of my time, probably the last 7 years. Once I was back from the Valley, I was focusing on enabling first. So I've worked with about 400 startups, handholded about 40 of them, invested in close to half a century of startups. So I think for me, everything's about Web3 digital assets. And today I'm going to be representing the enabling side on the panel.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So I think, starting the next part of the session. So as I said, I am representing content IP tokenization. So just to give you a perspective, content IP globally is more than a $250 billion market, I think even more. Even in India itself, it's almost a 12,000 crore market, right? But again, content IP is a market which is only restricted to few players, right? I mean, we as common people can only be an audience to content. We have never got an opportunity to be able to directly invest and participate in a content. And I think that is what tokenization can do. And that is what we are achieving at. So I think in the same vein, tokenization is bringing a lot of innovation in any asset class that it is working in. And that is what we're going to explore a little bit more. So Surya, coming on to you, I think you are working on a very interesting space of tokenization of real estate, I think, which is one of the most significant asset class invested every year into trillions, right? But my one question is that while we already have heard about fractionalization of real estate, what is the difference between fractionalization and tokenization? Is tokenization just a simple layer on that, or will it be able to make even more impact?
Yeah, great question. So even before answering the difference between fractional real estate versus tokenization, there is one more question. What is the difference between the REITs and the fractional real estate, right? So why do we need even fractional real estate or even tokenization? So the question lies in here. We've seen that change is happening on the web as part of Web3. So the major difference on the real business side, from the realtor point of view, and from an end investor point of view who wants to invest in a piece of asset. So is that the lack of trust and the transparency. So is traditional fractional real estate companies solve that question? Again, a question mark, right? And how do we solve that, right? When I'll just give you an example. When Singapore has more than 46 plus REITs, public REITs, India still have 3 public REITs. So which means we can see that from last 1 decade, why that adoption is not, I'm not talking about Web3, I'm not talking about tokenization. Why that adoption was not done yet in the stock market is that, again, investors, perception, investors ambiguity on their, ROI, on their trust, right? Investing in that trust, right? That's what meant to be REITs. So again, we've seen that, the slowness of adoption, and we again started seeing that the same slowness of adoption in fractional real estate also. Again, the question comes, is trust really required? I mean, when we're in the age of trustless layer, which we call it as blockchain or DLT or multiple names are there, but in 2008, which we've known that when Satoshi Nakamoto actually implemented Bitcoin, the reason behind, I mean, everyone knows who did it, but why he did it, the biggest question. So for me, when I went through the white paper, the one of major reason behind it is that he's seen a huge housing crisis, and that's where he connected the dots, and he thought of, okay, let's have a distributed ledger, and then currency, digital currency and all that. So which means, again, the dot is going back and trying to bring that after 10 years of journey. So for me, solving a trust and transparency, most important thing, which can be possible through open source solution, which is literally available for free. We don't need to even spend a penny for doing that, right? We do have a L1 layers, L2 layers who's doing that from long time. The other one which you mentioned, REITs already solved affordability, and people can access real estate much faster, which is accessibility issue, and trust and transparency also they solved it, but again still central controlled. So existing companies were not solved yet. That's where blockchain based tokenization actually come in picture, because we waited for that. The existing platforms may solve, but eventually it end up with central control. And we as a decentralized believers, we believe that the data should be on public blockchain, or at least permission blockchain, when we tokenize or when we fractionalize any sort of asset, right? I'm not just talking about real estate, but real estate is the best example, because you go to a village and talk to a villager, he can easily explain what is real estate, but you go and talk about the same villager about Web3 and blockchain, he don't understand that. So I think that requires a lot of mass adoption, but it just enables the interest of how to convey that to the larger audience, especially the retail investors, which we believe that we may able to do that through solving the biggest problem of trust and transparency. Yeah.
Interesting. So you're basically saying that with tokenization, the benefits of blockchain, which kind of makes the ownership much more immutable and liquid, will be better layer than just a fractional model, something on those lines. So since you're building this platform, and you must be speaking with a lot of developers and builders, right? What is the feedback from them? I mean, how are they looking at this next spate of tokenization of real estate?
No, I don't think they care about technology. I mean, they really doesn't know. When I interacted a lot of builders and realtors from Delhi to Mumbai and Pune, multiple cities, including Bangalore and Hyderabad, but builders' point of view is like they want to sell their liquidity, sell their inventory much faster.
Right.
So they really don't bother about what technology you're bringing into the table. Right. They only care about how this technology can enable them to sell faster, but at the same time to maintain or to keep their brand sustainable. And now we've seen that the adoption of RERA in every state, and Maharara is so aggressive now, but yeah. So when RERA initiated it, obviously builders doesn't like it, but now they have to adopt it. And now they are liking RERA much better than anyone else, because they've seen the, the adoption of, compliances, adoption of, reporting to the end investor or end customers of their, asset. So I think in that aspect, when RERA sorted out that, why don't we provide the value to the builder? And at the end of the day, what happens to the builder point of view, when I sit in front of builder, he only asks what value you are bringing into the table, to me. So my only proposal is that, I'm not talking about any technology here. I'll only bring you in a sustainable group of investors through a tokenized real estate, the product that we built it, or there are players who's building it, then make the faster sales and provide better liquidity and create a strong investor base to the sale process, which we've seen a couple of builders recently also sold their inventory much faster than even fractional companies. So yeah, I think they only look into the aspect of how to liquidate their assets. I think if we figure out by solving, again, as I said, the liquidity, accessibility, and investors protection, at the end of the day, they also care. I mean, sometimes I've heard that, oh, you know what, builders doesn't care about investors protection. Sorry, they really care about investors protection, but they really don't have a framework except the RERA, right? I think we collectively believe that we are creating a framework of compliances, the legal and the data. When we consider all of these three and push that on a ledger book and a general word, if we say blockchain, again, people confuse us. So I think that can be audited real time, right? So again, when we say audit, SEBI can come and audit, the auditor can come and audit, even tomorrow investor can come and audit real time. When the data is audited real time, when it comes to transactions and the information about asset in a longer run, that's the unique selling point that we can sell that to realtors. Yeah.
Interesting. So, Parv, coming on to you, since you're also working on a tokenization platform and currently focused again on real estate, right? But what you're doing differently is you are kind of trying to make it a global accessible asset now, right? So, if you can just explain to me that, what are the kind of legal implications, or how are you able to do that? Because you're saying that if I am sitting in India, or if someone is sitting in Africa, and they can maybe start investing in Indian markets, right? So how are you able to legally structure this kind of a model?
So getting the legal structure right has been a challenge, but what you have to look at and focus on with the legal structure is optimization for taxes, for securities laws, in real estate specifically about foreign ownership. So the reason why we can't have Indian properties is because there's restrictions on foreign ownership for real estate in India. But we can have properties in places that want to attract foreign investment, like the UAE. And I think the biggest challenge in getting this to market and making it an actual $5 trillion industry is getting liquidity for these tokens. And every other decision I make in terms of what way to go for estate protocol is based on how to get the most amount of liquidity possible. And part of that is getting the legal structure right, making sure that people have the right protections. So to give people an idea, one side of the legal structure is the entity that issues these tokens, and the other side is an SPV, a legal wrapper. Since you can't put 1,000 people's name on a property deed, you have to wrap it legally in an SPV. So you have to decide where that SPV is going to be. For us, the decision is UK and using trusts. And the reason for that is a lot of countries have adopted English common law. So it comes naturally to people in like over 100 countries, I think. So understanding the trust structure under English common law will have a lower friction curve for most people. And then you have to optimize for taxation. Like, I'm not sure exactly how people are structuring it in India, but if we were to let people buy properties with, for example, USDT or Bitcoin, you would have a 1% TDS, then you would have a 30% tax on the profits. That is not ideal, in my opinion. So my idea is that we will go to the places that want this, and we will go to the people that find the most value out of this, and create that global connection first, and then expand from there. I'm sure as we go on, more and more countries will realize the value of this and adapt their laws accordingly.
So, Parv, also, while you spoke about there is still a kind of a legal gray area, because I would not say gray area, but you have to be very specific, because every country, every jurisdiction would have to have their own legal implication and perspective on tokenization. But leaving that for the moment, and also leaving the technology for the moment, what, according to you, is tokenization doing to these assets transactions? Do you think, because assets have been sold and transacted since we all know, right? But do you think the process of tokenization is making it more transparent, more liquid? What were the main factors, since you come from as you said, you come from a Zen G, consumer specific category. So according to you, what are the factors that tokenization are kind of aiding or adding to the whole layer of this asset transaction?
So as Surya talked about, trust is a big one. Yeah. Transparency is a big one. I think those are obvious for everyone. The parts which I think are less obvious is we sitting in a place like India, which is pretty stable in terms of our economy. We don't realize how much value someone would find from having an easy exit to a financial system. Somebody that lives in a country with 100% yearly inflation, which is many countries now, especially in the last couple of years. So think about it, like every month the money you have in your bank account loses 10% value. It's basically impossible to predict accurately how your investments are going to do. Real estate, all other investments in the economy are super unstable. What that ends up doing is people either stop saving money at all. Like if you go to Buenos Aires in Argentina, place is going through 109% inflation a year, but the fancy restaurants are packed. And the reason is people want to spend their money as soon as they get it. Like they have no way to save it. So for a group of people like that, I think the value they derive out of it is stability and a source of stable yield and hope for a future.
Got it. So I think what you're saying is with tokenization, there would be a more kind of a global uniformity and stability, which a person from each country can actually experience, because now the whole world of opportunities could open up for him in a more trustless structure that Surya said.
Yes, and I also think that if people have an easy way to enter and exit financial systems, the people making these policies in those regions would be incentivized to do the best they can for their people,
right?
To make sure that their own population at least sticks to that system.
Absolutely. So Anuradha, coming to you, and since you are one of the major pivot on the entire tokenization piece, which is the legal and regulatory perspective of it, right? So and since you have been doing work in this space, so what are your thoughts on it? Where are we exactly on this tokenization of assets, specifically with respect to India? Right. And if you want, you can even maybe give some examples from one or two asset categories to make it simpler, because I understand that every asset category will have its own set of implied regulations.
So the thing is, with asset tokenization, it's been evolving for quite a while, right? We started with tokenizing digital assets like cryptocurrencies. And now with the world realizing the potential of tokenization of real world assets, the liquidity that it brings, and access to previously very difficult assets to access. It has been good so far, but the thing is that with an evolving landscape such as this, there are a lot of legal challenges and concerns as well, like investor protection, fraud, compliance with regulations. And in India specifically, there are regulations that apply, like SEBI regulations, if your token is classified as a security. There are implications under money laundering laws in India as well. The Money Laundering Act became applicable to transfers of virtual digital assets earlier this year. And this is actually in line with the FATF guidelines. That's a Financial Action Task Force, which is a global watchdog of sorts for money laundering and terrorist financing. And we've actually been advising our clients for a while to comply anyway as best practice, but these the laws became applicable to the industry earlier this year. We also have advertising guidelines, we have tax laws as well, we have the Contracts Act. And with specific asset classes, like if you're looking at real estate, there are a lot of legal challenges, right? Because real estate in India is, it's a statewide subject. Transfer of property is a state subject. So you have to, if you have a transaction that creates a right, a title or interest in an immovable property that's above a specific value, it has to be registered. You have to pay stamp duty on it. But that becomes very difficult with tokenization. And like Parv said, the common legal structures that are being followed is that an LLP is created or another entity is created, and that entity holds the asset. And then as investors, you buy into shares of that entity. But the minute the shares are linked to the token is classified as a security, and then you have to comply with SEBI guidelines and regulations, and that becomes challenging and expensive, right? So that is definitely an issue. In terms of content IP and content tokenization, it's definitely gaining traction as well. I mean, you're doing this, Satish. And there are, again, legal challenges with this. I know it's not sounding very positive right now, but we are getting there as a jurisdiction. So there are legal challenges with ownership of intellectual property. Now, when I was in film school, we used to crowdfund our film projects, and I should probably apologize to everyone who did fund our film projects because they were not that good at the time. But at that time, if I knew that I could tokenize the intellectual property rights in my future project and sell those tokens to fund my project, that would have been extremely fascinating for me at that point in time. But when you are tokenizing content or content rights as the content creator or as the token issuing entity, you need to be very careful about what rights are attached to these tokens, right? If I'm tokenizing the rights to my film and I want to sell these tokens and fund my production per se, do I want to attach rights such as derivative rights to this? Do I want to give you the right to adapt my film and make a play on it? Perhaps not. And you as the token investor and the token holder need to understand what rights you're getting as well. Because if you don't understand that and you suddenly go and adapt my film and write a book on it, you're infringing my intellectual property and I will take legal action against you. So there are complications when it comes to tokenization. I don't want to bore the audience too much. Personally, I think for me, tokenization would be really beneficial if I could, probably fractionally own a Ferrari through tokenization. And it's not very common, but this is happening across the world. You can tokenize ownership in a Ferrari, and I would be very interested in that. But then if you look at it, I don't know how many other people here would be interested in something like that, but perhaps if 4 or 5 people were, and say you tokenize a Ferrari and you do it on a timeshare basis where, I get access to it 1 week every month, and someone else gets access 3 days, and another person gets access for 2 weeks. What happens if I crash that Ferrari while I'm driving it? Who's going to be responsible? Is it all of us collectively? Is it the driver? In India, the laws with respect to this, they say that if you are the owner of the vehicle, in most cases you would be liable. Obviously, if the driver's driving it without your permission and authorization, or if the driver's negligent, then the driver's responsible. But it does bring up issues like that.
Sure.
So yeah,
I think two good things. One, obviously, what I would say is that normally compliance always follow innovation, right? And that is how the market grows. So I think hopefully compliance will catch up with the innovation which is happening in tokenization. And second interesting thing that you brought out about this Ferrari is that I think tokenization will also open up a lot of I would say private assets. Like I think there's already the example of someone in India who's doing a similar thing for expensive bikes. So they are trying to create a platform for tokenization of expensive bikes. So there will be a lot of, there's a tokenization of aviation, there's a tokenization of wine and whiskey. So there's a lot of things which are interestingly happening in that space. But anyway, coming back to you, Anuradha, one more question I want to ask that, while you have told things from a perspective of someone who is offering the solution, if I look at the other way around, let's say if any one of those guys are buying a token, right, and they become the token holder, what are the kind of precautions or rights that they should be aware of as the token holder?
right. So there is a lot of fraud in the space. There are phishing scams as well. And as a token holder, there's a number of things that you need to be mindful of. Firstly, the token issuer should disclose certain things to you, and you should be asking them about the nature of the token, the rights that are attached to the token. You should be careful about what platform you're using. You should be careful about what rights are attached to the token. Like I said, you cannot just go and start infringing someone's rights just because you don't understand. There are obviously other considerations as well, but I think the most important one, according to me, is the transfer of ownership of rights from an investor point of view. Now in Switzerland, we have the Swiss Crypto Valley, which came about, I think, in 2015. And this is largely because a lot of blockchain and fintech startups went and set up in Zug. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but they set up then. Interestingly, Switzerland didn't have blockchain specific regulation. What they did was they adapted existing regulations and ordinances. And that's how the industry started moving forward. In 2021, the Distributed Ledger Technology Act came about in Switzerland. And this act, it basically records the ownership of real assets like real estate and intellectual property on the blockchain. It records the transfer, and it also records tokenization of rights. So technically, under the DLT, if the blockchain malfunctions in any manner, or there is an issue with it, or there is a hacking issue, the investor's rights in the tokenized rights remains intact. And that is very important for investor protection. So if we have laws like that, if we are following what Switzerland is doing, I think we'd be in a good place right now.
Good, interesting. Coming to you, Akshay, right? And I think since you are kind of representing from a fund perspective, right? And since you mentioned that you have seen the evolution of Web3 over the last 2-3 years, which means that you would have also seen the rise and fall of so many ICOs, right? So there was a time when ICO craze happened and people were buying any kind of token or coin or whatever you say it, right? But asset-backed tokens are something very different, right? And they are not just spaced out of thin air, as most of the earlier tokens were. So in that perspective, how do you see this movement now happening? I mean, as compared to, let's say, I buying a Dogecoin, and that Dogecoin, depending on how Elon Musk is waking up today, a token, asset-backed token is very different, right? So how do you think this movement is going forward, and do you think this will be able to catch attention of investors like you?
Very good question. I think, Satish, you definitely show the experience that you've had in the crowdfunding space in the traditional internet, and now the emerging new form of internet, as we call it. But I think before I answer the question, I would like to, for those who don't understand ICOs or initial coin offerings, this was this huge popular way in 2016-17, where we saw founders going ahead and offering a piece of their company or a utility that their company could provide through tokens itself, right? So this was a huge craze, because from it there was something called as Ethereum was born. $18 million raised from people all across the globe, that now today is about at $230 billion, right? That's a 10,000x. If I had one of those in my portfolio, I would for my LPs at the fund, I would be next to God. So I feel there have been, like with every new innovation, there have been things with ICOs as well that that showed flaws, right? In fact, it would be right to say that it was a loophole in itself instead of showcasing loopholes, right? So with time, like every other innovation, I feel this is going to improve. And I feel you're seeing nuances of ICOs across. ICOs changed to what they called as initial exchange offerings, wherein there were these exchanges that were the place to trade listed tokens. Now they started listing new companies that were promising, that were coming in this space. But the key aspect to it was everything was utility driven. There was no underlying asset, which Satish pointed out. So when you move to asset backed tokens, you have an intrinsic value that's underneath it. Now what that also says is that it's not going to be as exciting. It's not, I come from a place wherein I was building a messaging app, a live streaming app, all social experiments. Now when I look at that as opposed to finance as an industry that I've now come, I feel it's very boring. It's kind of the same difference between ICOs, wherein you don't have any asset, but the upside is humongous, right? So there's a lot of speculation, but there's drama 24/7. You're going to be looking at, as Satish mentioned, Elon Musk woke up, changed the Twitter's logo to Dogecoin's logos. I think that becomes an exciting piece of the life, and I want to, and I believe Parv will concur that we want a more exciting life than looking at 100 things that we're not supposed to do, right? Let's allow markets to decide what they want to do. I again feel like a country with such a huge population cannot have everybody doing whatever, but there has to be some sort of I feel you should feel less restricted as parts of the market, and I feel that's what crypto allowed, right? So for example, I was speaking to a founder from the green energy space. What he said was that compliance was the core reason why I moved to crypto, right? So I think from a larger standpoint, you're looking at new invention needing its own space to go ahead. Now when you look at asset backed tokens specifically, it is less speculative. It has an underlying asset. It would not appreciate to the tunes that Ether as a currency appreciated. Now, with respect to what it means for the future is people that are used to understanding things for a particular variation, a particular volatility would find it very convenient for it to adapt it, right? But now then again, you have like every other thing that's happened in the crowdfunding mechanism, not on blockchain and including on blockchain, you're going to be susceptible to regulatory clarity that needs to come, right? And what I've realized is in this specific case of tokenization of anything or utility based tokens to ICOs, I think the reason why it failed was not because, there were certain products that did not have the idea of viability built into the product. There were not enough products that looked at a strong business model. But these are all experiments. We're looking at entrepreneurs that are trying to give value. In the case of security tokens or tokens that have an underlying asset into it, what you're looking at is these entrepreneurs making sure that liquidity issuance is not a challenge. You are issuing assets, but the core piece that is a problem is essentially liquidity. Today, if I go out selling a 10 crore property, I'll take from anywhere from 6 months to 2 years to sell that property. Now we're used to a Gen Z kind of a platform wherein people are quick with their decisions. So now if they want to purchase a property that's 1.5 million out of the 100 million they made in the ICO craze, they can buy it not just in India, across 10 locations in 6 months, right? I was talking to Parv, he was mentioning, there's going to be potentially in the future a villa in Goa that he's going to tokenize and sell to investors. So I think that's where I feel regulatory clarity needs to be solved. There are some gaps on the side of things like who's to custody these assets, right? If you're looking at a digital twin, there has to be someone holding the physical asset. Now you have to trust that digital asset. That's a problem that was not there before. So for it to take off, you need to have a bunch of organizations. And this is something that happened with WBTC, wrapped Bitcoins, which, there were enterprises that were doing it. And at first there was only one enterprise that was custodying the asset. And so the decentralized community did not trust that. They wanted more organizations to come up. Now there are 5 different custodians attached. So I feel the custody aspect is going to be coming in. I feel anywhere where there's a real asset attached, you do not have the idea of built-in scalability into it, right? You have to have a continuous mechanism of custodians coming in with every asset that gets listed, and then you're looking at that being sold through its digital twins, and the value coming in with secondary market transactions. So broadly, I feel 2 categories. One is market acceptance, linked regulatory clarity, and then on the other side is you're seeing a world that's opening up now. You're looking at a tokenized market of, let's say, about $3 billion at the moment. But how do you go from this to trillions of dollars, which is where the asset industry is? So I think with time, we're going to find the answers to this. The only way to predict if it's going to be as stable or not is to build it. And I feel the world is vibrant with Surya and Parv and such entrepreneurs. So one bold statement I still want to make is that, in terms of accessibility, in terms of secondary market trading, in terms of 24/7 liquidity, I think this is going to be as impactful as the stock market itself was. So you're looking at $120 trillion of value in stock markets across the globe. I feel if not, 100%, 20% of it, that's where this is going.
That's an awesome point, Akshay. Thanks so much. Coming to you, Is, from a demand perspective, since you are in the domain of wealth management, right? And you're dealing with HNIs and investors day in and day out, right? So from that perspective, what is your feel of the market? How are those guys who would be potential investors in these tokens? They are looking at it. Are they excited? Are they threatened? Because in a way, tokenization is also going to democratize asset funding to a very large extent, right? So like if I give an example of content IP, wherein only, let's say 10 or 15 people were so far had access to that asset, but now with tokenization, something which Akshay also mentioned, the accessibility opens up to a very large extent, right? So in given those kind of parameters, where do you think from a demand side this is going to go?
Thanks, Satish. So, 3 aspects I'll broadly cover: safety, security, scalability, and, broadly, it should be accessible. Right. So from a safety and security perspective, I think there's enough technology available today for us to be able to build that entire access into the system and trace assets. So if Parv or Surya or whoever else is there within the system is building an organization that is able to trace the safety and security of the asset or the legal basis of what you're trying to tokenize, I think you've got a proposition. Right. Many times in economies like India and in many other economies around the world, that's a bit of a challenge. How do you crack that challenge? I think that's something that the legal minds, as well as the operational people on the ground, they need to try and crack. It's happening, but I think no matter how much technology you look at, it's not infallible. Yeah. Technology can also go wrong at times. It could be human, it could actually be technical. So that's one issue that needs to be tackled. However, is there general acceptability? Of course there is. So that's one piece that I think the industry is addressing. Governments need to make sure that investor protection, governments need to make sure that the buyers or even the sellers are protected. So it's a two-way street. Otherwise, you will have absolute chaos within the legal system, within the financial system. And when we talk about scams, when we talk about various other things, this has the potential of blowing up in somebody's face and becoming even larger than what you've seen banking scams and other scams that are taking place. So I think that's one part of it. The second part of it is scalability. Now, today, in today's day and age, I think there's no limitation to what can be tokenized or what can be put on the blockchain. You look at real estate, which obviously seems to be the big aspect, which everybody talks about. You can look at things like, art, you could look at whiskey, you could look at Ferrari, like Anuradha mentioned, you could look at airlines, you could look at tickets, NFTs, you name it. There's nothing that can't be tokenized. It could be a digital asset, it could be a real world asset. However, do keep in mind, what is a sustainable business model? Okay. We can be idealistic and we can say we want to tokenize this, or we want to put this on the blockchain or that on the blockchain. But a lot of that are just lifestyle issues. But what is the real scalable proposition? What is financially a more viable proposition? Let's take India as an example. Yeah. I think I was just talking to somebody in the morning, and one of the things that came out very, very clearly was, in the Indian context, which is where all of us are, you've got to realize that if you can't reach the masses, then you don't have a proposition. Yeah, the proposition is very tiny if you can't reach the masses. You can't just develop it as a niche product. And what is the government doing these days? The government is saying, okay, we're ready to tokenize, we're ready to go on the blockchain. People are building smart contracts, people are building all sorts of instruments that go into the industry. But where is the real attraction? In the financial services space, how many organizations or companies can make financial inclusion or access to credit and things like that part of your entire operation? That's where the real numbers are. And that's what makes it a very attractive proposition. Today, I think every major bank is looking at tokenization and blockchain. The RBI has come up with a regulation since 2022, which says, each one of you who uses a credit card has now got an option to say whether you want to tokenize your credit card or not. So things are happening, things are beginning to happen. But there are linkages which talk about cryptocurrencies, which talk about Bitcoin. Is it something which a country like ours, 1.4 billion people, can handle that easily? We can talk about Dubai, we can talk about, jurisdictions which are small enough. They have different perspectives, we have different perspectives. Now, as an operation, I'll give you our own example. We as a company are 9 years old. The Global Wealth Group is 9 years old, and we are a 100% tech-enabled platform. We do fractional ownership, we do fractional ownership for real estate, and we do work with alternative assets. Now, with real estate and alternative assets, we've tried to democratize it as much as possible. So if you are to make it accessible to the masses, you have to be able to democratize it. You can't say in the developing world, I want 50 lakhs or I want $1 million from everybody to actually come into the system. So if you want to build scale, you've got to be able to bring those numbers down to $100, $10, and in some cases even less. How many companies are actually able to do that? It's taken us 9 years to do it. Today we manage $1.5 billion worth of assets. We have investors in 68 countries. Now, that's the scale that one really needs to build. If you're able to build that kind of scale, you have a sustainable business model. Now, the legal issues, the technology issues, the compliance issues, the banking regulations, those all play critical roles, and you can't afford to go wrong. But yes, like Parv mentioned, you have an entity in the UK that makes the investment. You have entities in different parts of the world which handle your wallets, which handle your banking transactions. And you have taxation issues that need to be handled. And at the same time, you need to make sure that that transaction is financially viable. Everybody within the system should make money. You can't just depend on investors to keep giving you money and bankrolling you to run your operations. So there are complexities, but I think patience, time. What's happening with rules and regulations in countries like India? I think investor protection is one of the biggest issues that a country like India needs to really look at. And I think that's what, that's exactly what's happening. I won't go into too much of detail on that, but I think you've got n number of opportunities, startups, SMEs, they all want money. Are there ways and means of doing it? We've got another operation which is based out of France, where I sit on the board. And we are in 50 countries. And in these 50 countries, we're raising money through private networks, not through public networks. So opportunities are there. I think we've just got to get it right within the right geography and build scalable businesses. Bottom line is, money will only come into businesses which are financially sustainable.
Sure.
And I think that's something. So I know time's up, so back to you.
Thanks, Ish. I think that was a very interesting perspective. And I think overall, if you look at the whole picture, and as Akshay also said, something which was not sustainable with the ICO model was this exactly, that it was not a sustainable model over a long term. But I think with tokenization, we can bring in that sustainability, we can bring in that scalability, because a tokenization can enable a larger number of people to invest into a particular asset class. So I think the opportunity is huge. Obviously, we have to still cover some journeys on that to make it happen. So I think, having said that, and we would have loved to discuss it more. There's so much to discuss on tokenization, but we have a limited time. So maybe I can just take one question, if anyone has one question, and then we can wrap it up. Any audience? Okay, cool. So I think in the interest of time, we'll wrap this up. Thanks so much. I hope this was useful for all of you. And thanks for the panel to be able to share their perspectives. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, it's time for our next panel discussion, which is on Web 3.0 and the future of entertainment, reconceiving the fandom experience. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Kuldeep Ponara, co-founder, The Infinity Sound; Nidhi S. Mittal, head, brand marketing, Savan; Prashant Agarwal, founder and CEO, Fantiger; Rahul Mishra, head, Web 3.0 initiatives, Shimaru. And this session will be chaired by Rohail Amin, senior editor, BW Businessworld. Let's please welcome them, everybody.
Thank you, Aditya, and thank you everyone for joining us on this panel. And prior to this panel, we were having a discussion outside about what all is happening in the Web3 space. And I must tell you, there's so much that we don't really know about how it is empowering fans, how it is gonna empower creators, how bigger platforms like Shimaru, Geo are tapping into this opportunity. Let me begin with the, the only lady on the panel. Not that, there's any gender parity, but of course, we see what Web3 is doing, the conversation is there, and we read about it, it's a very fancy word at times people, talk about. But if we look at the ground at the level of a platform, how important has Web3 become in your conversations, in your real everyday conversations?
Audible enough? Okay. Before that, I'll just introduce myself. This is Nidhi S. Mittal, and I head the brand marketing for JioSaavn, one of the leading music streaming platforms in India. So, like he mentioned, what we were discussing outside, and I was just telling all the peers of mine in the industry that this is not an immediate boardroom conversation we are having, right? So this is not something that we are discussing every day, but that doesn't go by saying that this is not something we are keeping on our radar, right? As a platform at the moment, there are a lot of focus areas that we primarily work on. One is definitely the scalability. And these are, the areas that I'm going to talk about right now are the ones on which we have kind of built up a legacy over a period of time. So when you consume content on platforms like JioSaavn or Spotify or any other similar platform, there is a kind of scalability they have developed over time. So when I say I have 100 million users, it's not an overnight phenomena that has happened for me, right? It has taken us years of effort to kind of have that platform innovation or kind of user experience that we have built up. So that's one area that we continue to focus on and grow. The second would be in terms of the content. Why would a user come back to us is primarily the, the question that we have all the time, because it's a very, very competitive industry that we're working on. And we are discussing about the decentralization of that content where everybody would hold a power. So at the moment, if I'm able to keep that content heavy platform, then is the only case when the users might come back to me, right? So that's one of the second areas of focus at the moment for us, that how could we keep the content as good as it can be possibly, right? And the third aspect, which is also very important for us, is around the brand safety. We are talking about decentralization here. We have sat down to kind of discuss around that. But if you look at it, eventually, one of the stronger monetization routes for us is also advertising. In fact, that is the business that I head at JioSaavn. Now, when we are talking about advertising, brand safety again becomes a very, very primary topic for us. We cannot let the user experience go for a compromise in terms of what you see, let's say, as an ad on our platform. And that's not something we can sell to our advertisers as well. So I think, these are some of the larger issues at the moment with that on our table. As a platform, when we see, so we are somewhere, very similar to the people who are trying to come up or have already created the Web3 space. We are not, we are just another publisher, right? We are also still holding a very powerful platform, which we have built over time. Is it something that we would not like to adapt to? Definitely. But is it something we are ready to adapt right now? No, the answer probably would be no. So I think what we are looking at is, it's very fresh and very new for all of us here, but it's not something that we will not be able to adapt to or not willing to adapt to in the future.
I think, yeah, Web3 is new for all of us. I think it's, of course, new in itself as well. Let me come to you, Prashant. Fans, we are all fans of something or the other, right? Music, we have seen, or personality, or a movie, we have fans. And what are fans? Fans have always been the followers. They have just been there. What do they get in return? Have you ever got anything in return as a fan? Anyone has really got something in return for following, say, any movie, any actor? Anyone? Yes or no? No. Okay, now you will get. That's what Prashant is doing. Prashant, how are you empowering fans with Web3? What does empowering fans mean? When they follow now, what will they get?
Sure. No, thank you. Let me also take a minute to introduce myself. I was the CEO of Ghana prior to this. Seldom you would see competitors sitting on the same panel, but Ghana is past me. So we have Nidhi from Savan. So when I was building Ghana, and we built Ghana to almost 180 million users. A couple of things that we did was we empowered independent artists through an initiative called Ghana Original. And Ghana Original was, if you remember the song Tera Ghata, which pretty much became a very, very iconic song by Gajendra Verma. If you think about Lehenga, if you think about Lamborghini, these are songs that we produced as part of Ghana Original. The initiative was essentially to empower independent artists, because in 2016-17, Bollywood music was 90% consumption on every platform. Bollywood was ruling the roost, and we said, okay, can we actually empower one industry? And of course, Punjabi had that flair of independent music, as we see, and we basically supported that industry, built about 4 or 5 artists there, right from Gajendra Verma, Tony Kakkar's first song, Neha Kakkar's first song. Then, Kaka is another artist that came from our stable, etc. And as part of the journey, what we saw from a creator standpoint, and I'll come to the fans, was that creators struggle on 3 fronts. One is funding, the second is discovery, third is distribution. उसके पास पैसा नहीं होता कंटेंट बनाने का और कोई उसको सपोर्ट करने को तैयार नहीं पैसा देके because the label industry has been built in a way where they support the superstars. So जब एक सुपरस्टार बन गया जुबिन नौटियाल तो सारे गाने जुबिन नौटियाल के, एक सुपरस्टार अरिजीत बन गया सारे गाने अरिजीत के हैं. तो बेचारा जो इंडिपेंडेंट आर्टिस्ट है उसको वॉइस नहीं मिलता, तो जो प्लेटफॉर्म्स है which is of course गाना, स्पॉटिफाई, सावन etc. उसको डिस्कवरी भी नहीं मिलती because the platforms also listen to the labels in some sense ki they have some wielding power, so discovery becomes a bit of a challenge. So if you are not discovered तो distribution नहीं होता, गाने हिट नहीं होते, आप बड़े नहीं होते, आपके पैसे नहीं बनते, etc. That is a kind of cycle that we're trying to break. That is the concept that we have now taken to Fan Tiger, where essentially what we do is we help artists on fundraise. So independent artists come to us, they say that we'll basically want to raise some money, let's say 10 lakh rupees, जिस पे हम content बनाएंगे. So we say, okay, we'll get you fans to actually back you. We help them raise that 10 lakh rupees. They produce that content. That content, is then published on all platforms, including, Spotify, YouTube, Sawan, Ghana, etc. And what the fans essentially get is 2-3 things. One is that they get for 50% of the royalty share. So if the song becomes a hit, 50% of the royalty share goes back to the fans. That is one. Second is कि artist को भी 50% revenue share मिलता है. So artist, he has to only focus on his creativity. Funding is taken care of. अब उसको 50% upside मिलता है. अगर एक hit गाना बनेगा तो 50% पैसा उसको मिलेगा. That is the first story of basically empowering the artist and the fans to come together to create the new superstar, become a part of that journey. And then from there you start thinking कि fans को और क्या चाहिए. See, people in India look for value for money. And so, we talk about NFTs, we talk about, fancy words like that. I think until unless you have value for money kind of offering for a customer, it won't, fly through. So उसको value for money चाहिए. उसने एक NFT खरीद ली एक गाने की, अब उस artist के 5 concert हुए, तो उसको free entry है, उसको एक fan tiger pit मिलता है, जो basically बिल्कुल artist के सबसे पहला, the closest to the artist, when he's performing, he gets a free access to that. He gets to meet the artist, and basically, he gets these privileges for the next 4-5 years. So that's how you are essentially creating an ecosystem where the fans can come closer to the artist and support his journey. Now, fan होते क्या है? Fan कोई भी ऐसा आदमी who is willing to go beyond just being a follower कि like कर दिया, thank you. क्या आप पैसे लगा सकते हो अपने उस आर्टिस्ट पे? 100 रुपए लगाओ. If you don't have the money, 100 रुपए लगाओ. And basically, this fan can be across any industry that you can think of. When you think of, Ramdev Baba, when you look at their followers who are willing to kind of go on his claim, back him, they are fans. So I think, restricting the definition of fans to an industry is not right. You have to basically create a cult following.
Right. I think this is a term that has come from the entertainment sector, but it needs to be rephrased to broad base it. But now, why can they, do all this is because of Web3, right? That will empower them. If they become fans, it will be a mutual kind of a benefit, that's what they will get, right? That's what Web3 is doing in the entertainment sector.
I'll just add one more point there. I think Web3 is, again, a term between all of us. See, the users don't care about Web3. But what is he getting along with this is that, think of it like stakeholders. कोई एक company बनती है. Let's say Instagram. So Instagram में the entire value is captured by the founders and the investors, while everyone is working towards the success of the platform. So users है, चाहे वो creator है, उसने सबने मिलके वो platform बनाया. Now YouTube is valued at $200 billion today. Who benefits is only the founders and the investors who backed YouTube. But जो early user था, जिसने YouTube को पहले test किया था, etc., they are not benefiting from that. So that is the other thing कि creator और user को एक stake मिलता है company में, जो आगे चल के they can become part of that success story, much like an employee gets ESOP. A creator gets a CSOP, a user gets a USOP. उसको बोलते token है, but effectively, that's what we are solving for.
Right. I think also we need to simplify these terms for a common person to understand. We have made it very complicated. Rahul, so Rahul heads another popular content platform, Shimaro. We are all familiar with, पहले moves में सबसे ऊपर आता था Shimaru. So at the access of Web3 and a platform that is known for for being there for so many years, how are you looking at Web3? Is Web3 a conversation in your system?
Yeah, I think, thanks, Will, and it's lovely to meet the fellow panelists today. And thank you everybody for being here. I think Web3 ka biggest contribution to me has been, it taught me two new terms, Web 2 and Web 1. I didn't know they existed before. I think that's really, really good. And then I added another third term, which is called Web 0. And that's what Shimaru was 60 years ago, right? There was no internet. So I think these are all terminologies. The world changes. Internet is one of the biggest pillars in our world right now. The internet is bound to change as well. We've seen that in the so-called Web 1 phase to Web 2 phase, the change happened. And we are now at a cusp where we are actually moving to a new form of internet, and it's going to happen. Now, for an entertainment company, we can't be sitting in the fence and hoping that once the internet changes, we will come and bring out a new product offerings for the customers and they will love us still. And that's exactly why the trigger to look at Web3 in a serious manner, creating a division in a 60-year-old company focusing on Web3 is what Shimaru started off with. And so how I'm looking at it is essentially is Web3 is enabling newer business models, somewhat which Prashant mentioned, thanks to the power of blockchain. And on the other side, Web3 is also enabling a new form of internet, which is moving away from 2D to potentially 3D. Now, combining blockchain and immersive, what will entertainment mean is what we're trying to answer right now.
Right. Lot of tech stuff here, right? Kuldeep, you're also working on the fan side, right? Again, trying to disrupt that space. We heard what Prashant said before, how they are using Web3, what it would mean to fans. In that respect, what is your platform doing for fans? How is it different from what fans used to do earlier, engage with people? How is that going to change with what you're doing?
Great, thanks, Ruhel. Hi, everyone. I'm Kuldeep, and I'm the co-founder of Infinity Sound. So my co-panelists have actually covered some very, very interesting basics, so we don't have to get into that. So thanks guys for bringing that up. See, when we talk about Web3 as a term, I don't know how many of you are aware of the aspect of the term semantic web. Actually, Web 2 ke baad semantic web aana tha, but semantic web instead of that, it's Web 3.
I'm looking at that.
But the beauty of Web 3, whether it is termed or not, the beauty is every user becomes a stakeholder in the economy of the internet. That is the fundamental, that's the one-liner, right? So like all technology, internet also evolves. And the evolution is like, actually Prashant made that point, and rightly so. YouTube is such a large enterprise, it's valued at $200 billion, but the wealth is going to the owner of it and probably a few individuals, right? When compared to the number of users, it's a handful. But the users who are driving the engagement on YouTube on a daily basis, how many, we are on YouTube all day, all the time, right? We are streaming YouTube music, we are playing YouTube videos. So the stakeholder, we are also a stakeholder in the success, but Web3 kind of changes that definition, right? So in Infinity Sound, what we do is kind of very similar in terms to what Fantaker is doing. We create value for artists, right? And drawing from the previous panel discussion about tokenizing anything, I think this is very interesting for you also, because what we do is we help artists tokenize themselves or tokenize their album or tokenize their song. So I think you understood now by now that anything can be tokenized, right? So we are the Web3 equivalent of tokenization. So we tokenize the artist, song, asset, anything that can be tokenized, and let users participate and have an ownership so that the performance of that product will drive revenues back to the user. And the reason why we focus on that is let's say we have a product, a very interesting product. It might take X number of months to draw a certain number of users. But one very, very sure shot way of bringing and onboarding users is to show them that there's revenue and there's money to be made by being a part of the ecosystem, right? So that's where Infinity Sound comes in. So we allow users to create, we allow artists and creators to come onto the platform. We handle all the under the hood aspects of managing their platform, but they can create a mechanism where they can now go to their fans and say, hey, have a ownership in what I'm doing. You know, I'm just getting started. Imagine maybe a decade ago, if you had an opportunity to invest in someone like A.R. Rahman. You know, if A.R. Rahman as an artist has been tokenized and you have invested maybe a few thousand rupees, the value that you have created today of that will be huge. It's nothing different, you know. It's like crowdfunding is not new to everyone. So this is similar in those terms, but consider each artist or each creator as sort of like an enterprise, and then you're owning a small piece of the enterprise. Now, again, there are a lot of things we are deeper in there. We're talking about ownership and rights and all that, but smart contracts make it very easy to define what are the rights. So ownership can be to a certain extent saying that, hey, the ownership is only on the revenue made, or maybe some parts of decision making with regards to a few concerts or something. But the reason why I'm touching on this is because Nidhi made a point around ownership. So the ownership and what parts of ownership are also included can be decided in this space. So we kind of manage all of that through a platform.
A separate question on this. So essentially what you mean to say is that Web3 has made internet more participatory. You are no longer benefiting for creating an advanced technology. You are also benefiting the other side who are part of it, right?
Yes.
That's largely what the Web3 is going to do.
Yes.
And maybe in future, when you're watching Insta videos, you might get paid for just watching it, right?
Yes.
You never know, right?
No, it is happening. Actually, that is happening.
I would love to watch it.
Yeah. So there is this, Chingari is India's largest social media platform. They have about 140 million users. They are already monetizing their users for watching videos through their Gari token. So it's happening.
So sure, let me come to it. Nidhi, another aspect of Web3 that will unravel is that they will be decentralized. The monopoly will go. Big platforms like yours, they won't have monopoly on things. The smaller the smaller platforms, independent artists will get empowered. Is that the threat for big platforms? How are big platforms preparing to address it? Because of course, they come with their own set of deep pockets and deep stakes. How are they looking at this possible disruption?
Sure. So I think it's not that these platforms are not pro artists, right? I mean, even on a platform like Savan, we had this property which was spot on. We are trying to promote upcoming artists and, you know, have their music onboarded. But it's not a possibility that you can have every kind of a content and allow every artist to produce. I think that is something where even Web3 platforms will have to put up a restriction, right? What can go online and what cannot. That still remains the basics. So to, you know, we have a subscription base as well. So we were discussing fandom just now, and we're just thinking, you know, there's a very thin line between who's a subscriber and a fan, right? Subscriber is somebody who's coming to our platform for a elevated user experience, right? I don't want to see ads. I want to download the song. I want to have a, you know, no Wi-Fi zone and stuff. A fan is somebody who's coming back to consume that content again and again. Like we were discussing in the panel room around the song that, you know, Prashant just mentioned about the Ghata song. It probably died down over time because that content by that artist was not produced again and again. So as a platform, we are very pro-centric towards artists and we push those boundaries. Now to kind of, you know, we don't see that as a threat. I think the traditional changes might need to happen. There will be some kind of relationship ties we would have to break, let's say with labels, right? Allowing them and having the centralized power. It's not about just decentralization of the data. I think we're talking about the decentralization of where the power lies. Is it with the content creator? Is it somebody like a platform of ours where people can come and consume it? Or somebody who's allowing that content to be created and then published, right? So I don't see that as a threat. What I can foresee is there will be definite adaptation to the changes that will happen. For us, changing a subscriber to elevating the experience, you know, which my panelists are mentioning in terms of tokenizing it or creating that zone with the fan. It's not it's not something which is impossible for us to do. So I think we will go down that route to utilize the platform power that we already have, the content power that we are already sitting on, and elevate that experience, right? And build our own, fan base around it. So
Right.
if we were somebody who were in the same zone of killing artist talent, then it would have been a threat that, now where do we sit? But I think we're sitting on the same side of the panel today,
Right.
just supporting different platforms.
Since we are on this question, let me go to Rahul because it's relevant for you as well. How are you preparing for that possible disruption? Is that even a threat? Do you perceive it as a threat, or are there responses in place to deal with it?
Yeah, so Shimaru's business model till it entered into broadcast and OTT revolved around ownership of large number of IPs, like thousands and thousands of Bollywood films, regional films, devotional, and monetization of that was the revenue model what Shimaru was focusing on earlier. And if we follow the true Web3, then content should be with everybody, right? It's a democratized ecosystem where we don't necessarily own the content always. I honestly don't know how it will pan out in the long run, but in the medium to short term, I think what it's going to do is it's going to actually empower content creators like Shimaru to create better content, because now the internet has become fully participatory. Earlier, so even right now, as we, in the Web 2 to Web 3 journey, a lot of what we watch, the data is being captured by the OTT or the digital platform, and they're able to actually create content which suits your liking based on your content viewing habits, right? But that's happening in a passive way. We as consumers are not speaking to them, right? But in the Web3 phenomena, consumers will have a voice in the content creator. The content's going to get even better and more engaging over a period of time. What happens in the next 10 to 15 years, I can't predict, but in the short term, we will see a lot better content and growth of content companies happening.
For predictions, we'll speak at the astrology conference. Prashant, Tera Gata you talked about, right? It had huge fans. He had huge fans. I mean, that Ghana. Still it sank. So how is the fan artist dynamic actually helping the artist, the company? Give me a sense, because I fail to understand. He had fans, still he failed. So how is, what does empowering fans here mean? How does it translate for good for the artist?
No, see, that's a good example. So I think two things, one is content and one is artist. Sometimes it's easier to kind of align to content than to artist, because the artist, to be able to build a fan base, has to devote a lot of time and energy in terms of building and nurturing a fan base, which supports him through his life. Now, the way, this entire narrative has shaped up over the last 10 years, it's mostly been about content and less about artists. And so as the artist, whose content, let's say 2 or 3 pieces, 5 pieces of content became successful, he got acquired by a label. And from there on, his journey became easier in terms of, producing more and more and better content with all the ecosystem around him and the label support that he got. He never had the time and energy to actually build a very, very viable fan base. And that's where I think the artists still, they do not devote the kind of time and energy needed to culture and nurture a fan base. They are now active on Instagram. They are now sharing a lot of content with their, followers to be able to develop that, connect. If you've been to a concert, if you connect with the artist, the kind of connection that you build, you cannot build that, on a platform. That's a different level of connection that you build with the artist when you are actually on the concert. So I think, the artists basically need to create their 360 journey in terms of making sure that the fan is part of that and inculcating that fan base when he's successful and when he's not successful. Because you all know the artists mostly have a life cycle of 3 years, 4 years at max. Most of the artists would go through that cycle, and a lot of artists don't even reach the pinnacle. The second bit I would say is when it comes to, decentralization that we just talked about, decentralization is a keyword. Now, decentralization can be of ownership, it can be of power, it can be of algorithms, it can be of, users. Decentralization is a very generic word. So there's a ownership. As a ownership could be with fans, but it could also be with Shimaru. So 50% of ownership can be with Shimaru, 50% is with the fans. So the fans are deeply invested in making that content successful, while Shimaru gets the benefit and they have the backing, and they also become like the, you need one big supporter. यार मैं 50 रुपए लगाता हूँ, तुम 2 रुपए लगा दो, correct? If 100 people putting 1 rupee is very different from actually having one supporter who puts the 30 rupees. So you need to have those supporters. So essentially decentralization would mean the ownership becomes segregated, while there could still be one big supporter, but he would not be 100%, he would be less than 50%. So that is the way to think about it from an algorithm standpoint. जो algorithm बनते हैं, अब वो CEO decision ले रहा है कि बॉस ये algorithm ऐसे बनेगी, versus let's say you have a community where fans also say that okay, let's put these artists, let's support them, let's not give 90% of the views to top 10 artists, let's give only 60%. इस type के feedback आप community से लोगे और आप अपने product को better बनाओगे, so that you create more discovery. Of course you cannot solve for discovery of 1 million artists, but today if the discovery is happening of 10 artists, you will increase that to 500. So इस तरह से I think the narrative, and I am a believer that you have to take the middle path. You cannot be fully decentralized and also you cannot be fully centralized.
Right. Of course, I think it's gonna become more participatory again on this side as well, where everybody's voice would be heard and insights would be implemented. Kuldeep, when it comes to fans and trying to convince them that, look, this is what Web3 tokenization, NFTs are gonna do to you, how open are they to such possibilities? Do you have to do a real convincing to get them there, or are they really at the cusp of looking to adopt these offerings from your side?
Wow. That's a great question. Thanks. So whenever there is an evolution of product, you're always met with this line that you have to cross, where you need to build trust both ways, right? And at the same time, you're dealing with so much from all the angles. Like, for example, we are talking about immersive experiences, right? So to convey all of this to the fans and saying that you're going to get something out of it is a big challenge, because it's very tough for the fans also to absorb as much, because they're not used to this kind of journeys, right? So the way it has to go is it has to kind of trickle into the audiences to make them understand the fundamental basis, being that, hey, I'm a participant in this. I'm an ecosystem stakeholder, which means, so if I'm backing something, let's say I have some sort of equity, whether it is money, whether it is interest, whatever, I will definitely promote it in some way or the other. So the first step is to identify the group of people who are probably in this space, like the Web3 active Web3 users who understand this space, and saying, you will be the first adopters of something like this. Because if you look at the parallel of this, we'll be equivalent to the Brave browser for Web3. We'll be akin to that on the entertainment aspect, by saying that when you're using this platform and you're on the platform, now you will get early access to identify good artists. You will get early access to invest in their work. You will also get early access to immersive experiences on the metaverse and stuff. What we have seen is, over the past few months in our internal marketing campaigns and stuff, it was quite easy for us to do it, because when we're talking about micro investments, so when we're talking about investments, we're not talking about even thousands of rupees, we're talking about tens of rupees. So it's the kind of balance factor is very low. So it's kind of, at this point, it's not tough for us to bring them on board. However, it's much easier for us if the users are also Web3 savvy and they understand this. Because in the next 12 months, we are going to see a completely different entertainment landscape. And what everyone should understand is that until now, entertainment in this industry has been a sort of one-dimensional, right? I'm producing this music, please consume it, and you let me know your comments, right? That's one-sided. But what is about to happen is going to get n-dimensional. So the revenue sources are going to increase, and you're going to have ancillary revenue sources. You're not going to have primary revenue sources. So advertising is going to be a part of it. Maybe you'll have creators actively doing activations with maybe something like a superhero. So a lot of new avenues come there. So opportunities come in. So on that front, it's quite easy.
So you cannot take your fans for granted now on, right? I mean,
No way.
That
Those
era
days
is
are
coming
gone.
to an end, right? Great. So I would invite some questions, and the best part is, if you have questions, you will get NFTs. I don't know when. Please, yeah.
From our side, you will get subscription, no NFTs.
Well, please take a microphone.
Okay, my question is to Prashant.
So your
Prashant.
name and what do you
Sure.
do?
Yeah, my name is Rahul. I'm the founder of a company called Metaverse 911. So we work with a lot of initiatives inside the Metaverse domain. So with respect to the artists onboarding on a platform like Fantiger, I've been following Fantiger since the time you formed the first website. And I've seen it, how it changed over a period of time. And so artist onboarding is a very big challenge because artist doesn't have the money. So artist goes to a production house. And now the production house says, okay, mere ko itne ka de do. And now further whatever I make, ye fix ho gaya. Okay, whichever way. The second part is, which artist says, no, I will go and work with Fantiger or any other platform per se individually, because you are more of an aggregator. So essentially from artist perspective. So how do you handle that situation where artist doesn't have the money to produce the content and he doesn't have the time also and the liberty also to trespass the production house or the distribution houses? How do you presently handle the situation?
See, the labels can only cater to a handful of artists. That is the truth, and that will remain the truth because that's how their DNA is, and that's how they have traditionally made their business successful. And so you will find n number of artists who are looking for opportunities. I think the biggest responsibility on your shoulder, if you're trying to do that, is to make sure that you give good feedback to the artist. And if you find a good artist, you support them. And that's what we do at Fantiger in terms of helping him raise money and kind of helping him produce the song, helping him release that song on all these platforms. So I would say that there is no such restriction unless you are talking to some artist who's already signed up with the label. In that case, of course, he's not at liberty to produce something for you. But if you have the smarts and if you have the negotiation skills, anything is possible. That's the other thing I'll say.
Last question, the follow-up question. Artist finds you or you have to go find the artists?
Both ways.
Domain. Which
Both
one
ways.
is harder?
See, actually, with my experience, because I had done 250 songs as part of Ghana Original, so artists mostly find us.
Okay.
But that would not be the case with everyone.
So we have 6 minutes. There's a question there at the back. Sir, can you please, unko mic de do
Thank you,
wahan pe,
Prashant.
corner pe. Wo, right on your, yes. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Yeah, sure. Hi, my name is Shantanu Sharma, and I've been in this space for 8 years now. And see, it's probably a comment from which I can probably invite something out of what you guys are talking about. Really appreciate what you guys have been doing in the space, in your own spaces as such. But when you talk about Web3, a couple of comments which probably Nidhi made and Prashant made was that when you are into Web3, you have to the Web3 guys also may have to limit or restrict what kind of artist comes in and all. What I really understand about Web3, I may be wrong, I may be happy to be corrected, is that apart from decentralization or tokenization and the other things, there are two important things in any Web3 aspect. One is it is censorship resistant, and secondly, it is also there's no entry barrier, which means that anyone can come, create content, and anyone can come, appreciate or not appreciate the content. So I think if we put in that kind of restrictions, it's not Web3 anymore. All right. But yeah, there are multiple ways in which you can do that. So I would love to have a comment. It does, apart from you being more profit-making or profit-centric organizations, a decentralized autonomous organization, which works in this sphere, okay, can also create some amount of value for everyone in the stakeholder. So do you think this kind of a thing could work in the entertainment space sphere?
Anyone?
So I think you rightly said, I think when you look at Web3 and you look at fundamental pillars of Web3, and you say that, censorship resistance is one pillar, decentralization is the other pillar, no entry barrier is the third pillar, and there could be multiple other such pillars. I think we have to understand that Web3 will be successful only with adoption of users. And users don't care about Web2 or Web3. There might be a portion of users who are staunch believers in censorship resistance as one of the key pillars of going to a platform. And so you build towards, that kind of audience. We are trying to build a platform which is welcoming for everyone in the country. And so as, Nidhi said, brand safety is one thing that you have to build towards, because tomorrow you have to build a sustainable business. If you're getting users, you have to make some money, to sustain that, the flywheel that you're trying to build. And if you make it completely censorship, free, and you have all kinds of content on that platform, maybe you are not building for the mass audience. That is, that would be the first thing. So I think the way to look at this would be entry barrier. Of course, you allow everyone, but everyone cannot be discovered. Think of, a platform which is 100 million users and 1 lakh artists. Every artist is available, but can every artist get streams? No. But today only 15 artists get the stream. Tomorrow maybe 5,000 artists will get the stream. So you have decentralized. You cannot decentralize 100%. You are decentralized.
Right. Sorry,
in a way.
I will wear my moderator's hat. You want to make a...
Yeah, I just want to quickly add, I think it's very important to understand the evolution of this space, especially in the context of Web3. We cannot look at it completely as a Web3 kind of business, because entertainment business has a legacy of, a few decades where it has established principles. So it has to kind of evolve from fundamentals that are existing today in the business with the brands as well as artists, which kind of take them into Web3. It cannot kind of make a jump in that sense, right? But given that aspect, the best way is kind of work backwards and integrate with the larger brands so that they can bring the knowledge into this space. And once it has kind of evolved and matured, then it will have its own moderation tools. It will have its own people who will again be incentivized to moderate the platform and etc.
Right. Sorry, last comments from you.
Yeah, just to take a cue from this, we have been just looking this from the lens of music, right? So I think entry barrier, it's an open platform. There are many open platforms. For example, our platform as well. If you look the podcast space, today everybody can produce a podcast and upload it on our platform or Spotify, right? What we are not seeing from the larger side, and I think that will be the future for us, is the consumer behavior. More than what we decide on our boardrooms, it's more important to see how you guys react to it. And me as a consumer will react to it. I'm still not, consuming from, let's say, a Web3 platform. I'm still going to the typical platforms. Now, at the moment, we have a very good control around that consumer behavior. Today, I know who's listening to what, sitting in Bihar, and, at what time, what mood he's in and all. Now, taking that cue is the adaptation I'll make to my platform in the future in terms of creating that Web3 experience for them. So I think, entry barrier doesn't exist in that way. But what Prashant was saying, that, everybody can produce a content, put it up, but are they all successful? That's the question. Right. So if you look at the podcast space, that's exactly how it is happening. Not everybody is successful enough.
Rahul, 1 minute, 30 seconds. Yeah. Final comment. What will Web3 really, look like? Are we also doing enough when it comes to what the global counterparts are doing in terms of platforms, global platforms?
Yeah, I think, so my closing thoughts is that, we as a, people in the room who are actually looking at the new technology should simplify it as much as possible. Let the consumers, I don't know how many of you know here that TikTok is on a JavaScript. Nobody cares, right? TikTok works. So similarly, Web3 में बहुत components technology हैं, but consumers don't really care about it. Let's make it simple. Let's start to give a flavor of this to consumers. A lot of us are building things for 7 years, 8 years ahead in the pipeline, but let's do something immediately. Let's put the adoption, and I'm sure the industry will adopt and move very quickly towards it. Along with the consumers.
Wonderful. I think on that note, I will intervene and thank you all for sharing your thoughts. I really enjoyed talking to you. I'm sure the audience did, but thank you for your time. Over to you, Aditya.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. So it's now time to move from a fandom experience to your finger licking experience. It's time for lunch. It's 12:55. Let's please try and be back by 1:35. So at 1:40, we can begin as per our schedule. Thank you so much. Do enjoy your lunch.
Hello. Hello. Check. Check.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. May I please request all of you to kindly take your seats. Also, Karthik, if someone's right outside, can we ask them to come in? You're starting now. We'll wait just for a gentleman to clear that. If any of your friends or colleagues are outside, you can ask them to come in now, because we'll begin as soon as. Okay. Everybody had lunch? Yes, no. No. Yes. Only that table there. At the back had lunch, guys. You can tell me Sharmane wali kya baat hai, it's okay. I see people more blushing about this rather than answering the question. Uday, you had lunch? No. Organizing as the wrong man. Okay. Shaliya, let's move ahead to the next panel discussion on surmounting barriers to entry in blockchain, enabling mass adoption in corporate India. And now that we've had lunch, I assume you'll welcome all the panelists even with more energy. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Ashish Pandey, CDTO and CIO. Helion formally GSA Consumer Healthcare. Chetan Trivedi, CIO Vedanta. Jagdish Ramaswamy, President and Chief Digital and Information Officer, Hindalco Industries Aditya Birla Group. Manoj Srivastava, CIO easemytrip.com. Mudit Marda, co-founder and CTO Drift. And this session will be chaired by Pankaj Diwan, co-founder, India Blockchain Forum. Let's please welcome them, everybody, audience members. And Chetanji, he'll join us in the next 5 to 10 minutes, please.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. And someone was just telling me कि lunch के बाद मुश्किल हो जाता है. So I said इसीलिए तगड़ा panel चुना है. Right. So I hope all of you will have a wonderful session. I've been following the sessions from yesterday. Very quality speakers, very good insights. So let's begin this session. And as the title says, we are typically now talking about the adoption of blockchain in corporate India, because as much as blockchain is known for the 5-letter word crypto, it's also about the B2B adoption of blockchain for various use cases like supply chain management, traceability, single source of truth, and all that. And who better than the kind of panel that we have here, who come from varied industries with very in-depth knowledge about business, to talk about what is going on in the corporate world. How does corporate look at blockchain? What is the rate of adoption? What's going good? And what are the barriers in terms of adoption of blockchain in corporate world? So I would request my panel members to give a line of introduction so that people understand where you're coming from and what's your perspective. And then also probably start this discussion by talking about one specific use case in your industry. It could be which your company is driving, or it could be at large the industry that you represent, which you see as a very promising thing. We start with that note, and then we get into details in terms of what are the challenges, what are the barriers, and how do you think those barriers can be sorted also? Because as leaders, the expectation is not just to point out the problems, but also probably to help us understand the direction in which we can solve these problems. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of learning as we go along. By the end of the discussion, we'll also open it up for questions to the audience. So if you have any questions, please collect your thoughts. And the last 10 minutes, we can keep it for the questions. Right. So I'll start off with Mr. Jagdish. Jagdish, if you can throw a little light on some use cases of your industry. But before that, like I said, I would request each one of you to introduce yourself, talk a little background about yourself.
So good afternoon. I think I agree that it's a difficult session, and our job is more difficult to keep you awake. So I'm Jagdish Ramaswamy from Hindalco. We are in the business of aluminum and copper, and we control the entire value chain from mining until some of you who consume the green wraps or the aluminum foils that you get your food, right? That's a value chain. So the value chain consists of mining, refinery, power, smelter, downstream, and final products. So as a part of this journey in digital, the last 5 years, we have been transforming Hindalco into a digital company with an aspiration to be among the top 10 digitally transformed companies in Asia. We are working on that. And when you look at technologies today, when we talk about digital transformation, I think there's a lot that's happening in terms of how different technologies are getting used for various use cases. And blockchain happens to be one and I would say which is unfortunately not given so much attention compared to what its potential is. And I'll tell you why. And that's the session is all about why there is a barrier. So we are all used to in manufacturing industry, the era where we had Excels, then we went to ERP, and then we had ERP plus a lot of Excels, where data used to be stored in people's computer and it was their property. Nobody had the right to know the other one's data. So organizational data was all in silos. And then comes the digital, where we are saying data has to get into the people's hand in terms of democratization of data. And then today we are in the world of collaboration, where we are saying it's not just good enough for me to know what's happening. I want to know it then and there. So this whole aspect of data transparency, so that's how the world of data has evolved. And in digital transformation, we are today talking about democratizing data, democratizing the credits, democratizing intelligence. And I will talk about data and credit, which is related to today's topic. So what the question is, many of you would have used blockchain. When we learn this blockchain technology, the first thing is, it looks very technology heavy. The blockchain, the cryptocurrency, Ethereum, Hyperledger. It's one of the reasons why we are not able to get the benefit across of blockchain is it's becoming very difficult. The language of technology is being more used than the language of use case. So what we did is, let's not worry about blockchain. You just understand that blockchain is where data can be transmitted with trust without somebody overseeing or overlooking you. You don't need anybody to come and tell you whether things are right or not. You don't need an auditor to tell you whether something is going on among set of people. How do we create this transparency where everyone knows what's happening? That's when we put, and then we said, if this is what you want to achieve, and there's a technology called blockchain, what would you like to do? What are the use cases? And people came with 20 use cases in the workshop, one-day workshop. When we start morning, they said, blockchain, is it applicable to us by evening? They came with 20 use cases. So my first barrier which I saw was, we must put blockchain as a use case basis for technology usage and not technology for the sake of technology. That's one of the biggest barriers. Same with IoT, but much more in blockchain, because the technology looks very complicated. This 32-bit, it's very difficult to understand. What is a node? What is a mining? The whole language is so complicated. I took a lot of time to understand blockchain myself. All others I understood very easily. And from a use case perspective, I'll give you where we are using it. This we are now using for people who do not have access to your ERP, but they are necessarily an extension of your value chain, right? So they are part in the value chain, whether it's your supplier, whether it's your transporter, whether it's your customs authority who is transporting goods, whether it is third-party logistic provider who is taking your goods from your factory to the port and then putting into the port, or whether it's the customer's agent at the other end of the export chain who is basically receiving the information of the material that has been loaded in Mumbai port. So just imagine that all the documents, everything, all the bill of lading, if you know, there's a set of documents. All of that being able to be available to my customer somewhere in US within a span of 3 hours, including bank approvals on all the documents. And all of those documents are transparent because the data is intact. Bankers have seen it. My customer has seen it. My agents have seen it. Everybody in the value chain has a full view of that particular transaction. And the transaction has traveled from my end to the customer's end in a matter of 4 hours, which used to earlier take 4 days. Okay, that's the power of this technology if you give it a use case. And I'll give you another second extreme use case of in our own case. You are wearing all of the garments, right? For those of you who care for the earth, today we are talking about sustainability, right? How much water are we consuming? How much energy are you consuming? If I am a consumer who is ready to pay somebody a premium, if they show me that this particular coat was made without using a single drop of water, would you pay a premium? The question is, if somebody says, look, this has consumed least amount of energy, this has been made without use of any water, I haven't spoiled any forest, and here you are. Yes, of course, today's generation is willing to pay that premium. If I were to pay 10 rupees to somebody, I can now demand 12 rupees because I'm giving you this guarantee. How do I give this guarantee to you? That's what one example is, forest to fashion. Today, in the blockchain, in Aditya Birla Group, one of the companies, when you buy your this shirt, there's a label which you can scan, and it will tell you the forest from which the tree was cut, from where the pulp came for making this. Now, does it sound exciting? Maybe not to all of us, but there are a lot of people in the world today who are willing to pay premium. Now, in the next 5 years, it will become a minimum standard for doing business with you. So people today are asking, and if I extend that to my industry, look at green aluminum. You know, aluminum, for those of you who do not know, is very lightweight, it's recyclable. So if you buy anything aluminum today at your home, you can simply give it, we'll recycle it back and produce new aluminum. And so we do not mine fresh aluminum, and we are leaving the earth intact. So that is one premium people are ready to pay for recycling. Number two, when you produce aluminum, you consume a lot of power, a lot of water and energy. How much of that is consumed through alternate energy sources like solar or windmill? Now, if somebody tells you, look, your aluminum consumed very less power, will it be good? Do you feel good? Will you stand up and say, I belong to the green brigade and I buy only green aluminum? Now, if you have to stand up to that, as a company, I need to make everything transparent to you, right? So where did this aluminum mine come from? The product that you're holding, let's say this is an aluminum glass. Will it not be good for you to know that, look, this is made up of 80% recycled aluminum, and without sacrificing the end property, this has consumed less power, this has no child labor. Now, that's the premium that people are willing to pay you. Now, the same report you can produce through multiple Excels, 100 people in the organization culling out reports, collecting data. Let's just imagine I remove all of that and then say, look, there's a sustainability blockchain which can trace, as and when the activity happens, it will trace the green footprint of that particular aluminum. From the mines, how many mining material, fresh material was removed, how much recycling material was added, how much power did it consume, how much distance that the goods travel, what kind of vehicle did it travel. All of that information, blockchain, if it captures the value that we can derive for ourselves, plus being proudly saying that we are sustainable and making it transparent to the buyer, you, right? So that's the power of using blockchain. And if I have to do it without the blockchain, maybe I'll have to put 50 or 60 people just doing this work from end-to-end tracing and creating reports, just to show you that my aluminum is green. So that's where the two use cases I've given you, where the power of this technology, if it is married with the use case, can become very, very powerful. Okay. Forget Web 3.0 and all that. Just look at it from a collaborative platform where you can get all your partners onboarded. Data is transparent. They come to know when, then and there, and there is absolute guarantee and trust that nobody can tamper with the data. These three are very, very powerful use cases for us as Hindalco to adopt blockchain for many use cases going forward. So that's what I would like to share. Great.
Thank you so much for setting the context. Ashish, let me move on to you. And since Jagdish has already talked about use cases, instead of talking about use cases, I would probably bring you back to the topic, which is in terms of what do you see as the challenges? Because you also represent a very large organization. People use products from your company from head to toe. And so what do you see as the challenges in a corporate world? I mean, we all understand the obvious benefits of blockchain theoretically, okay? But what do you see as practical challenges? Where are things getting stuck? Where is the disconnect?
Thanks a lot, Pankaj. And I'm Ashish Pandey. I work with GSK Consumer Healthcare, which is now known as Helion. And the products which Pankaj was speaking about are brands like Sensodyne, Eno, Crocin, Otrivin, Centrum, and a whole lot of products. So thanks for having me over here. And
And prior to even coming here, we were having our connect around the entire blockchain and how corporate India is looking towards it. First of all, I personally see that there is a huge interoperability challenge, that there is no single unique blockchain universe where everyone can rely to. And of course, it started somewhere with the advent of Bitcoin, where it was unique and it's still valued because it was first in the case and no one was able to temper it with. But what I see that I want my all suppliers, all vendors, entire ecosystem to be on one unique blockchain. And the challenge is around adoption. People cannot be on different networks when they are actually getting into that. So there has to be consensus that we all are going to use similar kind of thing. So right now, the best thing which has happened in India is UPI. And you know what UPI gave to people? You can use it from anywhere. You can use it in PhonePe, you can use it in Paytm, you can use it in your bank account, anywhere you are able to use it. And that is what triggers the mass adoption. And that is where actually we need regulation and guidelines as well. Someone from government, someone from industry, they all have to come together and collaborate. And that is where we will be able to build that unique ecosystem. In our conversation, we had also discussed that somewhere in 1960s, people come together and said that we will be following things in EDI format, we will be doing ANSI equivalent. Those equivalent things across world has to happen. Some way, world has become a bit of disorganized. I think in blockchain, we need more organizations to come in.
Great, thanks Ashish. So I've collected 2 points so far. The first point from Jagdish in terms of it should be more use case driven than technology driven. And from your talk about how interoperability or standardization is very relevant. Otherwise, we are creating a lot of confusion and corporates would not want to dwell in a territory which has these uncertainties, if I've captured it correct. Right. So Manoj, you work in a very interesting industry where I think you interact B2B with large players, and at the same time, you're also consumer facing in terms of the experience that they get while ticketing and all that. So request you to introduce and then talk a little about what do you think from your perspective as the interesting things in blockchain space and also the challenges.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Manoj Srivastav. I'm Chief Information Officer at Ismatrip. Blockchain is a very interesting subject. I can say today is a biggest example of digital transformation. Right. Number one is technology already proven blockchain last couple of years. Only problem is two bottleneck. One is at the framework level, trustworthy is very important because one interoperability, other department, other ecosystem not talking to each other. That is the biggest problem. Second is like say data traveling from one block to other block is also an encrypted format. Now, again, coming back to the use case, when we, resolving the problem last couple of years, especially my industry, like say, for example, you book the flight ticket. Now you're going to airport, you check in, then immigration, then you take the flight, then reach the destination. Now, entire touch point should be interconnected. There are three examples we can see last couple of years. One is your DigiYatra. DigiYatra is a startup of the blockchain example. It is going to be connected with your immigration and going to be connected with your entire travel experience. So this is a start point. Second example of DigiLocker. DigiLocker is also one of the blockchain initiative. Tomorrow you can see all your important document is encrypted and downloaded in a DigiLocker format. Now coming back to Aadhaar card is one of the example. In my industry, I want to track each customer detail. Whenever customer traveling from A to B, I would two things, business value. One is we can track the customer entire the journey. Second, all the touch point, all the business value, whatever business value derive from the particular touch point, that's also get benefited. A real example is like say you using the DigiYatra, going to the airport. Now you have a bottleneck, say, especially I'm talking about India, check-in, security check is the biggest bottleneck today. Now security check, how we connect those security check without hassle, without any hassle, and you can do check-in. And also after that, you can go and do immigration. So in couple of years, I must say, we're talking in one of the forum, immigration also going to be connected at this Yatra concept. So you entire booking, booking to traveling and getting the boarding gate is a seamless operation, and you need not to bother about anything, anybody, and you have a only mobile phone, and mobile phone you do it with everything in as a check-in. This is one of the biggest examples we try to achieve it.
So Manoj, how easy is it to get all these partners onboarded? Because for the example use case that you gave, from booking to immigration, obviously there are a lot of entities involved, airlines, airports, security, regulator, and all these things. So in your experience, have you seen people coming together, or what do you think? Where are we in terms of people coming together on one platform to even start discussing these things?
I must say it's still a dream, because we try to achieve this, objective last couple of years. But yes, we achieved some action level. But the only problem is, which I can see in a bigger, top approach. One, stakeholders or state department not talking to each other. That is the biggest problem. I tell you example at the airport. What happened? Airport, you can see the kind of a small city. But airport running in an ecosystem where all those people, all the departments, for example, immigration, CISF, etc., all those stakeholders not talking each other, because they are working with a different, working with a different ministry. So this is very important. Anything top level, they should be create an ecosystem, and all this connectivity or framework they have to decide. Then trust me, technology is available last couple of years. The only problem is implementation and wish to implement, especially for government utility, I must say.
Right. Thanks. So moving on, Mudit, you run a very interesting company which is based on blockchain. I'm sure everyone sitting in the room does get affected with the kind of work that you guys are doing. I want you to talk a little about that, and also about, from your standpoint, where do you see as the challenges? What are the challenges in terms of adoption of blockchain? Though you do a lot of consumer facing stuff. So if you can just share your perspective.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm very excited to be, with the senior folks from the industry. I would like to say that I'm here representing the startup side of corporate India. And now what we do essentially is trying to, add to Manoj sir's dream of that unified experience. We just want to add that, that transit to and fro the airport also, along with the entire experience. So basically we are a ride hailing platform. For the lack of a better explanation, we are Uber on blockchain. And so basically what we're trying to do is trying to solve for the problems that come with some sort of centralization in the transport network or the ride hailing sector. And primarily things like, the dynamic fare pricing, or your commission-based models, or the operational model itself, the incentive model. So there are a lot of aspects of the entire business which we feel is broken, and we are trying to use decentralized tech to sort of shape that. I am about me. I'm Mudit. I'm a blockchain developer at the heart of it. I am a Web3 native person, and yeah, I've been in the space before blockchain got cool, I would say. So beyond that, I think in terms of what we are talking about, the barriers to entry, what I feel is the biggest barrier is the fact that blockchains, as Jagdish sir also said, it's become this difficult to grasp concept. And I think the biggest barrier to entry is the fact that it's not very easily available. And as per me, the next biggest step that will bring blockchain to the masses is your mobile devices and applications that you use on a day-to-day basis on your mobile applications. When connected to the blockchain, your Swiggies, your Zomatos, your Ubers, your DTDCs, so the things that you use on a more frequent basis, is what is actually going to bring a lot of us and the masses in India and across on the chain. So and for that, of course, there are certain technical aspects of it, like you need to have unified wallet interfaces which are very easy to use, which support gasless transactions and so on and so forth. I mean, there's a technical side of it, and beyond that, there is I would say the operational side of it, which is probably the literacy, awareness, education about how to use wallets. What are the basics of, and of course, a lot of that has to be abstracted away, because when we are trying to build something like Uber on blockchain, one of the things that me and my co-founder always thought is, you never want to book a ride and then wait for a transaction to get mined, and you see that loader spinning on and on and on, and that would be a terrible experience, right? So we want to make sure that the experience is as seamless as you would get on any of these centralized counterparts. So that's the attempt, to make it as seamless yet achievable and possible on your regular handheld devices. A lot of infrastructural developments are happening. Samsung is creating devices which has got HSM or hardware security modules which can store your private keys and stuff like that. There are some cloud-based services which can let you store keys in a sharded way. There is multi-party computation. So there's a lot of technical stuff that is happening. So as I said, apart from the technical stuff, there needs to be some things on the the operational side of this this thing to make sure that we are able to sort of take it to the masses. That's probably my take.
Mudit, how much is talent an issue? Do you see enough of blockchain talent, or do you see that is a huge crunch in terms of going ahead with more use cases, implementation, development?
So I mean, based on what I've seen, India has got a lot of young folks into blockchain, and they're probably one of the best developers that I've actually come across. In fact, ETH India was conducted in Bangalore, I think probably late last year sometime. So we saw massive footfall, and I was there as one of the panel judges, and I saw kids developing brilliant stuff. So in terms of where we stand technically, I think we are doing brilliantly. In fact, the favorite blockchain, I would say, project of one of the favorite blockchain projects of the world is an Indian project, Polygon, and the founders are very, very well respected, of course, Sandeep and Jayant and folks. So yeah, I think that in terms of tech, we've got a lot of support. What probably is required is support from the regulatory bodies and from senior personnels who have got vision like y'all, I would say, who can help young talent to actually come up and build, because otherwise it remains, I mean, all the problems that all of us have shared, it remains in silos, it remains unstandardized. Someone is building on Ethereum, someone is building on Solana, someone is building on this new blockchain, and everyone is so it remains very scattered. Of course, you've got inter-blockchain communication, you've got cross-chain communication, all of that is there, but at the end of the day, it still remains siloed. It does not standardize. So this happens when the corporate India, the big MNCs, the big brands actually come in and jump in. So I think that will help the young talent to know where to go. Yeah. But talent is definitely not a problem.
Right. Thanks, Mudit. I'm taking the other points from you. Twice you mentioned Web3 native, young, and all that, and make all of us here realize that experience is a liability in today's world. So I'm changing the plan a little. I want to go to the audience, see if they have any questions so that we can build on their questions. So any questions? Yes, ma'am. One question at a time so that we can give everyone a chance. You decide. You ask the question and they'll decide who is most suitable for answering that.
I'll try and make it very simple. When we say blockchain is trust, right? Any of these platforms, which is a booking platform. So I booked a ticket from Dublin to Delhi, which was via Frankfurt. So as a user, any user, right? I should be told that I need a, some transit visa. But most of the people, they just book it. And then at the last moment, when I'm coming from Dublin, my whole money got wasted. 1+ fiat currency. So how India is seeing this as a blockchain as trust. So the consumer comes first, but the consumer is unaware of what the laws is. So Ease My Trip or all of the platforms are responsible for it. Then the next question is for Drift. You say you are Uber of something.
I requested you to ask one question.
Okay. Ease My Trip is fine with me.
Right. So, yeah. Do you want to answer that?
Answer is, like say you rightly said, all those online travel industry and your airport and airlines, this ecosystem not talking to each other. Let's say, for example, as I said earlier, you book the flight from any OTA, right? Online travel industry, right? You book the flight, you have an email ID and PNR number, ticket number, whatever. Now you're going to airport. Now, here is a point we want to connect you to the Digi Yatra. What exactly?
My point is, these platforms are making money from misuse of consumer first kind of hashtag. When I say consumer first, these platform has to tell the user that, you cannot book the ticket. You have the Schengen visa. I didn't have the Schengen visa. So at the last moment, my 1 lakh fiat currency got wasted.
Right, that's what I'm telling you, because
so blockchain is trust. So we don't trust any of these platforms in India. So the legal part has to be taken into care.
That's what I'm telling you, because
say Digi Yatra is not solving the issue. These Digi Yatra and XYZ are not solving any issue in India.
Yeah, I'll just try and help mediate here. I think Manoj started by saying that one, he did not say Digi Yatra is solving the problem. He said eventually that is the vision. And second, no, I think, I think we'll have this panel focused more on what is the possibility with blockchain and what are the challenges being faced with blockchain.
If the consumer is being fooled, so blockchain cannot be deployed in India. It's very simple.
No,
Everybody is infringing on intellectual property rights. He's on Drift. He says, I'm Uber of XYZ. Is he paying royalty to Uber?
Let me answer it, because now you're missing the big picture. You're talking about.
Right. Great. I think I respect your views, and if there's more, we can take it offline also. Right. In the interest of the larger group, we'll move on. You had some questions.
Talking about the whole decentralization aspect, and I think the most decentralized form of governance we see in India are the panchayats of villages. To what degree are we actually thinking of the solutions that at a certain level, a gram panchayat level, these tokens, etc., could be adopted? And this is about a population which, as of now, today, we can go to people of my age in many of the gram panchayats, they won't even know how to do a IRCTC booking. That's the level of digital illiteracy we are talking. So if we have to really make a Web3 a mass movement in Bharat, the adoption of the masses by Bharat, how are we planning that these fellows at a most decentralized level of gram panchayats actually start understanding and dealing in tokens and cryptos or all of these underlying technologies?
Can I
Sure.
try taking that? So just a question to you. How many mobile users are there in India?
I'm assuming more than 400 million.
World population, right?
Not world population.
In India, there are more than 700 million mobile users.
Ma'am, the question was for him.
Yeah.
Request you to.
So coming to that, how many active internet users?
About 200 million.
Again, more than 500 million.
Mhm.
We are 437 million people watch YouTube regularly in India, which is, I think, more than population of US, right? So this is the kind of, now coming to that option piece which you were speaking about. You cannot stop technology for the sake of just adoption. And you cannot start technology without adoption. So both things will be going hand in hand. So as we were discussing earlier, that there's a challenge specifically around
the regulatory piece of the blockchain. Somewhere we all have to agree that this is what we are going to use. He mentioned platforms like Solana, Polygon. Most of the platforms, they are not speaking to each other till date. And again, new technology and new platforms are coming up every day, which is actually confusing. So somewhere that has to come through. And at the panchayat level, now coming to your question, you cannot rely on, so if a person is not even on cellular phone, forget about the mobile network and all those things, right? They are not just using mobile phone, how will they do it? They won't be. UPI has launched the phone bank based, SMS based also. I don't think that it is being used heavily. It is still not used that heavily. So those are the challenges which we'll have to live through, and there is going to be a generation which has to pass through that. So it is going to happen, but it doesn't mean that we should not start developing the technology and start deploying it in the market.
So we should have at least a generation-long vision to.
No, not generation. So I'm right now 42-year-old, and when I look at people 3 years younger to me, they have entirely different thought process. So that paradigm is shifting very fast. We should not wait for a generation. It logically should not take more than 5 to 10 years.
I think I'll also take a minute to add that, frankly, it should become so simple. And just adding on to what Jagdish also initially mentioned, it should become so simple that the end user need not look at it as this technology or that technology. So whether it is voice based, whether it is touch based, whether it is with large icons, whether it is kiosk based, whatever be the mechanism, I don't think the end user needs to worry too much about what is the technology behind that. Why blockchain? I mean, the end user today doesn't even understand web technology, but that's how it has to be. So end user need not understand. I think we all should be a little more charitable to the kind of adoption of technology in India. And like Ashish mentioned, UPI is a classical example. The same kind of questions were asked a few years back, and there's a viral clip about a parliament question also which goes around. Will a coconut vendor be able to use UPI? And believe me, as a challenge, personally, I don't carry cash in my wallet for the last 2 years. And yesterday I had a little problem in Delhi. Last time when I went to Mumbai, there was a little problem. But in Hyderabad, at least, we have absolutely zero friction to use UPI. And here also with 1 or 2 dialogues, it gets settled, right? So like UPI, I mean, what is the difference between, let's say UPI, let's say tomorrow UPI is on blockchain. How will the end user even know about it? And why should the end user even know about it?
So,
right?
Pankaj, a completely point taken that your user interface should be absolutely seamless. He need not know what is cryptography. He need not know what is blockchain. But when we are talking about tokens as a concept, whether they are fungible or non-fungible, it's a bit of a new kind of a paradigm shift with respect to ownership or utility rights in a company.
There has to be backing. There has to be backing from trusted sources. And that is where, see, if we speak about US, if we speak about the economies which are larger than India, right, there also the acceptance is not there. There is no regulation. That's why I'm continuously saying that someone has to back it up, that this is the trusted source. Why do you believe in money? Why do you believe in rupee? It is backed by government, right? And that is where we need backing. So once we have that, that option is going to be smooth. And 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I was attending a similar kind of conference. And there was one gentleman who was like that, why do we need to digitalize all the bank? How it's going to help us? And you see where we are now.
Absolutely. Great, thanks.
Your neighbor has a question, if you can pass on the mic.
Hi, so I have questions, like maybe I think 3 people here can answer. So because as a tech head, I just want you to guide me through the like thought process you go through when you're selecting a blockchain. So for example, sustainability for you, maybe transparency on the fraud, for example, fake medicines being sold in Africa, exported from India, and even in India. And then similarly, how to select a blockchain for the travel industry. So very short, like way, how are you thinking through about selection of the blockchain? As I think you pointed out that there's so many blockchains you can work with, but there is a sustainability blockchain. There is something which does transparency really well. But again, as you said, they don't talk to each other. So I just want you to guide me through the process of how are you selecting the blockchain?
Good question. I would request each one of you to probably quickly.
Okay. So I'll quickly tell you
your,
how we. So first is, I think there are a lot of experts whom we hear out, right? Listen to them. But like he said, try to get all your use cases onto a single platform, so the organization doesn't need to deal with multiple platforms. That's one. And you make a choice from the wisdom of the person who is giving you the solution. Now, we are not the experts, right? People who are breathing blockchain day in and day out, they will tell you exactly what is the right use case, and for the use case, what is the right blockchain to choose. And platforms is something today you choose today, in 2 years you may have to change. So we are today, the technology refresh has to happen. You have to be on the technology refresh every 2 years. That world of once done, it's all done is not available for us. And he said, right, who thought somebody in the market is going to use Paytm 5 years back, right? So it will evolve. I mean, there's no one, I can't give a formula that this is how you choose. But I think you have to, it's a combination of your organizational landscape, the partner whom you are bringing, and whether that particular platform is apt for your use cases.
So I will take it at a very basic level. Humans have very less needs, right? We don't need these fancy clothes. No one needs it. So humans have very less needs. It's about that, why they need something. And when we are speaking about blockchain or any kind of technology, if I speak about myself, I am less of a technology person, more of a business person. I try to understand that what benefit it is going to be for my customers and consumers. I'm in healthcare segment. I also try to see that how best I can help my consumers. Now, if I'm getting onto a blockchain, if I'm looking at any kind of solution, I will be carefully trying to understand, first of all, in how simplified way I can tell people who run Dhanda that this is going to solve their problem and what all problems they are having. And second, that it should not only solve just one problem. It should be solving multiple problems, because I don't want people to get confused. If I give 2 more buttons in a simple app, which people are using on the field, they start asking questions. So adoption is a challenge. So I want easy thing, single thing, and something which can be explained very easily to people.
I'd like to say from the technical standpoint, is a very basic thing. Couple of decade here, basically what happened, we talk about TF technology. There are no database. Now, gradually, that converted in a database. It is RDBMS. After that, NoSQL or open source come in picture. Trust me, blockchain is going to be next database.
Right, well said. I was actually thinking about the same thing when the question was asked. Frankly, a lot of this kind of discussion has happened multiple times whenever a new technology comes. There used to be a time when database interoperability was an issue. Like Ashish started his conversation today by saying ERP came because EDI was a challenge, or standards in EDI came because before that there was a challenge. So I think these are teething issues of any technology evolution. Great. I think we are right on time.
I just want to
Please.
add a last comment.
Please.
Okay. From all the questions that you put, I want to add 2 things. Don't look at this session was about blockchain, but the real life problems are not about blockchain problems, right? And he said it. To that, you had a problem, right? So that's not a technology problem. When we approach technology, approach it with what is the business problem you're trying to solve. So multiple things have to come together. First is the process. The blockchain is not going to solve your process problem. If the organization doesn't believe that they want transparency, don't try blockchain. It is not going to work. So it's not technology first. It is the business process first. Simplification of technology next. Third is, don't underestimate the power of common man. I mean, I tell you, you don't need any education. You just give it so easy and make it simple. People will learn. And you have today so much of, you go to the search engine, you have so much generative AI. It will give you all the answers to how to use. So I think, don't look at it in isolation. While the session was about blockchain, I think look at technology in totality to solve a business problem.
You won't get these kind of responses in generative AI.
Yeah, so at least my panel is relevant for the next few years till something better comes. Right, on this note, let's wrap up. Round of applause for the panel members. Thank you so much, all of you, for a very candid discussion. And I think what I liked is that no one was trying to sell technology. No one was trying to sell blockchain. And yesterday also I was part of a panel, and that's what I concluded. And I think this is the best that audience can take, a very impassionate, neutral view about what is working, what is not working, rather than trying to use the platform to sell fantasies. Right? On this note, thank you all. Thank you so much. And thank you to the audience for being a lovely audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pankaj, for also moderating that. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, we move on towards our next panel discussion on bolstering the competitive advantage with the right blockchain solution. And to give those solutions, please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same, Colonel Dr. Inderjeet Singh, Chief Cyber Officer, Bharat Technologies, Kamlesh Nagware, CTO, Snapper Future Technologies, Prasanna Lohar, Founder, India Blockchain Forum and CEO, Blockstack, Swapnil Pawar, Founder, Advanced Statistical and Quantitative Intelligence, Vikram R. Singh, Founder and CEO, Antia Solutions. And this session will be chaired by Alok Rai, COO, Apiary Center of Entrepreneurship in Blockchain Technology. Let's please welcome all of them collectively, everybody.
Good afternoon. We will start with the introduction of the panel because time is a bit short. So as you have witnessed, all the panelists, I'll start with Vikram. Vikram is an esteemed entrepreneur whose illustrious career spans over 2 decades. An active voice in Web3 industry, Vikram serves as an esteemed advisor to the board of Encrypto, a pioneering Web3 wallet startup. He is a driving force behind his company Entier, a premium blockchain consulting firm serving global enterprises. Entier has cultivated extensive enterprise in application development across more than 20 layer 1 and layer 2 blockchain platforms. Notably, the company is pioneering the integration of metaverse ecosystem with decentralized finance, unlocking the financialization potential of the burgeoning sector. Furthermore, Vikram is dedicated to elevating resource scarcity in blockchain industry. True to his long-standing practice of upskilling and reskilling, he is diligently working towards establishing a world-class blockchain academy. A passionate advocate of blockchain, he actively promotes thought-provoking discussions surrounding the limitless possibilities of this transformative technology. Ladies and gentlemen, Vikram. Kamlesh Nagware is our CTO of Snapper Future Tech and is a twice TEDx speaker. He is among top 30 influencers of blockchain in India, founding member of India Blockchain Forum. He is Hyperledger India co-chair and a member of Hyperledger Technical Steering Committee. Also blockchain mentor at Apiary Blockchain COE, which is STPI and Ministry of Electronics and IT initiative, and advisor to Web3 tokenization, CBDC and startup globally. Kamlesh, a round of applause, please. Colonel Inderjeet Singh is alumnus of IIT and doctorate in cybersecurity from Lagos University, Florida. He has more than 30 years of experience in a variety of areas related to cybersecurity, such as cyber warfare, cyber terrorism, cyber forensic, OT security, and swaying government policy in numerous organizations. He has advised organizations to use digital transformation technology that will move organizations forward in formulating and putting into practice cyber security solutions using extensive experience and in-depth expertise. He has spoken at TEDx events twice. He is subject matter expert on darknet forensics and crypto forensics. Additionally, he has been actively working on Web3, blockchain, and metaverse, cybersecurity, and data privacy solutions. He is most influenced thought leader in blockchain for the year 2021-2022, and top 50 innovator leaders last year, 2023. Colonel Inderjeet for you guys. Prasanna Lohar to my left. He is CEO of Blockstack and founder of India Blockchain Forum. He is an award-winning banker, digital architect, industry innovator, a board member, fintech influencer, startup mentor, and leadership coach. With over 23 years of experience at all levels in engineering, management, and innovation as CXO, he has worked globally for banks, fintech, microfinance, engineering, and multinational companies for digital and architecture transformation. He is closely associated with cutting-edge technology adoption, strategy, assimilation, experimentation, innovative customer servicing and engagement, robust architecture implementation, fintech and startup alignment, open innovative practices, ecosystem collaboration with government, big tech, fintech, bank, and academia. Prasanna for you guys. And last, we have Swapnil on the panel, who is the founder of Advanced Statistical and Quantitative Analysis Technologies. Swapnil is a IIT Mumbai and IIM Ahmedabad alumni. He's a technology and finance professional with over 19 years of professional experience with expertise in blockchain, sustainability, and corporate finance. He's author and written 2 books on macroeconomics, namely Anatomy of Froth and Rethinking Money and Capital. So we have now moved from the introduction. We'll go to the topic per se, bolstering competitive advantage using blockchain. So I'll start with my first question with Vikramji. Vikramji has led a blockchain technology services company. So he's the right person to answer how his journey has been as a blockchain technology provider and what all use cases that he sees getting traction across the world because his clientele is global. Vikramji.
Thanks for having me here. So, like regarding our journey, so I think we started kind of like towards blockchain in 2016, end of 16, start of 17. And the initial years were like more of a retail heavy use cases, like kind of like developing the wallets, the exchanges, the NFT marketplaces, as we evolved with this space, right? And over the years, what we have seen, like, the real world asset tokenization are getting a lot of momentum, especially with the kind of like use cases on these like public blockchains as well. So which one of the like clients we are working with, they are leading, one of the leading investor in US. So building the same kind of use case where kind of like they have been able to kind of save more than 80% of the cost towards the kind of like the custody solution, the risk management, and all sort of like, the supply chain over the kind of like this asset tokenization part. So one thing, and the other thing, like where we are seeing a lot of traction is in the healthcare space. So we are also working with one of the state in UAE, where we are putting the kind of like healthcare records onto the blockchain. And similarly, another traction which we are seeing, like which is happening, currently, like we are working with one of the city in UAE, I would say Saudi Arabia, like where we are doing something like DigiLocker for them, over the blockchain. So the things are evolving, like moving from the retail space to the more enterprises use cases.
What are you finding in terms of adoption of blockchain technology? Is it improving in terms of how the governments and are looking at this technology per se, or there are still challenges in most of the geographies where your clientele is based?
So if we like look at it from the global perspective, like Singapore, Dubai, UAE, all these kind of like countries have been very welcoming to blockchain. They rather like use it as a USP, like to attract the talent and as well as like kind of like grow their economy, I would say. Governments in India, I would say they are also very proactive towards the blockchain, because we are still facing the challenge wherein like crypto and blockchain goes hand in hand, like very difficult for people to understand the separation, the difference between the crypto and the blockchain, right? So I would say like blockchain is not a kind of a disruptive technology. It's basically a foundational technology. And for any foundational technology to get into the mainstream, it's a journey, actually, journey of 15 to 20 years, or maybe even bigger than that, I would say. We can draw a very good example through the adoption of this email. When the email was invented, it was in 1972. But it was only when www, World Wide Web, was invented when it got mainstream, right? because things were not ready to adopt that kind of innovation, TCP/IP, like when people could not believe that the data can be transported over digital networks, right? But and the telecom company at that point of time had already laid infrastructure, like cable kind of infrastructure, where like 2 points has to be connected before a call could be made. So for the companies to understand that the challenges and the nuances which was required to kind of like how to implement the TCP/IP, it took them like 10 to 15 odd years, right? When they actually started building internal use cases on the using TCP/IP kind of internet kind of operations, and then they actually understood, right, and starting experimenting with those use cases. So similarly, blockchain, when you look at the adoption, so goes through the same kind of phase. We are on, I think we are into the 15th year of the kind of like into the blockchain, when the Bitcoin was invented, only when we came to know about the blockchain. Before that, nobody was aware about what is the blockchain, right? So I would say like the time has come now where like people have started experimenting a lot, and the challenges are more towards like, you know, how we can retain the Web 2.0 experience and build the you know, the Web 3.0 infrastructure, underlying infrastructure under the blockchain application. At the same time, like since we are also kind of like you know, running an academy wherein we intend to kind of like make India as the blockchain capital of the world. Our kind of kind of request to each and every state government and even the central government, like don't treat it as a kind of like a elective subject. It is a foundational technology. It has to be part of every course curriculum. For example, the way you teach databases in the colleges, you have to just teach TLT. That's it, and that's what blockchain is about. That's my views on that.
All right, Kamlesh, I will like to hear your view on how has the technology evolved over the last decade, and what do you think future in terms of how it's going to mature as we go forward?
Yeah. So thanks for having me here. So I divide technology evolution in 3 segments. So first is like technology wise, like in the earlier time is the Bitcoin, cryptocurrency. Then we seen the like new protocol emerge like Ethereum, Algorand, and other chains. And then private blockchain like Hyperledger, R3 Coda, all this started. And now we see the combination, hybrid blockchain, interoperability on between the blockchain, cross-chain communications, all is happening. This is the first part. Second part, I see like how the use case is evolving, right? When we start with like only the basic kind of cryptocurrency is the first use case, and then we started moving, let's say, traceability, and then it's digital identity. And now we're talking about the CBDC and real world asset tokenization, sustainability kind of use cases. So this is so we evolve in the use case, like thinking beyond the just crypto and tokens. And third, like adoption and maturity of the understanding. So even when I started in 2016, it's very hard to explain someone and convince someone what is blockchain and how is it useful for them. But now people have understanding. Maybe we can give credit to the organizing committee like the Businessworld or maybe Forbes or other communities, bringing the awareness in the ecosystem and having this kind of panel discussion across the platform. Now people understand, even like suppose even without knowing, like for example, like I'm also one of the CBDC pilot user, and also I use the DigiYatra, and you surprised to know both are based on blockchain. So the technology evolving, and now we are not just thinking about a concept, is much beyond that.
Thank you. A follow-up question I'll ask is that there is a convergence of other emerging technologies happening, you know. So how do emerging technologies such as AI and IoT complement blockchain to drive further business transformation?
So I think even in the previous panel, I hear about all the people like they mentioned about you should focus the problem, solving a problem, not on the technology perspective. So whether IoT, whether generative AI or AI could add value to the solving a problem, but it's not necessary we use all combination. But like say in traceability and supply chain, we can use the IoT and blockchain combination. For curated data or the trusted data, we can use the AI and blockchain together. So it's depend on totally on the use case and what value you're driving via the adding the blockchain and other emerging technologies together.
So like Vikram said, it's a foundational technology. It'll be part of almost every solution and it'll work with other emerging technologies as well.
Yeah.
Kalanjit, so how does blockchain enhance cybersecurity and data integrity? Because a lot of this thing is there regarding how will the evolution of cyber threats and cybersecurity will happen when blockchain is introduced in solutions.
Yeah. Thanks, BW Business World, and thanks for the introduction. It's really wonderful to be with all of you today. And very interesting question, because we always think the cybersecurity is a last resort when we get hacked. And that's what we do in blockchain also, though we call blockchain as the most secure. And all over you read that there are no hacks going to happen. It's hack proof. But to give you the numbers, there are already 43 exchanges which have been hacked till date, the bigger exchanges. There are 49 DeFi protocols have been hacked, right? And they're almost $2.8 billion have gone. And just remember, it's a piece of code, and any piece of code which is a software is hackable, right? And whatever your guys who design the blockchain architecture, they never think of the security because they don't understand the security loopholes. We talk of smart contract. I hope everybody understands that. There are more than 100+ ways you can hack a smart contract, right? So it's all hackable today. It's only that since there are so many blockchain, hackers are busy hacking the other networks. Just don't be surprised. They'll be hacking this as well, because there are so many blockchains. There are 8,000 type of blockchains which are all roaming on, that Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies are all put together. They need to have energy to have, because while we talk of all the blockchain as decentralized, they have a limitation of nodes. Somebody has got 1,400 nodes, somebody has got 800 nodes. They're more of a centralized rather than being a decentralized. I'll put it that way. So just wait for the hackers to work on it and hack you. And most of the hacks which have happened, they're being hacked because of the code vulnerabilities which were there, or the insider. And if you look at the variables which are there to hack a particular blockchain, starting from your smart contract to your wallet, to your network, to your node, to your application layer, to your software, everything is hackable. Just see how complex the overall network is of blockchain, when it comes to the security paradigm is concerned. So it's not easy to secure a blockchain, though we always say of 51%, you have to have the nodes which are to be overpowered. It may happen good for the Bitcoin, but if it is a small blockchain, it's got limited number of nodes, you can do that, right? So there are things which are happening. Spear phishing is already there in it. There are attacks, there are code vulnerability which are there. There is all kind of OWASP vulnerabilities, the OWASP vulnerabilities which are there are all part of the problem statement of blockchain. So not that it's all good, it's also bad. So one has to really think of the blockchain security part of it, because I do advise a lot of companies on the blockchain security aspect. And believe you me, it's never been thought at the time of overall architecture. And every time you tinker architecture of a blockchain, where is the dependency which is there going to be because of the code? You never know. And just remember, all the codes are not perfect. All the codes which you write are not the perfect which you write first time. It may be solving your business application, but it has got its own dependency on something else. And that dependency on something else is a vulnerability on that particular thing. Okay, so it may be a bug further. So that is how it really works. So software application, and the kind of code checks are the most important, which we don't do. We only think my blockchain application is doing this, but we really forget whether the code vulnerability we checked upon, right? So these are the points which are very important. Data integrity, yes, it is. The blockchain gives a data integrity. It gives a security because of the cryptographic algorithm, and lots of questions which do come, while I was in the earlier panel. And just want to ask you, where is the blockchain? Everybody talks of blockchain. Where is the blockchain? Can you see a blockchain? The answer is no. It's a cryptographic key. And you're going to be working the same way you're working today in next 5 years, right? But only thing is, everything is going to be coded with that cryptographic key. It's going to, that's going to give you the data integrity, what we talk of. You use the Digijatra app. Do you know there's a blockchain? So that's a key. You don't come to know that, but that's the algorithms which keep working at the back end. That's the power of blockchain. And whether we have to go to the masses, I'm just jumping the question of the last panel. Whether we go to the masses, the answer is yes. Okay, and there is already the policies in place, things in place. We are seeing land record management happening. We are seeing seed to farms which are happening. We are seeing the healthcare getting onto the blockchain. So everything is moving. It's only just a matter of time. I think to my estimation, 2028, 2029, we're going to see the paradigm shift when it comes to the blockchain, getting a reality, how the way we are using it. Thanks.
Thank you, Kananjit. Prasanna, next question is to you. Can you briefly sum up various initiatives taken by the Indian banking sector? Because that is one place where this technology has been gaining ground. And what do you see the outlook of banks, especially Indian banks, compared to global banks? Where are we heading in terms of adoption of this technology, per se, in the banking sector?
I think good question. I think the way we have seen the research or the numbers, I think financial sector has adopted at least 60 to 65% of use cases globally. That's a huge traction around blockchain. And when we talk about any sector, example banking, why do we want to do blockchain? That's another question comes, right? Before seeing what banks are doing. So typically we have seen the banking behavior, let's take last 30 years from brick and mortar model, ATM, POS, to the new age internet banking after 95, where KYC has become norm in 2004, and various research things by RBI has said that apart from internet banking, can we not do mobile banking on top of again internet? So as Vikramji said, foundational technology changes a lot. So internet has changed a lot to the banks. So while we have adopted internet back in our last 15 plus years, we have seen internet banking, mobile banking, various other models with the fintech banking. Banks always look at what next to do for their customers in India, varieties of customers, varieties of generations. And they always look at how they are doing banking. So I think starting from your brick and mortar to the digital banking, we are slowly moving towards intelligent banking. So wherein your customer has become intelligent, customer is expecting a lot everywhere, wherever he wants, you want to do banking. So that's what banks always look at, what more they can do, provide to the customer. And when you talk about to the customer, it becomes on the front side where customer is interacting with your channels, say ATM, POS, internet, mobile. And while you are enforcing services onto the channel, starting from customer onboarding, customer servicing engagement, we need to do what is that you are bringing on the back end also. While we had RDBMS in the back end, now we look at how AI plus blockchain can become fuel of providing better services. Now, again, if you go back and see various regulations built on by RBI, second factor authentication, reporting of a fraud, and many others, I think the technology like blockchain comes and creates another way to remove all these controls, right? We do not need all these control which we have created on mobile banking, internet banking, because it's another foundational tech. So while doing this, again, banks look at whatever banking we have done with Malla's kind of experience or Modi's kind of experience with NPAs, so much of operations. So example, every transaction which happens in bank, it has to go to a settlement cycle next day. These are all banking we have created last 30, 40 years. So opportunity for a bank is that what more we can do as a part of an intelligent banking backed by AI and blockchain. So there comes banks with a lot of use cases, right? So wherein they will look at a customer onboarding experience. Suppose today, if I onboard a customer to HDFC Bank, and it takes typically 5,000 to 10,000 rupees to onboard a customer considering KYC norm, Aadhaar, eKYC which uses. Now, if this customer says, I am not happy, he will go to the ICICI Bank. Again, ICICI Bank will invest so much of amount on current internet banking, where we say we are so much digital savvy. What does it mean? It means just imagine crores of customers are just wasting money for all of these banks as a consortium. Their blockchain comes and says, yeah, you can onboard a customer once and that KYC is immediately available to all the other banks with less of a cost. And the model could be the second bank has to incentivize the first bank. So that's one use case I talk. which can really make a lot of a better economy. And likewise, we can identify more 50+ use cases, reporting of a fraud to RBI, uptime or downtime of any of the system. There are a lot of roles, reporting of a fraud to RBI, and that reporting data goes to another banks and NBFCs. Typically, that process takes 45 days. And imagine so many such fraudulent customer will create account and take a loan, and that bank will go NPA. Blockchain comes and says, report a fraud, that immediately is available to another bank next moment, or maybe at least second day. I think that's what, to look at what is happening in the banking ecosystem. Many banks have done their silos adoption, like ICICI with Emirates NBD, Nepal SBI to SBI India for foreign remittance. We have seen S banks with Bajaj Electrical for supply chain, or Axis Bank on a trade. Likewise, DCB Bank of opening some internal ATM. So I think every bank has their own journey. We have seen bank chain coming in 2017 to bring on 36 players to come together around 21 use cases. A little bit of a learning experience, because blockchain comes and says who will operate that whole consortium, right? Who will take care of the data between two banks. So that's what eBIC has formed in Indian context, Indian Banking Blockchain Infrastructure Company back in 2018. And it is getting operational with the LCBG. I think you will see in the next 3 to 4 months, they will announce something around LCBG trade finance kind of internal use cases. That's a adoption of Indian this per se. Now CBDC is another use case, right? Like we have seen every transaction which you do on POS or e-com or ATM, it undergoes the settlement cycle, because this is how we have created that trusted ecosystem, so-called NPCI, MasterCard, Visa. Now imagine we talk about Uber, MasterCard, Visa, make a money out of every transaction. For what purpose? Because this is how we have created intermediaries in between. Blockchain comes and Bitcoin, the way it operates without intermediary. Like Indrajit was saying, Bitcoin is a small scalable use case. Bring on CBDC, which is a large scale countrywide use case. And imagine every country is working on their CBDC, and tomorrow your cross-border trade will happen on the spot, right? So there we require a lot of scalability. That's another use case where this additional leg of settlement, which is a manual, which is error prone, which is around many disputes, automatically all this control which Reserve Bank or any central banks created will be vanished because of this foundational tech. Now, this is the time for banks to come together and say, which are those other 30-40 use cases apart from CBDC, apart from fraud detection, or apart from trade finance, cross-border payment, right? Or tokenization, what more is going to come as a part of a new business model? Go back in 90s, was there any different kind of loans? It was just a loan. Today we have BNPL, embedded finance, many more on top of internet. Likewise, next 3-4 years, while we move from intelligent era to autonomous era, which is backed by 5G, which is backed by metaverse, backed by IoTs, where IoT metaverse will take shape of a mobile as an interface. And again, you require another high scalable blockchain, which will bring on a lot of actors coming together. Frox Pro, which is a standalone to client server to the I would say network-based banking is going to happen. This is what everybody knows, because banking is moving from brick and mortar to the marketplace banking with the fintechs coming into picture. Now there also we require a lot of trust. Like India is blessed with a lot of public digital platforms like UPI, ONDC, or account aggregator. And all of these are marketplace banking. And similar thing which EU or there are many other country geographies are adopting. So when we talk about bringing security frauds less or bringing those controls, so automatically we look at AI and blockchain together, how we can really look at those use cases. And these use cases are being driven by Indian context. eBIC is driving along with RBI. Imagine RBI is doing Harbinger kind of hackathons to bring on a scalability, interoperability on a CBDC, or there are many more things will come. IFSCA, where I think Snapper and some of the Indian companies are part, where they are looking at how tokenization can become a model, where they have given a room for JP Morgan's ONX to bring on other 4 banks to be part of this digital asset kind of pilot, proof of concept pilot. Now, when you go back in 90s or 2008, where smartphone come into picture, or 2023 year onwards, we are moving towards metaverse, digital asset tokenization. For sure, there will be many more different financial instruments will happen. So banking will not remain within one nation, but I think cross-border trade. How can I do the transaction between one bank to US to here? So more and more instant payment or real-time payment, not only for retail, but corporate will bring on. So I think good to see that apart from RBI, SEBI also doing some kind of exercise. Account aggregator slowly is going to come on a blockchain. We could see SMS systems today, whatever SMS you receive on a blockchain. TRI is already larger use case. So that way, I think a lot of momentum is happening, and you will see all these use cases will really take a banking to the next paradigm. What is it by next paradigm? The kind of a controls which you have created on this Web 2.0 banking will be nullified. Like, say example, tomorrow's banking will be without password. You don't have to remember so many passwords or OTPs, right? Because that's how it will bring a digital identity. Whenever you're born, you are already on blockchain. You just had to give a consent. How much KYC you need to share and for how long? Today, your KYC, you go to the bank bazaar or sorry, airport, you just easily give your documents, right? And you easily give your Aadhaar also to any hotel. How do you control your data, right? So while GDPR is coming or India data protection bill is coming, so it's going to be very, very important to make your banking easy. The banks and the customer who is operating in that paradigm where data governance, data privacy, data integrity is going to be very, very important. I think these days, some of the big tech companies are paying a lot of fees, or there are a lot of penalties are given only for data protection. Blockchain brings a zero trust organization. It gives opportunity for a whole world to operate without any of the frauds or any of the security. I think those will be minimized. So rather looking what use cases Indian banks or banks are looking at, we need to see how this time, which will bring on your front, which is of interfaces. Tomorrow's interfaces like IoT will do car, your cars will do their own transactions, or your electricity will pay off their own bills. How? Because of some smart contract, right? So banking will move to the non-banking world where the same customer is going to do many other services. So it's very, very important to see how metaverse or invisible interfaces will have an intelligent bidirectional banking. Before customer comes, bank should know for what purpose he has entered in the bank branch, or for what purpose he's doing that banking. So I think that kind of an intelligent banking will appear. And if you say it is not possible, go back in 95 and see what has happened in the last 20 years. Unimaginable experiment we have seen, UPI or many other Aadhaar, and imagine what is going to happen next 15 years. And that is why we need to be ready for this emerging tech combination, IoT, AI, big data, or ABCD kind of a combination will bring on. I think as a larger view, regulator today, the way I have done my first session back in 18 on blockchain or 19 on CBDC. And that is why RBI has announced, yes, they are going to come up with many other use cases. Today, RBI has given mandate to IDRB2 to work on 5G and blockchain use cases. They have given a mandate for RBI fintech unit within, they have to adopt a lot of blockchain adoption. They are talking to consultant, they are talking to the influencer, how the way mobile banking came, it come up with a lot of guidelines. How metaverse banking is going to come, it will come up with the guidelines next year. Or it will going to come up with a lot of guidelines with all these Web 3.0. So people may say RBI doesn't talk about crypto, but take my words, they study hard. They look at what are those nuances, what is meant by digital assets. They really work closely with all the ecosystem, and whatever they come up, it is aligned with a better banking tomorrow. Because better banking yesterday was in brick and mortar, today it could be on mobile. Tomorrow it's going to be very unimaginable experiences. Typically everywhere you go, that banking will happen. So I think it will be always fueled by this foundational tech, right, Vikramji, the way it said. I think it's a different things which will see different business models, micro insurance, micro loans, the way we have not seen. I think that will, your insurance based upon how you drive the car, how you live. So many more business model will come, and these business model require immediate impact or immediate throughput or immediate response that can happen on a smart contract based. While it is at a nascent stage, a lot of quantum computing or a 5G will make it more better, right? So that's how I look at Indian banking or a blockchain adoption in a banking sector per se. And it's a good momentum because all the actors like banks, regulator, corporate, service providers are working on this common vision. Yeah.
Thank you. Swapnil, my question, next question is to you. How does the choice of blockchain differs across the consideration of value transfer versus data auditability? You come from a statistical background, so this question is for you.
When blockchain started, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all others, it's generally about transferring value. You're transferring real valuable assets worth, say, $1, $10, whatever. CBDC is basically a culmination of that, or stable coins before that. But there is another use case of blockchain, which is more enterprise-like, you might think, which is auditability. The whole point of traceability from farm to fork, or even before farm, all the way to your table, or carbon credits, their meta registry, or authentication of ingredients of a pharmaceutical drug and so on. These use cases aren't about transferring value. You aren't actually sending money somewhere. You're actually ensuring auditability of some data. Now that use case is very different from value transfer, because in value transfer, you're essentially saying, how do I disintermediate a bank or facilitate a bank's work? Whereas in data transfer, you're saying, how do I keep it quote unquote notarized? And so Ethereum or Bitcoin, all of them are good at transferring value. They're not so good at handling data. That's why we need a slightly different solution when it comes to handling data and still keeping it auditable. And those use cases will be more about zero knowledge proofs, hashing of documents and so on. To give a very simple example, in our case, we do KYC before people are onto on a blockchain, but their data is still private. So you can't put somebody's Aadhaar number on a public blockchain, but you want to keep them honest. So you want to hash the PAN number or Aadhaar number, put that hash on the blockchain. And that wallet ID is associated with that hash. At the backend, some DApp will map the name and the Aadhaar number and PAN. So you keep them honest, and yet you keep the privacy. So that's like a data use case, if you will.
Okay, Vikramji, there is a perception in the industry that a wait and watch attitude towards adopting this technology. Why is this perception formed, and why there is no mass adoption of technology happening?
So I would say for any technology, again, touching the same thing, what I just reiterated, two factors are very important. One is like the degree to which any technology is new to the world, novelty. And the second is the ecosystem support required for any technology to kind of like, have the mass adoption. So for example, like, the compliance, the regulations are the biggest barrier to the adoption, though I'm not blaming any government or anything. They are right at their own level, because they are taking very calculated stand. But if you look at like, the sandbox, the Gift City initiative, which has been taken, and the moment you take away that, kind of a restriction, the barrier of compliance, you can see that mass adoption start happening. Like for example, JP Morgan has started settling US dollar from the Gift City under the Gift City initiative. Similarly, we have done one platform wherein like we are tokenizing the real world assets, and that platform is also registered under the Gift City initiative. So ecosystem support is very much required for any kind of like technology to get to the mass scale. And the moment you solve that problem, that adoption happens. I will also quote one more example wherein most of the enterprises struggle, like where should they start from, right? Even like if they are able to kind of like have an answer to the ecosystem support, or maybe the regulation side, or maybe kind of like having a company which is set up maybe in a like a crypto friendly jurisdiction, or maybe which can allow them to do experiment, right? But what is the next step for them? So they need some hand holding. I think the evangelist like Prasanna and like the people sitting on this forum. So that kind of like awareness has to be there. So how we can take that technology to the masses, right? So I mean, we are doing like NFTs for Skoda Autos India. They were not aware about it. They don't knew like how it can be done. So we kind of hand-holded them right from the beginning to the final stages, and which will be launching by, I would say, like this month only. So again, so summing up, like the degree to which the application is novel, and the complexity and the ecosystem support required is very much important.
So see, as Vikramji said, it's a foundational tech. And it's not like a smartphone came in the market and you will go and buy the smartphone and disrupt your life, right? The way it has happened in 2007-8, Android came and iOS phone came, and there is a huge adoption immediately. Blockchain is a foundational tech. it comes and changes your complete architecture, changes the processes, changes every other thing. And go back in any bank or healthcare, you have to change the process. It's all compliance, it's all things. And nobody will say, yes, let's do it tomorrow itself. The way Bitcoin operates or the way CBDC operates, right? It operates without intermediary between. Now, the way we have created architecture since last 30, 40 years, you cannot go back and challenge. Let us remove trade finance or let us remove all these systems all of a sudden, because we are already invested. So what is happening? Like, let us do experiments around satellite system, like CBDC satellite system. We will not change the core. Core eventually will change because we are invested so much heavily there. That's the one angle to look at why adoption is not happening. But pure play tomorrow, if you say nothing is there, let's build blockchain-based banking. Certainly, we have done in Bitcoin. We can do something which is enterprise blockchain, definitely. Another challenge is the technology itself. Although as a concept, we say it is very secure, very scalable, very hack-proof. But on the other side, very complex to manage, complex to configure. There are other, if you're not configured properly, it is insecure. That's another challenge to look at adoption. Third, the way we have web developers on .NET databases and so many experts, and look at how many blockchain developers or blockchain experts we have. And even if they are available, they comes with a 3x, 4x salary, right? I think educational where there are less of courses, like it has not become a norm, like a mechanical engineering on computer science engineering or some subject. We need to create that skill set also around the third and fourth. Government is not picking up unless there is a pressure of something like COVID. We have to really knock off. We cannot really knock off all these processes which we have created so far. Slowly, we are looking at G20 or collaboration around tokenization, so on. And it's the way, at least noise is there, right? So I think this noise will bring on a lot of use cases around this. So I think while every bank or every company has their own journey, some of them are at third stage who understand blockchain, but many of them are at stage 0. Why I need blockchain, right? Where you have to go back and teach them and tell them within your organization, these are these 2-dimensional process or 3-actor process which can come onto consortium. That is the challenge. Blockchain is not a challenge. Challenge is around bringing people, bringing consortium, bringing that data governance among all these like-minded parties. That is the challenge. And I think the way pace is there, I think it took for at least 18 years to bring on UPI kind of ecosystem since we are thought of. I think it is happening within 4 or 5 years now because of blockchain. Pace is quite huge, the way research is happening, the way we see a lot of layer 1 platforms, layer 2 platforms, polygons and are coming, and they are giving some opportunity. Let us change the world we have seen in Web 2 world to the Web 3.0. While there are challenges, I would say people have understood it's a foundational tech and it has to work cohesively with other technologies so that all these pillars, which are the challenges, will surpass very easily. I think government bringing their own national strategy, and that to not one government, but many governments are now working in tandem, in closely together. Look at CBDC, at least 90 plus or 100 plus countries working. And while they are working in a collaboration, how cross-border will happen. So I think in my view, while there are challenges, pace is huge on research, and we'll see the world with the blockchain next 5 to 6 years, as Colonel Indrajit said. And if you will not do it, there is an alternate mechanism which will come and say, banks, hey banks, you have to change, because we are DeFi companies, we are already changing. And who are these DeFi companies? Being backed by millennials. They will come and enforce regulators to work on this. That is why we see RBIs or SEBI are coming, or IFSCs coming up with this kind of a structure. Because it is a push which is coming from a community. Imagine world without any community, without any social media, world is going on. But today there is a huge pressure on regulator, government also to adopt these ticks. While we have these challenges, I think pace is huge. And certainly India Blockchain Forum and Apiary, and there are many more initiatives which are really fueling for a right acceleration, at least for making India as a blockchain capital. Yeah.
With this, we'll open house for questions from the audience, please.
A very interesting discussion. From a very perspective of a general MSME of this country, Colonel Indrajit pointed out very valid facts that there is already incidence of so much hacks and stealth of wealth which has happened due to the blockchains and all. So when a typical MSME who's already very resource constrained in terms of the spendings, trying to think of going global with usage of these technologies, and then the kind of a vulnerabilities he sees around the cyber securities and a lot of unsettled gray areas, then the only hope they have is that their sovereign power, that is their respective central governments, would come up with some kind of a infrastructure kind of a solution, so that much of those nuances of cyber security or other kind of a protocols which are much needed to take care of hygienes are no longer issues, and they can just focus on doing the business as they are supposed to. So on that regard, given that there are people at an India blockchain forum and the national level blockchain agenda, how would you see this problem? What is the path ahead where the central governments can come in and create the solutions for us?
So I'll just take the first part, which is whether government is going to step in and build the infra for small scale industries to leverage the advantages of blockchain. So yes, government is thinking on those lines, and national blockchain framework has been made primarily to address this issue, wherein businesses will basically be availing services, and entrepreneurs and startups will build solutions for the mass, based on the basic infrastructure the government is going to set. So that part is already being addressed by the government. And
I'll just add one thing. When we started as MSMEs to adopt internet or tech-based services, right? We didn't go to internet banking on day one. We went to setting up a website, as somebody said in the previous panel. And then we went to handling our login and password carefully. We knew then how to withstand phishing attacks and so on. Now we know reasonably well. But we went through that evolution. And in the meantime, what was standing between us and the hackers were banks, which were tightly regulated, and the government through RBI did tell them to do XYZ things before those solutions were made available to individuals and MSMEs. In a similar vein, for adoption of blockchain in the financial context, we will need handholding by established institutions. It pains me to say that it might push back some of the innovation, but that's a price to pay for avoiding loss for a common person, common man, right? Because in a blockchain context and a crypto context in particular, if you lose your private key, you lose everything. There's nobody on the face of earth who can bring it back for you. People are lost vast sums of money because they lost their private keys. So that's an important thing. But just like the website, we could actually get used to the website and then move to internet banking. Here too, you can get used to the data-oriented use cases of blockchain. We're talking about traceability and talking about meta registry and land records and so on, before we come to value-oriented use cases, which are far more dangerous. Nobody's going to steal data. I mean, they might hack data of saying this came from this farm and not that farm, but that's not going to change your life. Whereas if you lose like ₹1 crore sitting in your bank account because a digital CBDC wallet was hacked, that's not ideal. So ideally, the current system will help in the transition. We're not going to see MetaMask-based CBDC wallets tomorrow, and that's for the better.
I think your question, which was typically around SME and MSME, look at how MSME or SME were operating before GST 16, right? And look at how they were operating before smartphones. And look at what all adoptions, tallies, and all these platforms are brought in. And why do we require blockchain? And why? Because we are building a lot of marketplaces. GST coming on blockchain will be a miracle, the way I interact with those bodies. Look at ONDC, certainly is going to come on blockchain, and which will bring on a lot of momentum for SMEs or MSMEs. Look at account aggregator, which will give an adoption for lending for this SMEs and MSMEs. You don't require blockchain for SMEs or MSMEs without a proper use case and benefit. Blockchain will come inherently to create the trust in that marketplace. Look at that. And whenever we come, we'll come up with regulator banks, which sits in a glass houses, and they know how to really protect themselves in glass houses. And typically it's the evolution we have seen, right? And that's how those norms will keep coming. So not primarily why and how we'll do these business models. So look at what was happening for them, that kind of a segment 20 years before, now and ahead. Cross-border payment, trade, right? So I think these are the things where blockchain AI will come together along with the right regulation. That's how the question should have been framed.
Okay, one more question, please.
From time to time, we know that so much data has been leaked. So do you think take Aadhaar out of the purview, get GST for everyone because it's good and service tax. So everybody is just doing two services. Either they're providing good or either they're providing services. So if we just dissolve IT Act and get GST for everyone, then corruption can be handled. What do you think so?
So it's like this, I brought it out earlier. Blockchain is hackable. Anything which is a code, which is a hackable. Even if it is the Aadhaar and we know the vulnerabilities, it's hackable. Remember this. And we have seen the hacks happening all over, right? We have seen the hacks happening on the oil and gas company. We see every day the cyber attacks happening on the banks. They don't stop. The hackers are not going to stop. They're going to do their job. And it's all going to be there. So we are not going to do away with the hack attacks. We are not going to be going to do away with the phishing attacks which are happening. They will all be there, right? Blockchain is giving you some kind of a data integrity. What we are talking about, we're talking of immutability, transparency, scalability. Those are the advantages which we are there. That's what we are leveraging, right? Yeah.
All right, with this, we wrap up the panel discussion. Thank you for being such a nice audience. Thank you, Businessworld. A big round of applause for the panelists, please. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Mr. Rai here represents Apiary from STPI, and they are a supporter of our program as well. So thank you, Alok. Thank you so much for your time and for your efforts.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And moving ahead quickly, trying to keep up with the time, let's move ahead with the next panel discussion on addressing onboarding skepticism in Web 3.0 integration. Luxury brands vis-a-vis the mass market. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Arpit Sharma, MD, India, SEA and Middle East, NIA Foundation. Harleen Bhatti, Head, Growth and Retention, the Good Glam Group. Akash Agrawal, Founder, MetaWorks. Vinod Bhatt, Chief Information Officer and Chief Ethics Counselor, Vistara, Tata Sia Airlines. Rajesh Dudu, Global Head, Emerging Technologies, Tech Mahindra. And this session will be chaired by Sumit Goswami, Co-Founder and CEO, Primo Vision. Let's please welcome all of them, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, good afternoon. Wow. So the lunch has really caught up with all of you, huh? Good afternoon. That was better. Okay. So we are all here for Web3, right? A very interesting topic. We hear a lot of stuff around Web3. We have also been hearing a lot of stuff around metaverse. So the panel here is going to today discuss about the skepticism around implementation of Web3 as a technology, and how does it differ between a luxury goods brand and the mass market. So the focus here is going to be all about adoption. And I have an amazing panel with me, some very senior leaders from the industry. Few of them have implemented various blockchain solutions in their own organizations. Few of them are leading practices which does implementation of Web3. Few of them are head of, they had the marketing function of brands. So let us hear from them. I'll just do a quick round of introduction of all the panelists. Then we'll move to the second stage of our discussion, which will be more about understanding the perspective around Web3. What do we feel about it? What is our experiences around it? And then the third part of it would be to talk about the various business cases, specifically focusing on what have been implemented in our organization or what implementation we have seen and how has it been successful. And the fourth, where we look at the adoption cycle in luxury goods and mass market. So this is how we are going to start with. I will request my panelists to do their own introduction. It is better to hear from them their own story. So why not we start with Rajesh?
Hello, everyone. My name is Rajesh, and I work as Senior Vice President and Global Head of Emerging Technologies for Tech Mahindra. I've been with TechM over the last 5 years and started the blockchain practice. Happy to talk about more.
Thank you, Rajesh. Vinod?
Thank you for having me. My name is Vinod Bhatt. I'm the Chief Information Officer and Chief Ethics Counselor for Vistara Airlines. I've been in the industry for 30 plus years now. I've spent 10 plus years in US, some years in UK, Europe, and APAC. So I've been associated with digital technologies last 16, 18 years. So happy to be part of this panel.
Everybody, this is Harleen. I lead the growth retention function at the Good Clam Group. We are a house of brands into beauty and personal care, and I'm here to bring the marketing perspective to Web3 technologies that bring to the brands. Happy to be here.
Hi everyone, my name is Arpit. I'm Managing Director for Near Foundation, leading India, Southeast Asia, and Middle East. I have been living and breathing Web2 for last 3 years now. Web3, sorry, for last 3 years now. Super excited about how things are turning out and some interesting use cases that are happening. Have been part of some 35 projects of different nature, different sectors, B2B, B2C, government, etc. Super excited to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not sure if I should be saying GM like we do it in the Web3 space. My name is Akash Agrawal. I have had like Web3 maybe 2 or 3 iterations. So about 16, 17 years. Initially, I was working for Sony, Nike, and Walmart, leading brand and marketing, and actually learning from them, not leading those businesses. In the last 10 years or so, I've been into consulting. I transitioned into Web3 in 2021. That's when the NFTs started hitting. Learned about blockchain somewhere in about 2018. So right now I help brands build that bridge from Web 2 to Web 3. I'm looking forward to this discussion here today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Akash. So let me ask you some questions. This is the Web3 conference and I'm sure you all are aware of what NFT is, right? So how many of you own NFTs? Wow. Okay. Not many, right? Now, suppose you are given an option to have your own NFT. What would that be about? If you are given an option to have your own NFT, what would that NFT be about? Your persona?
In general.
Okay. Interesting. What else? Membership pass into the community. Okay. Interesting. What else? Anything related to, some sports person that you're a fan of, or any movie star that you're a fan of, anything like that? Priceless piece of art. I heard somebody say never. That's interesting. Good. Okay. Right, that's it. Come on, there could be so many interesting use cases around NFT, right? Okay, fine. Let me move to something else in terms of Web3 adoption. You all know what a token is, right? A blockchain crypto token. Now, suppose we give you an option to build your own token. What would that token be about, and what use case would you be using that token to solve? Yeah.
There'll be a loyalty token which will pass every brand that brings those loyalty programs to the group of one particular token. Right? Basically, the price in that token
Okay, so loyalty program, right? Great. That will not be
applicable.
That okay, nice perspective. Anything else? One in the world. Okay. Who else? Come on, this is an open canvas, right? Just some imagination, some innovation.
We aren't getting any part of it. People take it off. But when we are doing great problem, first of all, the only targeting ads that they provide are restricted to Web3 audience. So because they know that the major chunk of their audience is Web3. Would see ad blocks, so they have ad blockers, but they give us ads like pop-up ads or something. And those ads will first some rewards in terms of very low. So I think that is the cases of crypto, like they are getting the power to the user.
Excellent. So this is an amazing response because it directly talks about how Web3 can be there for mass adoption, right? And this is a great example. Okay, so decentralized identity, absolutely. There are a lot of people actually working on it, and that's a great use case. Okay, so let's get into the discussion. What I'll request now is for each of the panelists to share their perspective about Web3 and any experience that they would want to share with us about any Web3 implementation they may have seen or they may have experienced. So why not we start with maybe Akash. Akash, you have been with brands like Nike and Walmart. Right, and you are currently a consulting. You had a consulting company. That's your own startup where you help enterprises move into Web3. So, what, according to you, is your perspective or your perception about Web3?
Sure. Thanks, Sumit. So it really varies. So I think one of the challenges that I come across often when we talk of skepticism, actually. So number one, maybe how many skeptics are there right now who think that Web3 is nothing too great? Maybe just a show of hands. No skeptics. Awesome. Wow. We should shut down. Let's go home.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? Okay, great. So anyway, so let me just talk about Web 1, 2, 3, this journey. Sometimes it may not be as clear because I was outside, somebody was talking about, creator economy, and they were referring to Web 2 and saying that creator economy already exists. So what is different? So I'll maybe just briefly touch upon that. So Web 1 started off with something which we call or refer to as information economy, where you could just read or glean information off the internet. That was late 90s. 2000 is when we started seeing where you can actually upload information or data onto the internet. And that is when all these platforms started to come into existence. By platform, I mean Facebook or YouTube or Instagram and all of those platforms actually. So also with the development of all these devices, each one of us technically became a creator, where we are creating content and uploading it almost on a daily basis, maybe on social media or LinkedIn or wherever that you are. What we sometimes miss is that content is not yours once it is uploaded onto the internet. Okay, so it belongs to the platform. They have absolute right, or they can shut it down, they can lose it, they can get hacked, and you will have nothing to do about that. The other is from a take rate perspective, which they charge, it can go as high as about 60 to 70%. So imagine as a creator, you just might be getting 30 cents to $1, and that's all that you get. So I'm not saying those platforms are bad. Those platforms, if you think what did they provide us, they brought forward actually three benefits. Number one was access. The other was in terms of aggregation that they did. And the number three, most importantly, was the trust service. So if I take an example of Amazon, for example, in terms of access, they suddenly opened up the entire buyer community to a brand that was wanting to sell on the internet. From an aggregation perspective, as a user, I could go there and look at is the huge difference. And what this does is, in very simple terms, does two things. It gives you the right of the property, it might be digital asset or whatever it is, and it gives you complete verifiable ownership. And those two things really make it totally differentiated from what Web 2 is, and it enables a lot of services and solutions. To simplify it actually further, if you're a creator, for example, a digital art, somebody mentioned wanted to own a digital art. So if I was putting it up on a platform, I might be losing 20-30% as a take rate of that platform, and then I only earn once. That is when the first time that that particular art sells. But what happens in Web3 is potentially you can create a royalty which can run in perpetuity, right? And imagine how empowering it'd be for the creator who actually put in all that hard work to create that solution. So many a times this creator economy aspect is lost out on people or brands that I talk to about. And that is what we really need to put forth and say that, okay, here is what it does. And this is where you can actually empower your own community and engage with them to build the brand forward. And I'll get into the examples maybe later on as we go along.
Sure, sure. No, I think that was great. Rajesh, you had the emerging technologies business at Tech Mahindra,
right?
And you prior to this you were with Quattro,
right?
Right. So you have seen a lot of implementation happening, right, in terms of digital technologies, which includes AI, machine learning, and blockchain as well. So, what is your take on the industry, and where is this moving, specifically Web3 implementation?
So given the current state of adoption and the current state of industry, I think Web3 is still utopian. And why I say it is utopian, because there are three fundamental things that Web3 is going to bring to the table. One is in terms of right to monetize, right to forget, and right to control. And you don't have any of that on the existing internet today. And existing internet cannot cater to that because it's fundamentally the architectures are different. It's based on centralized architectures. And whatever we are talking about cannot happen in a centralized architecture environment. It has to go to a decentralized architecture. For example, Brave as a browser, the prosumer thing that he was talking about, where the producer is also a consumer and vice versa. It cannot happen in the existing scheme of things and the existing centralized architectures. The first one is a tectonic shift from the centralized architecture to the decentralized architecture, which brings in terms of full disintermediation into the play. So that's the first step that we need to make. So we are somewhere dabbling between Web 2.0 and Web 3.0, probably Web 2.5, where now we are trying to bring all these applications, whether it is non-fungible token, or whether it is metaverse, or whether it is circular economy, where you have token economy is nothing but a circular economy. And to that, you're adding an element of trust. And you're trying to say, okay, now let me usher you guys from a Web 2.0 or 2.5 to 3.0. So most of the implementations that we have pivoted within India as well as outside India are somewhere between Web 2.5 and Web 3.0. You cannot do Web 3.0 in isolation of the other ecosystem players. So whatever we did, for example, we did NFTs. First time an automaker from India did an NFT. Why I'm calling it as first time? Because they did it in a fiat currency and not a cryptocurrency. Ideally, if it would have been done through a cryptocurrency, it would have sat in the domain of Web 3.0, but a group of 75 years of existence, you don't want to do anything fishy. So you want to play safe. So you have to bring in hybrid models into the play. We see a lot of evangelization of Web 3.0, and that is actually happening from the startup community because there's a vested interest, right? You've done initial coin offering, you've done initial exchange offering. Now you need to take your DApp, decentralized application, from a research paper into a POC. That's where we see a lot of activity is happening. I don't think we are yet in the perspective of Web 3.0 until and unless you change these macro factors. That's where we go to Web 3.0.
That's a great point, specifically when you touched upon the reason why the automobile manufacturer decided not to go for a crypto but a fiat. I think the government has to play a major role here in terms of adoption, right? So Arpit, you had a NEA Foundation for for this region, and there has been a lot of implementation that you have done. Prior to this, you were with Polygon, and again there you've done a lot of Web3 implementation. To would love to learn your perspective and your take on Web3 adoption.
Yeah. So I think I'll take a slightly contrarian view to what Rajesh just mentioned, right? So it's about the perspective. If you look at Web3 from the perspective of an enterprise or a traditional business, exactly that is what is happening, right? That how are big enterprise clients adopting Web3? So basically they are taking some elements of Web3, weaving them into something which I call peripheral use cases which do not touch the core of the business, so as not to disrupt anything, and using some of those elements and delivering a Web 2.50 kind of a experience, right? But at the same time, we have to be cognizant, and it happens a lot that when we talk about Web3, we think of Web3 as something which is going to happen in 5 years, 3 years, 10 years, right? But what is interesting is that Web3 is happening today, right? So there are two worlds which are existing today. So there is this Web 2 world, or the traditional world that we see. And then there is a very dynamic Web3 world, which is in existence today. It has been there for past many years. Yes, users are less. Yes, like these are still early adopters. Yes, use cases are limited. There are cyber threats. All of those things are there, but this world exists today. Okay. Now, if you look at social media, there are amazing applications out there. Lens Protocol, like completely decentralized social media. There are DAOs which are running decentralized media platforms. Like all of that is still happening. So that's on Web 2 versus Web 3. Some example, and I think we touched upon different aspects here, right? And I'll touch upon some of the examples that I have seen do really well. So there is this application called Sweatcoin, like which is a walk to earn kind of an application, right? So what Sweatcoin is deployed on Near, like it has around 700,000 monthly active users. So it's a very, very popular mobile application. And in the backend, there is a crypto integration where you can have your tokens, etc. You can swap it for different tokens, etc. So all of that is there. So what is happening exactly is that you are taking your consumers or users who are like used to using some applications in a particular way, and then taking them from that Web 2 place to them on a journey to Web 3, right? Decentralized web, because decentralized web operates in a very different way. So I think we will have to take that view when it comes to brands, when it comes to use cases, that we have to understand that yes, while Web3 world exists today, majority of people are not in it, and they will not automatically get onboarded. There is a journey that we need to take them on. So I think that's where a lot of activity, a lot of fun will happen in next few years.
So it's the tech adoption journey that we are talking about, right? And any tech that we have seen, there is a journey that they go through. There's a cycle that they go through. AI, for example, has matured and it is in a hyperactive scale right now. I think it's time to come for Web3 as well.
Just to add to that point,
yeah.
what I was saying is in terms of, one is in terms of adoption, and the other one is in terms of the foundational layer from a facilitated aspect. You cannot do Web 3.0 without implementing interplanetary file system. Now, how many of them are an IPFS kind of a technology? There is no adoption, and you go to a large adopters, you will spend a lot of time in academic discussions trying to convince them how IPFS is more secure from an enterprise scheme of things, vis-a-vis for a startup kind of scheme of things. So it has to work in tandem in terms of the foundational layer. If Googles of the world are going to run the internet, I don't think you will ever get to Web 3.2. So that foundational intervention needs to happen from a decentralized web providers, from an IPFS system perspective. On top of that, you can architect adoption, then things will start shaping up. That was my point.
Agree. Vinod, you represent Vistara, and you have been with TCS before this, where you were the head of consumer packaged goods. So you've done a lot of implementations of digital technologies, including Web3. So what is your take on this?
First of all, thank you for having me in this panel again. See, I want to give a different perspective. I don't want to talk about your architectures. A lot of people, a lot of panels have talked about it. Let me give a business flavor. I think let us keep the technology aside, first of all. Let us understand what we're trying to do here. Web 3.0 is a new way of doing business. When you talk about it, you need to put the business processes in place. If tomorrow I need to get the airline on Web 3.0, what are you going to do with that? You are going to buy tickets. You're not going to do anything else, right? You want to buy the tickets, you want to make sure that you are getting upgrades. So new way of doing it. So are you going to, buy as a digital asset? Are you going to work? Or in fact, already there are companies, there are already travel companies, TravelX is already doing that where you can get it as an NF token. You can actually tokenize it. And you can tokenize it and you can sell it to somebody else also. So there is basically, if you look at there's a flight up. Similarly, if you are looking at your partner network. So today you have got the complete travel agent setup. What will happen to that? If you are saying that the trust is directly with the entity you are going to work with, you are completely decentralizing that. So you need to basically look at that aspect, that how that maturity is going to come into the processes. So I think we already talked about there has to be a bridge. I think more than adoption question is about that, is the new world ready to take the masses? And it will vary from industry to industry. Some of the industries move very fast and some of the regulated industries will not move very fast, because it is not about us moving fast. We have got airports, we have got regulators, we have got government agencies, we have got GDPR, we have got customer data, we have got, and we have got ransomware, we have got security, you name it. So it's about that. So the maturity of that, I think, is important. From the use case perspective, from the, whether there's a genuine use case to move, absolutely. There's no question about it. And if you sprinkle the immersive technology on top of it, beautiful, no? People want to go to New York through metaverse, no? And want to take the pictures behind the Statue of Liberty and post it. Those options are available. You don't have to spend 5 lakh rupees to go to US. You need just 2 hours. And nobody will know whether you are being US or you are not there. You will actually experience that. You will exactly take the boat. You will exactly go to the river. Then you will actually do that. So this is what we are talking about. Those are the potential, even if I'm talking about only about travel as one of the use cases. Look at the trainings. All the trainings will be completely done through this. Why do I need to go for physical trainings? I can exactly do this. Then also I can fix my whole supply chain. Complete supply chain can be fixed. All the contracts, forget about all the contracts you have got on SAP. Those are going to go on. Or any of the systems. So these will be all smart contracts. So when you are talking about, if I have a contract with any of my partner, it will be through the Web 3.0. Tell me that, are you having the blockchain, which provider or which currency you are going to trade? How are you, which platform you are going to go? Payment gateways have to be changed completely. So I think it is a beautiful, I would say, technology intervention, which good news is that the blockchain is not new. It is already existing. And there are a lot of surrounding technologies which are coming to the front. I think it is only this, you have to, it's the Lego brick, right? You have to put these pieces together now. And you may, out of these bricks, you can make a lot of toys. Same bricks you can use. So exactly whatever toy is ready, which can get the green color, that can push to 3.0.
Absolutely. With that New York example, you built a very good use case for deep fake detection services.
Yeah, absolutely. That comes with that.
Exactly. And that is exactly what we at Prima Vision are trying to do. We are trying to, authenticate luxury goods using blockchain. So part of the use case. Yeah, no, it is. For Instagram Reels, you don't need to now fly and go, right? You use the metaverse and just do it. So see, we're making life so simple. Harleen, you had the marketing and retention for a group of brands, which some of them are, very well known, like Miss Malini, leader in the content space, and Baby Chakra, right? Organic Harvest, and many, many others. As a marketer, as a retention specialist, what is your perspective around Web 3.0? What do you think? What role do you think it will play in the industry that you are a part of?
Right. So I think when gentlemen there mentioned loyalty, like the new coin, sorry if I may use that word, I was very, very excited to hear that. That's a very upfront use case which every marketer would want to solve. And I think the panel here is very beautifully highlighted the architecture or the other needs that we have. But I think as a pure play marketer, digital marketer, for me, it's very imperative to understand, where are my customers? Am I marketing to them efficiently? What are my new KPIs of success? So when we look at marketing in the Web 3, 2.5 world, we need to also understand these KPIs that, here I'm marketing to a community which is already an evangelist. They're already into, let's say, organic beauty and personal care, right? But am I marketing to them effectively? What are my KPIs of success? So I think that's something as a marketer that brands would need to figure out, right? Then going about the entire length of understanding, how do you build those communities? How do you enter those communities rather, in the 3 world? How do you enter those communities? How do you get the evangelists to talk about you? How are you going to, how do you say, increase the flywheel? Will it be referral? Will it be one community user selling the token to let another enter? How do you want, or how can you influence that circle of wheel, to benefit the brand? So I think very interesting times. My sense is, frankly, Sumit, we are still, at least in India, 3 to 5 years away from a full mature cycle. But taking inspiration from what's happening in West, like Sir said about, things that are happening in US, Dubai, right? The Indian consumer, right, is very well awakened in terms of, what are the things that they can experience, and they want to experience that in India, especially, the luxury side of things, wherein the user itself is, nuanced. I think that's where the adoption would happen first. I think that's my sense on things.
Absolutely, and I completely agree. In fact, I was doing a research, to figure out how are the VCs reacting to this particular space, and yeah, it was very sad to notice that if you look at the first half of 2023, the VC investments in the Web3 space was just about $3.2 billion. Compared to $28 billion in the AI space. So there is a lot of, perception that needs to be taken care of, where, the VCs feel comfortable investing. And there is a reason behind that. Whenever, I also as an investor in my previous role in the private equity company, we used to get investments from, a lot of blockchain startups, a lot of blockchain companies, and everything was around cryptos and tokens, and people were all just looking at monetization. They were not looking at solving a problem, right? For any startup to be successful, you need to solve a problem. If you do not do that, you will not be able to scale or move beyond a certain size of space. Don't run after money. Let money run after you, right? Don't run after fame. Let fame run after you. Let that be the mantra of your startup or the business that you're building. Why not we move to the second section, which is all about use cases, right? So what are the different use cases, as industry leaders that we see in our respective organizations or the industry around us? So why not I start with Rajesh?
Yeah, sure. So the use cases, the audience has already covered it in terms of whether it is non-fungible token, whether it's tokenization, circular economy, decentralized identities. Passwordless authentication will also become a major use case because Web3 is going to bring in what we call as the zero knowledge proofs. And once the zero knowledge proofs come into major play, you will have passwordless authentication. Then hopefully the DDoS attacks should wane away, should diminish away. So there are dime a dozen in terms of use cases. Again, I will slot it in terms of pure Web 3.0 kind of use cases, and then hybrid use case when you will have the corporate interfaces or large enterprises interfaces. And currently, there's a lot of venture capital money, crowdsourced money in Web 3.0. But the institutional money is not in Web 3.0. The institutional money is in how do you bring these two worlds together and make them operate or interoperable or operate in a frictionless and a seamless manner. So those will be the use cases from my vantage point.
And Rajesh, when I was looking at your profile, I know you did some amazing work with TRI. Right. And so the 3 telcos that you were working with to combat the problem of spams, spam calls and spam messages that we receive. Right. You would want to highlight that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So there it is more from an information sharing exercise. Today, the spam call happens because of earlier it used to happen because there was no real-time sharing of information. For instance, I would complain to Airtel, let's say I got a spam call and they would say, we are only a terminating access provider and we are not an originating access provider. So to go to Vodafone. Now, how do I go to Vodafone? I can't get to Airtel. Being an Airtel subscriber, how can I go to Vodafone not being an Vodafone subscriber? So that kind of information sharing has happened. So we know exactly where the spam is going to originate when it comes to registered telemarketers. So the next question would be, when you have implemented this, why do we still get so many spam calls? Those are from unregistered telemarketers, what we call as the nomad guys, who go from network to network and set up SIM farms. And those SIM farms we are able to detect now in a shorter span of time because the telcos have come to the table agreeing to share the information. So that will, over a period of time, that is also going to die down. I mean, it's a pretty complex implementation.
I think this is a great example of mass adoption, right? How can you, implement Web3 and, implement it for the masses? Great. I think this is.
So the only difference is in terms of, if you go to the real Web3 evangelists in the room, they wouldn't consider it as Web3 because it is still centralized enterprise blockchain hosted by a central authority. It is a quasi de-intermediation rather than a full disintermediation.
Right. Thanks. Vinod, any use cases that you would want to highlight?
See, if I had to pick maybe 2, 3, first is the digital identity.
Oh, yeah.
I think the big one, if I'm able to crack that, I don't have to do away, I have to do away with a lot of things, particularly in the airline business. So you identify the person and the person can seamlessly go. And one of that small example is not exactly, but DigiYatra, you would have seen it. So the face becomes the boarding pass. It's like that. It's on the similar lines. Second is the whole experience, user experience. I said that it's going to take you to altogether a different world. And definitely with an immersive technology backing it up. Third thing about the whole financial reconciliation.
Yeah.
Because we have got so many partners. I think if you have got the blockchain, and that's probably the first use case which will qualify it because a lot of companies have done that. So it may be easier for us to push that envelope on that side. And there are many more like this. And there's one more, which is the data. See, when you are talking about airlines, airport, a lot of data gets exchanged. So if you tokenize the data, pass the data without telling them what the data is about. No, it's a fantastic. It will revolutionize the whole thing. I'm getting a data, authentic data, but I don't know what the data is about. So GDPR is okay, compliance is okay, but you are actually moving very fast, and you can actually make it frictionless. The whole purpose of Web 3.0 is frictionless. Make it frictionless. Let's stop here.
Sure. Thanks, Harleen.
I think the biggest use case from a brand perspective I want to highlight, and of course, like I said, I'm a big fan of the hybrid version first, is the whole digital concept, right? So for onboarding users, right? If I see those Nike shoes, which I really love, but I know I bought the NFT and the physical version is on its way. I think that's would be a huge step in terms of onboarding customers, and then moving, of course, eventually to owning the virtual entities, and then forward. So I think that'll be the one use case that if cracked right, or if cracked at mass level, would shun away the skepticism around Web3.
Excellent.
So I think everybody talked about some really good use cases. I'll try to give it a structure, specifically in the context of brands, right? So I feel that there are different drivers for luxury and mass market. I'll touch upon that also. But how I think about it is, and not an original idea, I read a lot of research papers around that, right? So there are three buckets in which you can kind of put all of these use cases. One is how can you innovate in your operations? Secondly, how can you improve your service delivery? And then third, how can you do product innovation using Web3? So primarily these three buckets. And if I touch upon these three buckets, right, and on operation side, you can do your supply chain orchestration, supply chain track and trace, etc. Provenance is a use case which is very prominent, especially in luxury goods, because if you buy a diamond, you want to be sure that this is not a blood diamond or this is sources, etc. So provenance is an interesting use case on that side. Then second is your service delivery. How can you improve and engage better with your customers, right? So here, things like loyalty and rewards, that's something like Starbucks did. There is a company called Grupo Nutresa. They are doing So, these will come there, and then some use cases like warranty cards as smart contracts, which will be a contract between the company and the customer, right? So these would be in service delivery. And on the product innovation side, as Arlene mentioned, that these fidgetals, somebody dropping a digital collectible, right? And if you look at it, digital collectible as a product category is something which never existed before this. So there were things which were there existing in islands, but not in the true ownership way, right? And if you look at a complete Web3 native market segment that is coming up, like these are people who spend hours and hours on Sandbox, Roblox. They feel that these Nike shoes, which are an NFT, they feel the value of those things, right? So that's a third part. And very quickly touching upon the drivers. So I feel that for luxury, one of the driver can be how can you make something more exclusive by linking it to Web3. For mass market, similarly, a sense of belonging to a community can be a driver, right? How can I use this NFT and be part of this community? Second piece can be for luxury market, confidentiality of data or control over data can be a driver. While for mass market, incentives that you can associate with that data. For example, a BAT token that somebody talked about, Brave. So you are incentivizing user to share the information. Yeah, so I feel that these are the drivers and use cases as everybody.
Great. No, that was amazing. Over to you, Akash.
So I think most of the use cases have already been covered. So maybe I'll address it a bit differently. So the use cases actually will work fine as long as what we talked about earlier is from an adoption perspective. And to what Rajesh and Arpit said earlier, so the adoption will be faster if we can make this entire process absolutely frictionless. So like Sumit, you mentioned about AI. So why did AI suddenly or ChatGPT go from nothing to 100 million users in about a week's time? That was because onboarding was absolutely frictionless. All you had to do was log in and you're good to go. So if you are able to hit that in Web3, we are already set up for great things ahead. And if you go back and look, there are some brands, and I'm sure they've already been talked about in the last 2 days, brands who've been able to crack that in terms of Nike or in terms of Starbucks. They're not talking digital contracts. They're not talking blockchain. They're not talking consensus protocols. They're not talking about any of those things. So what really works is what the customer is looking at is the experience and what you bring to me and how easy is it for me to maybe in my head, I don't even know what Web2 is. I don't even know what Web3 is and I don't even care. As long as you are able to create benefit for me and you are able to give me some value out of it. So I think that is what we need to think of from a brand perspective. Consumer doesn't really care. So we don't have to move them from Web2 to Web3. We're already talking about Web4. And we were just talking about it that EC just or European Commission just came out with a strategy for Web4 on like 12th of July. So how long will this continue? 2, 3, 4, 5? 5's already been talked about the Jack Dorsey, right? So what we really need to think of is how simple we can make it. Maybe I'll just talk about one use case, and this is more from a user or a consumer perspective. We all travel, we all book hotels. Rajesh has just come in from Hyderabad. Now, what if these room nights were NFTs? And maybe somebody somewhere in this world is already working on that. Now, there are times when plans change and you need to cancel that. How difficult it is, and you might be losing money on that. You put it on a marketplace and there is somebody else looking for a room night. All they do is just make the transaction and you're good to go. There is no need to call the hotel. There is no need to negotiate in terms of, can you give me a discount on your charges and all of that. So those are the real life use cases which actually become possible when you have Web3 technologies running in the backend. But does a user need to know? You as a traveler, do you need to know? No, all you have is just an app where you can do all this kind of stuff. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think we're running short of time. So we'll open this for questions from the audience. Just one question or two questions, Uday? Two questions? Okay. Right.
We don't have any skeptics.
No skeptics. Okay, right. So I guess.
Yeah, so it's not exactly, probably it will not qualify as a question, but I think what my experience is that when we talk about Web3 and we are talking about amalgamation of different technologies coming together, we're talking about blockchain, we're talking about NFTs, we are talking about metaverse in some context. But I think what I find is, and this is my, kind of working with different partners also, we have a very siloed approach in that sense. We're talking about some, for example, there are startups who are more focused on metaverse. There are startups who are more focused on blockchain. So unless we have that approach where we actually define those use cases at an industry or at an organization level, which qualify as Web3, which has integration of various technologies coming together, we'll keep on talking about it, and it's a good conversation to have. But I think to just fast track that adoption cycle that we're talking about, we'll need to have that approach where we actually have a very practical approach, in that sense that we get all these technologies on the table and we define the use cases. What will qualify as a typical Web3 use case. I think that is when the value accretion will happen. And that is how you will kind of shorten that adoption cycle.
Absolutely. I think Vinod touched upon it, and he actually got into details about how the airline industry can adopt it, right? And make it, encompassing all the Web3 technologies or blockchain technologies, right? Yeah, there was another question, I guess, from the gentleman there.
Hi, thanks so much for putting together this session. My name is Raj, I'm from Metafi. We actually create immersive brand experiences. We're working with Flipkart and Cadbury right now. Harleen, I just had a question based on something that you mentioned, but please, it's open to the entire panel. You mentioned that, India is about 3 to 5 years away from mass adoption for Web3 and, brand versus and NFTs. Is there anything that you feel we as founders and entrepreneurs can do to help you and the brands, bridge that gap and, advance that change faster?
I think, sorry, gentleman here really answered that. A very upfront use case, right? I think even for now, for all the other AI-based technologies also that come, as long as we term it Web 2, Web 3, we need to say that, we are solving this. Now, this is the solution which solves loyalty. This is a solution which solves for, how do we get more creators on board? We have a good creator co as well, right? So as long as we are solving that, I don't think the kind of technology that we're using, that would matter. So yeah, I think that'll be my take.
I think that's brilliantly put, Harleen. And I guess that's the only way towards the adoption of Web3. Keep it simple. Let not technology come in the way of adoption. Tech is always going to be there in the back end, but let it be there at the back end. Let us solve the use cases in the industry that's available using, such a beautiful technology as Web3. And I guess, we'll automatically see the adoption. The ecosystem has to be created. Any tech that you adopt, if the ecosystem is not there, ecosystem of devices, ecosystem of apps, ecosystem of, the industry players coming together, the government playing a role, this will never be successful. So thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Harleen. Thank you so much, the audience, for an engaging discussion. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you. And with that, we move towards our last panel discussion for the day and also for the summit. And the topic for the same is at the confluence of generative AI and Web 3.0, cashing in on real opportunities. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Indra Yamuna Datta, Group CDO, Jindal Steel and Power. Raj Mohan Srinivasan, CIO, Sony Pictures Network India Private Limited. Vatsal Kanakia, Principal and CTO, 100x.vc. Rama Iyer, Head, Innovation, GMR Group. And this session will be chaired by Lloyd Matthews, Angel Investor and Business Strategist. Let's please welcome all of them collectively, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for that introduction. And being the last session, of a two-day event is always partially onerous. I guess we're the only folks standing between you and a fun evening, awards, and all the good things. But I promise, and I had the opportunity to chat with all the panelists a little before the session, that this will be interesting and engaging. And A, primarily because of two reasons. I think one, we've got a nice diversified panel, right? So I've got on the far right, Indra Datta, who's the Chief Digital Officer of Jindal Steel, right? So this is a traditional legacy manufacturing company, and we'd love to hear his perspective on how Gen AI and Web 3.0 is actually translating in the steel business. Then we have Rajmohan Srinivasan from Sony Pictures, and I think he's doing something pretty interesting in a space that, let's say, a lot of us it's touch our lives, right? So the whole business of entertainment, and that's very interesting. Then I've got Vatsal, and Vatsal's 100x VC, and has a great overview of all the new and exciting things that are happening in the space of Gen AI. His pre-seed and early stage investment firm has actually made sizable investments in this space. So therefore, he has a kind of insider's view, if I may, of the entire ecosystem. And of course, finally have Rama from GMR. So he's right in the vicinity of the Delhi airport, which GMR runs. And we'd love to hear from him on some of the areas that, how this whole thing is going to experience common consumer lives. I'm going to kickstart with Indra, and really want to understand Indra in the context of steel manufacturing. Right? This is an age-old industry. We've seen, steel has been manufactured forever. How are you guys at Jindal Steel using this whole, shall we say, this whole Gen AI, this whole Web 3.0, which is still evolving, in terms of getting better results?
Thanks for having me here. So Jindal Steel and Power has started its digital transformation journey through a program called Project Pragati. So we are advancing ourselves in each and every value cycle of the whole iron and steel making processes through digital interventions. So if you see from the mining and dispatch, where logistics is a big problem area, because there are a lot of bottlenecks there, we are trying to solve the whole turnaround time, the get in, get out processes through various digital interventions. Then coming to the traditional way of making iron through blast furnace route or DRI route, or even to the steel making processes, we are applying drone-based inspection. We are applying AI/ML technologies so that we can understand and analyze the images that are captured by the drone. And then we are also trying to put intelligence on top of it so that we are getting meaning and insight out of the data. And that is actually going to give a lot of value to our business users. And again, when we are talking about the finished products, whether it is flat products or a long products, which are coming out from the mills. So there are predictive analytics as well as any operator interventions, operator training through AR/VR technologies. All those things are part and parcel of our digital intervention journey that we have undertaken. Now coming to the particular question of Gen AI and how we can apply in our industry. So let me bring the macro picture here. I think industrial sector contributes around 25 to 28% of the GDP. And steel contributes around 2% of the whole GDP in India. Now, Gen AI is a big productivity tool, which is going to increase the productivity of each and every processes. Now, let's say when we are setting up a new plant, the whole CapEx cycle begins, right? Whether it is a CapEx cycle or even an OpEx cycle, the Gen AI has the capability to accelerate that cycle. Now, once the cycle is getting accelerated, you can see that the thousands and lakhs of crore of investment that is getting rolled into the process is becoming faster. So I will give a very particular use case, how this project acceleration is possible through Gen AI. So let's say when we are floating an RFP, the RFP needs to go through the tendering process. The scope of work generation can be done through Gen AI. The bids that are getting submitted by different vendors can be evaluated on different parameters through Gen AI. The techno-commercial evaluation can happen through Gen AI. So now you see the whole cycle of the project
perhaps even if it starts, it takes around 3 to 6 months of time. If that cycle gets reduced to 1 to 1.5 months of time, then the whole ecosystem is moving faster. And that's where I think the productivity led by digital technologies is directly going to impact the GDP of our country. So maybe with that, I will take a pause here. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks for sharing that. So Raj, I'm coming across to you, and I think what Indra spoke about was really, in a sense, the efficiency and, let's say, the cost reduction that Gen AI can bring into processes, and any process that becomes more efficient clearly works for all stakeholders in that. In the entertainment domain, right, where Sony is obviously a big player, how do you see the whole confluence of Gen AI with Web 3.0 radically changing the consumer experience?
So I think similar to what Indra said, right? I think, even before we go into any of these exponential capabilities being driven out, laying the foundation is very, very important. And that's very similar to what Indra said. Like, we've also gone through this, what we call as foundational capabilities. We also set out some 11 critical initiatives. As we speak, 9 has gone, and the other 2 that should to go in another month's time. Now, while doing that itself, right, I'm a firm believer that, a medium term, short term, long term, everything has to happen at the same time, right? So some of these potential capabilities, be it for efficiency, like what you're saying, also for breakthrough revenue generation, we did toy around. Like we did come up with our own metaverse versions. And I'm sure you could imagine, right? Media and entertainment and this generative AI is actually very exciting stuff, right? Obviously, we did toy around. Obviously, we did put some of our good properties, like some of the sports properties, like the WWE, and even our some of the channels, like the BBC Earth, where the viewing itself can actually experience. So all that we've done, then finally the question comes, where's the money, honey, right? So that's where if the next big things have to come, we've actually taken it on ourselves, right? Is there a breakthrough possible? Yes, it is possible, right? The conventional use cases like the fast channel, can I just make the content, the premium content? I'm sure, we can actually take pride in saying so much of premium content that we could actually house, not leave alone going 2 decades. If I have to go even in 5 to 10 years, we will have good collection, right? How do we monetize it? Is it only always a long form, like, what you put on YouTube? And, like somebody in one of the sessions were saying, I'm making the more richer, right? How can I make myself more richer, right? There are some ideas, and I'm sure, I was also part of the panel. So we have spotted some good startups. We believe in the ecosystem way of growing. So the best way to inorganically grow. Direct answer to your question, is there something that we are trying to do something as a breakthrough to get actually see the money? Yes, we are looking for it, right? Because I'm a firm believer that, while people say that, how do you make money? Either through the ad spends or distributing our content, right? While the conventional market might seem like it is shrinking, it's growing. If you really see the CAGR of both these models are not shrinking. They're growing. They're not going into the conventional route to the market. And we know that it is going to the short form video or faster, rendering, or, even creating some new content without a post-production. All these are the technical gizmos that one can look at, and how they all come together to generate the business case as we speak. That's my big thing, right? That's the next big thing. There is a business case as we speak. In a week or 2 weeks time, we're also looking at putting together that blueprint, and we're going for it.
Thanks, Raj. I think that's a great overview. And I'm going to come back a little deeper to understand a little bit of the creator economy, since, a lot of your core IP is great content.
Yes.
But we'll come back to you. I'm going to skip Vatsal for now to get to Rama next. And Rama, in the context of GMR, right? You guys run the largest airport in the country. How does this whole new space improve the consumer experience, right? What can be good about my whole transitioning through Delhi airport that you see can be a game changer in terms of the user experience?
Sure, and thanks. I think it's fun when we try to kind of talk about Web3 and digital asset crypto on one side, where it meets, say, AI, Gen AI, LLM, etc. So I think I'll start from what you asked in terms of passenger experience. I think I'll touch on some of the things that we may already be experiencing. Let's just take from DigiYatra, right? I think that's a thing where airports have come together, put together a next-gen system where it's a combination of video analytics, machine learning on one side, and amalgamating it with an Aadhaar UPI that already existed in the Indian ecosystem. And we have created an experience that doesn't exist anywhere. And to top it, most people don't know that it is powered at the back end by blockchain. And obviously, I mean, somebody asked me like, can you do it without blockchain? Sure. I mean, I can do it without blockchain. But the reason for that is to future-proof, where I can federate some of those data to multiple of the stakeholders, which are airports to begin with, and then some of the airline. There was a gentleman in the previous panel. So federating it with airlines, with government entities, so that data is not a treasure trove of one party to begin with, and everybody has comfort. So I think there's a great real use case of blockchain that we kind of forget to mention, which is DigiYatra, right? A real life application. In terms of passenger experience, what else are we doing? We are trying to kind of marry the NFT digital asset on one side and create a wallet-based mechanism for loyalty, where I can create fungibility in terms of people who buy a whole bunch of things. There is commerce and transaction. And how do I create an ability to kind of treat the passenger differentiately, uniquely, and also provide him ways to kind of burn or redeem some of the things. And the third thing, and I think on dot, like Pankaj arrives, where we are trying to create a blockchain as a service along with Pankaj and IBC and IBF, and the idea is like, you would kind of think that why like a BaaS service or blockchain as a service. The reason is simple. Blockchain everywhere goes around trying to find a solution where it doesn't exist. And we are like cookie cut nicely for it, where there is multitude of stakeholders, airports like airlines, CISF, BCAS, immigration, multiple retail houses and stuff. And today we want to show how some of those can be married even at the back end in terms of air cargo, logistics and stuff. So I think we are kind of pushing forward. We are actually also bringing in non-private parties like, the Cargo Federation, Airport Authority also, if they play ball, and also showcase that India is a place where some of this new age technology can come melt, and as an example for the world to follow.
Terrific. That's heartening to know, Rama. Vatsal, coming to you, and 100x VC in a sense has got into the space pre the hype cycle, right? So long before this buzzword became common parlance, and we're having a whole 2-day event around it. And in that journey, what are the key elements that you're picking up, which are going to be, in a sense, game changer? Where do you see a lot of the action around Web 3.0 and which generative AI can transform?
Yeah, thanks so much, Lloyd, for the question, and great to be here, everybody. So we've been investing in both Web3 and Gen AI for a long time. As partners, we've been investing in Web3 since the 2015-16 area. That back then it wasn't called Web3, it was just Bitcoin and then a whole bunch of other blockchains and, very different time. And AI especially, we've been investing since 2018 odd, so we have a long history of investing in these both spaces, right? We have a clear thesis for both of these spaces. On the Web3 front, we broadly delineated it as one side as investing only in Bitcoin as a pure kind of store of value asset and use cases around that, both in India and globally. And the other being the regular kind of Web3, where we focus largely on the Ethereum ecosystem and invest in applications built on top of Ethereum, right? Whether it's DeFi, whether it's real world assets, tokenized, whatever it is. And on the AI front, we think of things in three possible verticals. One is so Gen AI core model innovation, Gen AI non-core innovation, and then non-Gen AI models, right? So Gen AI core model innovation, our thesis is, this is basically generation of any media type. So in that sense, we believe text and image has as a medium largely been won, right? With the models that already exist, it's going to be tough for anybody to beat in those particular mediums. We believe there are opportunities in 3D object generation, audio and video, even video to some extent, because it's an extension of image. It has a lot of momentum happening, but audio still remains to be seen as quality. And we've had exposure in this space, right? We've invested in a company like Vitra or a Vodex or Xylem or Croup AI, which are all doing core model innovation in these spaces. We also believe there's an opportunity in 3D object generation. So there we've invested in Metabricks, where these products would be helpful for your metaverse experiments, right? Where you want to create an object for the metaverse very rapidly. So that's the core model, right? Which is like deep tech innovation research. Then there's these other core models or core a layer on a wrapper on top of core model businesses, right? There we kind of think of it as this. If it's just a simple wrapper on top of a model, say I'm just a GPT wrapper, there's no business here. There's no moat here, right? Unless you are selling the GPT part as a simple feature in your product, right? So having Gen AI integrating into your product is not a right to win, but it is a table stakes feature, because your competitors are already going to do it, or you're going to do it. Once one of you does it, the other has to do it for sure, right? Now, if you do want to build a moat in this business, the opportunity is in the vector embeddings layer, which is basically how do you contextualize the model to a particular industry whose nuances are lost by a generalized model, right? So for example, for a hedge fund, certain keywords may make, let me give a very simple example. The word API means active pharmaceutical ingredient in pharmacy, and it means application programming information in tech, right? So knowing that context for a model is critical. And so creating that layer of the right context is where you can create some level of moat. So, right. And so the third opportunity is in other AI models, right? So obviously outside of Gen AI, there are a lot of AI innovations happening, right? For example, we've invested in a company called Swasti AI, which is giving incredible insights on top of cancer data, right? On what drugs are efficient, what are not, et cetera, et cetera. We've done a company called Filter Pixel, which is working with photographers to help them measure the quality, which is a qualitative measure, right? But they're quantifying that for photographers to say, okay, I've taken thousands of photos in a particular event, right? Like today, which are the top 100 photos, right? Those kinds of things. And those models, you have to really, really go deep into the performance of the model. Now it's improving, right? Every model has a certain metric associated which kind of measures the performance of the model. So how do you see that growing is very critical. So that's broadly how we think about these spaces.
Thanks for giving that kind of detailed overview of how you approach it. And I'm going to quickly get on to Raj. I think a little bit of what Vatsal mentioned. I think one aspect of Gen AI that we see is its ability to disrupt the creator economy, right? Historically, content creation was a domain. I mean, let's say if you rewind a couple of decades back, where you went to large production studios, right? And companies like Sony Pictures actually use state-of-the-art production techniques to create world-class quality content. I think what we've seen in the last 2 decades, and Gen AI has accelerated the pace, is the TikTokization, or maybe because TikTok's not in India, we'll talk about the democratization of content, where completely zero creative folks like me can also make great videos, right? You can just use. Vatsal spoke about Vitra, right? Vitra does real-time video translation, right? Or there's this other company called Jan AI, GAN, which can create personalized video communication. So I saw this fascinating, video where you can have a celebrity, pop up onto your WhatsApp and address you by name. Hi Ajay, did you watch last night's Wimbledon final, so on and so forth. So a very customized personal message that also has your kind of location coordinates and tells you, hey, you can hop across to the nearest store and pick up your stuff. So in the context of a production company, say Sony Pictures, how do you see the creator economy disrupting production? You talked about improvements. I think one obvious one is the lowering the cost of production. Why would you need to go to a expensive studio to create this mega blockbuster when this can happen in somebody's backyard?
See, I'm going to be honest here, right? I mean, when you talk about a tech innovation and interventions, right? I think, as a tech group within the one, you can't be detrimental. If I go back and say, because we ourselves have a production house, right? If I'm saying, because you're not required, then it becomes a challenge. So, but what can we do? Like you said, right? Now, even before I go into democratization and making it into a larger where people can come at, I think what I can do for our own content library, right? If I can say that, look, what used to take you X for producing a content, right? Can I do it in, let's say, 1/10? Right? Now, the money saved is money earned, right? So those are certain things, yes. So then I'm not actually burning bridges, I'm not creating enemies. Same, the production guy is also going to help, okay, so that you can start producing the classics. So that's one intervention definitely we are looking at from creating that economy for our own economy improvement, point number one. Once that gets into a scale, then you can think of, now that this platform is working, can I take it to the market, right? Can I make it like, see, if you say media and entertainment, while you may come up with the large players, 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever, right? But there are so many of them, right? There's so much regionalized content, creators, aggregators. Can I go and make a platform? Yes. So before going there, I would rather create it like an enterprise platform, which benefits my own content creator economy, which justifies itself and stands on its own before it scales. So that's an honest answer. Now, having said that, are we not trying to look at the other disruptive things that we can look at it from a general market? Like I started with the first question itself, the market is not shrinking. It is going into the newer ways and newer things, right? How can I tap into it? Which is going to be an out and out tech play, where I don't need my production house. With my classic, let's say, my own social media, like, we have verified handlers, right? As we speak, there are about 200 million reach, right? Now, today, we are using it more like a pull. I'm using it only for when somebody throws a muck at me, how do I control that? And I'm just doing all my online reputation management more from a pull. How can I use it for a push? Can I look at some short video? Like, there are some classic sports things which are always, always associated with us. Can I do something there? There are some classic properties that we own. Can I create some short things and create moments, right? The biggest celebrity, right? His birthday is around the corner, right? Can I make some very classic things about him and push it to the social media? Look at what kind of viral things that it can create, leave alone me going and disrupting in the other, right? So those are some of things. Right now, do I want to put $1 to it? No, right? Like I was just having a conversation. Initially, let it be a very menial dollars coming in. Then let's talk about millions of dollars and it will follow automatically. So we will go there. I don't want to put a timeline because, the minute you put a timeline, then you're always under time pressure. Create a platform, create this fan following, create this, let the tail wag the dog, right? Let first create that and then let these smaller things start saying that, okay, guys, you can actually do much larger. Maybe a different route. I think good or bad. This is the approach that we thought.
Absolutely, absolutely. And therefore, Indra, coming to you, and I think one of an important aspect of any big technology upheaval is the fact that it becomes real only when there is a huge techno commercial happening, right? So let's say in 2016, all of India step jumped its entire activity thanks to the Geo launch, when suddenly voice became free and data became kind of really maximize. We suddenly talked of internet users in the in the tens of millions, as opposed to earlier being a finite few, or even back in time when the Aadhaar laid the foundation of the India stack. So strictly in a techno-commercial sense, how do you see Web3 kind of disrupting the manufacturing economy? So where do you see maximized use cases outside of the steel industry, obviously, in which you're part of? Where do you see the big leaps coming in?
So I think most of the manufacturing companies in India operate in 4 principles. So one is definitely maximization of EBITDA. The second will be the working capital. How can you reduce the working capital, make your balance sheet linear, lean? The third part will be the whole investments that are trapped into your cycle. And fourth part is your operating expense or the fixed costs that are necessary to run your operations. Now, if you see these 4 value drivers, and if I try to link with some of the use cases that we have done, as well as let's say any of the other manufacturing companies will do, definitely I can give you a couple of examples. Let's say when we are talking about our blast furnace operation, we are actually converting the raw iron ore into the molten metal, right? So basically you are reducing the oxygen from Fe2O3 to pure Fe. Now, when you are doing it, you are actually putting a lot of set points and a lot of parameters that you are trying to control with your knowledge, with the operator knowledge. Now that knowledge varies from the experience of the operator. Now those experiences perhaps are trapped into your historical data, which has been operated by somebody who has really known the process at that point of time, but then he has retired and no more in the system. Now, how can you trap that experience from the historical data using AI and then use Gen AI to train the operator so that the person can run the blast furnace not only in the best operating region, but then you have to also think on the sustainability angles that maybe we can reduce the coking coal, which is the major source for your carbon footprint. That can be also brought down. So it has to be thought in a problem of optimization, where AI and Gen AI will be helping us again to improve our productivity, but this time it is directly going to improve either the throughput or reduce your inventory, or maybe reduce or repurpose the people from that particular section of the plant to the other section of the plant. Because I am a strong believer of technology is not going to take away your work, but it is just going to repurpose yourself. You have to reskill yourself. So I think there will be many other use cases, but this is one I think which will be cutting across the questions what you have.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So it kind of really goes across industry. And then coming to you, Rama, in the context of your role as the chief of innovation in GMR, what do you see as the next breakthrough uses in the context of Gen AI?
Sure. I think before I go there, just kind of something that Raj said stuck with me. And I don't know if you guys have seen the synthetic video of J-Lo doing the Virgin Voyager promotion. I mean, that's like a classical case of the brand person herself being there and then kind of demonstrating synthetic video of how it can be used. And it's a real challenge for all the parties involved. But I think the good part is they have put it out there and said, you know what, this is what is possible, right? Now go figure. So I think it's a great challenge where tech, especially for Raj and co, I think he's got his hands full and he's trying to figure, and he's playing a middle game between the tech guys on one side and the marketing honchos on the other. And taking a cue from that, I think today all of us are experimenting with synthetic video. I mean, we are looking at it as a layering of synthetic video plus conversational AI and trying to meshing the two and trying to figure more practical scenarios of how can I glean nuggets of gold from my enterprise trove of data that has been there of all kinds And we have done a whole bunch of from data lakes to whatnot, and we have not got value. So I think eventually, I think the private GPT or an enterprise class LLM probably is kind of getting there, solving the problem for us. And we are looking at least like half a dozen startups who can help solve, co-create a product for us. So we are extremely excited, and we believe, and I think has, like he was mentioning, that either, I mean, the gravy lies in the deep embeddings and the vectorized database, where it kind of, allows you to kind of find some of those sweet spots. But to me, I think it is not going to be one model. It's going to be a culmination of multiple different models. One which is ingrained in a vertical industry, fully with the local data, like plunged together with an open GPT model where it has open access to data. And I think he gave a good example of a diode where you don't necessarily need to kind of, be worrying about guardrails and your data going out, but you are feeding off the internet, getting value inside rather than throwing data out. So there are various different ways to kind of be more creative and get the value of the likes of OpenAI on one side, a private GPT on the other, mesh the two. Third, have your own conversational neural network on the other thing with deep embeddings. And you may have a solution that nobody has got till now. We're getting you all the answers that is present in your company, right? So I think we may be able to solve that faster at a very rapid pace. So I think that's the reality. And we want to look at practical cases where it gets value to our employees, gets value to business stakeholders, and we are seeing either efficiency or newer revenue play.
Fantastic. And the perfect segue to bring Vatsal in. And therefore, Vatsal, in the context of what he's saying, the fact that a lot of startups who are doing cutting edge work, can perfectly aggregate into what larger companies are looking at the borders of innovation. 100x we see having a line of sight to various these startups. Like you said, you guys began investing in the space back in 2015 in 8 years. To what extent are you seeing the smoothness of integration where these guys can add value? And also given the fact that we're moving up the technology curve, let's say in India, thanks to, let's say, the digital stack, we've got our Aadhaar in place. We've seen the efficacy of how the data layer has been used, ranging from, let's say, DigiYatra, DigiLocker. We saw the whole Covaxin thing moving seamlessly. How will this play up into the entire ecosystem?
Well, hopefully with events like this, I get to meet CIOs and evangelize them to work with startups more. But obviously, it's a function of enterprise readiness and enterprises doing the digital push. But we have to understand that almost every single enterprise in India now has a digitization mission internally, right? That's why we have all these CIOs on ground today, on stage today. Working with startups is definitely tough. It's tough for enterprise as well, because startups have a very different mindset. Their pace of execution, they're okay with things breaking, whereas enterprises need things to be there, right? Okay, things can't break, it has to work in production. And it's tough for entrepreneurs as well. From a Web3 perspective, I think we're a ways off before Web3 startups will directly be able to work with enterprises, because in general, there's just a lot of uncertainty with the industry. Private chains are already being used, as GMR has been using them for DigiYatra node, but those will be more bespoke solutions and not public products built on public chains, right? I'm not seeing that happening anytime soon. AI seamlessly integrates because of rapid cloud adoption within enterprise as well. AI does, I think, seamlessly integrate into existing processes, and all enterprises want to kind of look into optimizing their workflows, optimizing, their costs, reducing it, and operating, increasing insights. So definitely see a lot of opportunity there. For example, one company we've invested is called Data Sutram, right? So they are focused on only data and analytics as a service for BFSI, right? And that's what they do. And some of the largest BFSI, banks and financial companies in India today use them. And they do open data sharing with Data Sutram. They access data from Data Sutram and draw a lot of insights, right? Again, Swasthya as an example, right? Large businesses like Tata Memorial Hospital is using Swasthya AI for cancer care. today, right? So we're definitely seeing a lot more adoption on the AI front than we're seeing on the Web3 front, but that makes sense because the Web3 front is it's a much larger leap of faith for enterprises to take.
Do you see a little bit of a drop in this whole, whole excitement around the metaverse? At one time, it was considered like the next holy grail, right? Everyone and his uncle wanted to kind of, create their own little metaverses experiences. And I think to some extent, the hype's kind of tapered off. Do you see that as well?
Yeah, there's definitely a correction. I think it's for the best. I think it's the direction the industry is in is correct. It's just that it was a bubble and it burst. But there's still a lot of innovation. I mean, if it wasn't an opportunity, you wouldn't see Apple coming out with its own VR headset, right? Which is like a big positive sign for the ecosystem. So it's still definitely a big opportunity and a lot of work happening. But it's just a correction and a consolidation phase, right? That, I mean, happens with every industry. There's a lot of hype, it consolidates, and then there's a lot of hype again. So yeah, but not, if I may, Lloyd, I have actually a question because, my fellows here talked a lot about how they're integrating Web3 and AI into their processes. Now, you might have seen, for example, in Hollywood, there are two strikes happening right now. There's the writer's strike and the actor's strike, where actors are saying, okay, these guys are taking our likeness and just using AI to remake our movies as is without us, and they don't want to pay us, right? And I'm sure while you're using DigiYatra to streamline the process for so many customers, that's probably going to take a hit on somebody's livelihood. How are you guys seeing that as playing out, right? Do you see AI hurting that while it profits for the business? Do you see it hurting the human resource part?
I don't think it's anything new, right? I think if we just traverse back in time, like Steven Spielberg, when internet came, mail came, this came, everybody said that, this is going to take away the jobs. And I see this as another, I think, yes, there is a strikes, and the other way of looking at it is that, okay, can I take some of these and start giving some of creation work and give it back to the same Hollywood? Some of the Hollywood producers will be happy doing that. So the economy starts defining or redefining. My humble belief is that the water will find its level. I think, we are in that stage of, like you said, not just the uncle, even grandpa wanted a digital avatar and wanted to dress up what all he wouldn't have done in the past, right? So all that is also the hype phases. I won't say it is over. I think it is just reverberating, and it is still, I have a feeling that it will find. I don't think there is a direct answer, but the history says that course corrections will happen through the passage of time.
I mean, great question. And I think the answer is, at least on the DigiYatra and some of the tech front, I think it helps reduces fatigue and for people who are overworked. So in fact, jobs are not reduced in our case, in this case at least. They are now doing a better work more efficiently because now they have to focus on what they really should focus on, right? And let machines do what they do best. So they are now repurposed to doing bigger and better things, what they were supposed to. And when you have a lot more people like standing, you just kind of wish wash. So you're neither doing justice to what you're supposed to do. So you rather kind of have less people and do things better, right? So I think, and now I think the good part is, I think for all of us here, people even at the ground level, even blue collar workforce today understand the value of tech. And there is a lot more like understanding to work with us to support. And that fear has somehow like dissipated away, or it's like a Tina factor. There's no alternative, right? So you better kind of, adopt, move forward, support, and learn where from here. So I think we are seeing a lot more of that play out.
It's so interesting. I mean, just as a small pointer, that India is a techno optimist, whereas the West is all techno pessimist, right? Oh, AI is going to take our jobs. We're all saying, okay, this is great. It helps us do much better things in life, right? I think it's such a phenomenal outlook.
So just a point to add here, and maybe we can take the audience also into the gamut of the discussion. So I read a book called Origin. So how many of you have read the book Origin? Can you please raise your hand? Only one? Okay, maybe you should read it. And the book is written by the famous novelist, Dan Brown, the writer of Da Vinci Code. And in the origin book, what he has stated in 2017, we are actually expressing it right now. Because the AI assistant called Winston, when we are trying to find the answer, is like where we have come from and where we are going. This is the two basic questions any human being asks. Kahan se aaye hai and kahan jayenge. So now today's fiction is, I think, tomorrow's technology. And that's where at that particular inflection point we are. So.
Yeah, I just going to come back to a very good point that Vatsal made about the strikes currently on in Hollywood. And just for the last segment and quickly wanting your comments, I think there is an interesting dilemma that Gen AI throws in a web world, where there are issues about ethics and the need for kind of policy guardrails, right? Very simply put, some of you will remember a year and a half back, Cadbury did a much acclaimed campaign, or Mondelez as the company is called, where they used Shah Rukh Khan, right? Where he talks about you could pick up your Cadbury gift hamper at the nearest store. And that was customized to a micro level, right? So if you're in Udaipur, then they would mention a store right in your vicinity, because they used AI technology in a sense to actually use the same persona, which was actually Shah Rukh Khan with his permission, to actually then repurpose it and give it different names, right? So what AI can do is real time have a celebrity speak out your brand across the country to 1 million stores, if you may. With this comes the issue of the fact that a lot of this can be misused, right? As long as it's with your permission, and you're Shah Rukh Khan and you sign a deal with a big brand and the brand says we're going to use you to make 100,000 commercials, we'll shoot one, but we'll repurpose it with different store names, that's fine. And therefore, each of you a quick question, do you see the need for developing some kind of a self-regulation, some kind of an ethical code so that this doesn't become rampant and gets misused, right? One of the adverse sides of the great positive story on Gen AI is the world of deepfakes, right? You don't want to see a video of yourself in the public domain doing crazy things or saying stupid things, right? That could in a moment make or break your career. So what are your quick thoughts? And maybe Rama, I want to kickstart with you. What do you think? Do you think the industry and there's to be some kind of regulation code where at one level water finds its own level, before it finds its own level, it can drown a few people? So quick thoughts.
I doubt the avatar or the synthesized video will do a worse job than what I am doing. So I am okay. But yeah, I think on a serious note, I think we have our work cut out. I mean, especially for Raj, I think really feel for him. Maybe he's already using it in his backyard. We don't know. So I think it's a great challenge, but I think we find a way to kind of figure things out, right? One way or the other. And I think I could not have said it better. Vatsal said it better, that we are so like a techno optimist type of a country, and we figure out a way to use it and figure out, for lack of better word, doing a Mandavli, right? Figure out a win-win scenario for both. So all parties sit, we'll figure out a way of how to slice the cake and ensure everybody figures value. I think we are great at that as a country, because we have started from the point where we had less and we are now kind of enjoying having more. So we kind of have that roots in that. So I'm pretty confident that we'll figure out a way, whether it is government, the regulatory body, the private parties, and whether it is media, OTT, and us. I think we'll kind of get to it faster than some of the Western countries. They look at us to kind of a solution that they can copy back.
No, so having said which, I'm going to push you in the corner a little bit on this, Rama, is that, let's say in the context of GMR, right? We talked about the DigiLocker. Now, I have friends who will not DigiLocker, the DigiYatra. I have friends who will not consciously use DigiYatra because they fear for their privacy, right? Why should a facial recognition tool know and have me on record, right? On the positive side, it's good for DigiYatra to let me enter Delhi airport without a CISF guard. It helps me go through security without any manual interface. I mean, I certainly have to go metal free. And ideally, it should help me get into the aircraft. So far, so good. And in the real world, DigiYatra should be able to know that I'm traveling to Bangalore. So 2.5 hours later, I need a taxi there and my end destination is, Electronic City or whatever. So far, so good. What I don't want is DigiYatra to also be telling people who should not know me, not know my Bangalore trip.
Right.
Right?
So
Why should somebody get to know? And therefore, who draws the line? Right. So
Great
is
question.
somebody telling GMR that you have no right to give this data, but you're sharing the data. You're putting it in the cloud, right? And the concessionaire Fairfax at Bangalore airport knows about it. So what happens then?
So I'll answer that. I'll clarify that. So one, I think for people who think that, their privacy is at stake because of DigiYatra, I mean, probably they did not know where the camera existed before. There are 3,000 odd cameras in the airports, right? So for all the security reasons, I mean, that's already kind of, table stake and gone. Now we are trying to kind of give you value back with the same technology for your convenience, right? I think that's point number one. Second point, thanks for that. I think somebody, somebody loved my point. So I think point number two is the system right now is extremely wall guarded in terms of the data, the usage. And it doesn't even go to the cloud. All of the things is local data based on the airport, and it is time guarded. And you can actually disable it on a per transaction or a per travel basis. So it is extremely wall guarded from a privacy and security. The data does not even go from a dial to a dial or whatever, right? From one airport to the other. Technically, you can open up and you can create federation if we are all comfortable with data sharing, and that's where it is on a blockchain. Great use case for blockchain, and we can open it up for for the betterment of everybody if all parties come together. And I'm pretty confident that airports, airlines, governmental authorities will come together to use it for the right things with enough security in place.
Fair enough. So respect that, and thanks for clarifying, and that's quite gratifying. But I think to your point about the blockchain is that in the context of DigiYatra, you explicitly give permission to the airport to get your imagery, right? And they have the data for those 3 or 4 hours of your travel, which is valid, as opposed to cameras that capture you anyway.
Exactly.
But those are unethical. I can sue the guy who's using my picture unethically. I can't sue DigiYatra because I have, when I've uploaded my boarding pass, consciously given permission.
So you consciously accept, and for the duration of it, you can withdraw that if required, and you don't even need to use DigiYatra. Use your colloquial way, your old age way, right? So all options are with you, and you decide to come into the system by sharing for that period of time. Yeah.
Sorry, you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I think,
Raj?
see, I mean, especially from the media, right? I think, when we originally started with even linear, you would have seen, we all have grown up, right? You can't even see any scenes where, where you feel delicate, right? So then came the linear revolution, and, things are changing, generation gap. Then came something called an IBF, right? The Broadcast Federation. The same way, like when OTT come on, I mean, trust me, the logic they said, no, it is not for the family. You can view it individually. We are giving you rating. Okay, it still doesn't solve the thing, right? No, the point what I'm trying to say is that you cannot take a stick and say that you can't do. It's like somebody was also saying that you can't stop an internet, right? You can't stop a Gen AI. I mean, if you're doing, the things will still happen, like a dark web, right? So it will happen. So it best is to regulate. And I think, even though MIB came up, I think couple of, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 1.5 years back, they came up with an hand kind of an approach, OTT needs to be, all that happened. Then finally what they did, they said, let's get to a self-regulated, right? I think as you call it a corporate social responsibility or the bigger enterprise responsibility, I think it is time for these larger corporates and enterprise to define these framework. What's a ethical framework on which we all need to work together. I think once it comes up as an industry federated framework, then the smaller things will automatically fall in its place. It becomes a peer pressure, and I think that's the way to go.
Vatsal, you had a couple of things.
Yeah, I just wanted, the larger question for me in this is not how we're using AI models. It's more who owns those AI models. Today, most of these large models are, black boxes owned by large corporations, barred by Google, GPT, by OpenAI, Stable Diffusion, by Stability. And we have no clue what goes behind those models, right? How are those models working? Sometimes we find instances of racism by those models, but we have no chance of solving for those, right? So I believe that's where the confluence of Web3 and AI does come into play. where I believe over time, what we'll do is we'll have models developed in an open source model, right? So we'll have thousands of developers contributing to how the model should be shaped, how it should be evaluated, etc. Open sourced, hosted on chain, on the
language
Web3,
agnostic.
language agnostic, hosted on the Web3. Like Ethereum is a decentralized storage or decentralized compute platform, right? So hosted on Ethereum, anybody can run it. Anybody can see what the output for a particular input is. You don't like it, you change it, you contribute. And you can also voluntarily share your data through this whole ecosystem of Web3, right? You can control how much data is given, how much not. You get paid for sharing it, for using it, getting it used to train, right? So I think that's where one real confluence comes.
So that's a perfect note to end the discussion. Just quickly to summarize, I think for the folks in the room, I think quickly what we talked about is the evolution of Web 1.0, which was really company controlled, where company put out information, and as an individual we could seek that information, going to their website. Web 2.0 was really all about interactivity, right? The fact that there were communities now, right? Through large social networks, we could talk, we could interact with people across. And in a sense, Web 3.0, whereas the focus is on the individual. It's right. It's all about immersion, where you then become part of it, but you also have the ability to, in a sense, own and control your data and monetize your data. And we're still in that process, but a great discussion, and thank you, and fabulous perspectives. I know we don't have time for questions directly at this session, but some of us are going to be around for a little while longer for the awards ceremony. So if you have questions, feel free to shoot. This was a great panel. Thank you, Indra. Thank you, Raj.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vatsal. And thank you, Rama. And over to you guys, BW.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you. And with that, we come to an end of our discussions for the inaugural edition of Web 3.0 Summit. Awards, of course, await us. But before that, to sort of close and sum up the entire summit, the discussions, please join me in welcoming the organizer also of this one, Uday Laroya, Vice President, Strategic Projects, BW Businessworld, everybody. I really want all of you, request you to please give him a louder applause, because he's been this entire, he's put all of it into play. Uday.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We thank you from Businessworld. Thanks you, Dr. Batra. Thanks you for your time. We hope these 2 days have brought you feedback on Web3 technologies. When we started this project, we were, like one of the topics said, skeptical, because we realized that while it is path-breaking, it is innovative, original, ingenious, there is skepticism and hesitation around it. And when I think of skepticism on tech, it reminds me of the laptop 30 years back. When the laptop was launched, people were actually laughing and saying, I'm not going to carry this around. I'm sure ladies would have said at that time, I've got a bag already. What will I do carrying another thing around? And then we know what happened with the laptop. Similarly, with e-commerce 20 years back, a lot of people said it's all about touch and feel. How can I buy clothes online? Now we know where that's taken us. So I will leave you with just that thought that, yes, the technology has a ways to go. It's at an incipient, nascent stage, but that is when we need to champion it and champion it aggressively. You're all leaders. When we made this program, we also had corporate India in mind specifically. So talking about adoption in corporate India, talking about the competitive advantage it can bring to corporate India. And we've had a very strong turnout, which bodes well for the future of this conference, bodes well, of course, for the future of the industry. Unlike most other conferences, we have seen for one of the first few times that, there have been people staying through the course of the day, which obviously goes to show and demonstrates the viability, the utility, the monetizability of Web3 technologies. And we thank you for your presence. Do stay with us. We will be having an award ceremony to follow, which is again celebrating the best and the brightest in the country, which is also a good way to show how serious we are about Web3 as a space. It is we are, of course, traditionally very strong in this space, and we would like to acknowledge some of India's finest here. And we would request you to be with us It will start in another half an hour. So come back and join us at approximately 5:30. Thank you once again, and we appreciate you joining us and championing the industry as you have. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. May I please request all of you to start settling down? If any of your colleagues are outside, we'd request you to please also call them inside so that we can now begin with the awards ceremony. I think maximum 3-4 minutes and we shall commence with the same.
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
The pioneers, which is of course all of you, who've demonstrated exceptional commitment and dedication towards shaping the future of Web3 in our country. With this, I would also take this moment to thank our partners for this summit. Our strategic partners, Bharat Web, Blockchain India. Our event partners, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandom, Beanly Coffee, and JustBath.ai. Today's award ceremony will be streamed and is now being streamed across all BW Businessworld platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwbusinessworld.in. I would request all of you to join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag BWWeb3. That's 3 in numeric. Now, before we begin with the awards ceremony, of course, all of you, or rather many of you, and all your contemporaries, they all sent in their nominations, all the hard work that they had done. And when such wonderful work walks in, it becomes really difficult for a jury to choose as to who should win specifically in that category. So before we take you through the awards list, we wish to take you to the jury process. How was it? What was it like? Also the experience of all our jury members, along with the best wishes for you. May I please request my team to first play the jury AV?
First of all, I must thank the business world for arranging this wonderful event. I must say the participants, they're not only just innovative, I think they're very apt in terms of, what is the relevance in terms of the business context. And I think they were very precise. In a short 2 minutes, if they were to articulate a business value, it isn't that easy. I think most of them, they did. And it was a wonderful experience. I could say that I learned a lot from them. I'm eagerly waiting to see the event myself in person. All the best. Good luck to all the people there are no particular winner. Everybody's a winner, but I'm sure there are some promising winners who will be announced. Good luck to all of you. Thank you.
I'm a great believer in blockchain and in technologies. I see a promising future in these technologies to transform your life. It was a very rewarding experience for me personally to be part of this inaugural edition of this prestigious event. I could interact with some great minds in this space and could see a lot of innovation in technology. More importantly, some of the projects I'm making were intended to make a huge social impact. I congratulate each winner. They are truly deserving and looking forward to interact with them.
I've been involved in the Web3 space for a while, and I'm particularly excited about my participation in BW's conference because it was a spectacular effort. Everything was streamlined, from Uday, making sure that the pitches were concise, well articulated, sticking by the time, to Barney working with my team to make sure that the participation process was effortless. I think I had a great experience, specifically because the nominations had great depth in the work that they were doing. I think the whole process was vibrant, specifically because there was so much promise in everybody's quality. Specifically, I believe that each and every participant, not just the ones that won, I think show a very positive potential for the world. I think across the conference, I felt, it was kind of like that experience you get after feeling a breath of fresh air. You go back more invigorated to your work, and I think that's what it was for me. So I congratulate each and every participant, the winners specifically, and also the team that put this whole effort in. Thanks a lot.
early stage, fund focused on Indian Web3 builders. We're trying to, deploy our own balance sheet money into some of these startups. Just for context, we got off to a great start. We've done about 15 investments in the last 10 months. As part of the jury panel here at the BW Web3 Awards, it was a great experience to interact with these founders and learn more about what they're building. And happy to also report that we saw some great participation and interested to learn more about these founders offline as well. All the very best, and I hope the Web3 ecosystem keeps growing in India.
Honored to be a part of the jury panel for the Businessworld Web 3.0 Award 2023. Indeed, it was a challenging task to select the winners from the impressive shortlisted candidates. From my perspective, all the participants are winners because of their hard work, passion, and dedications. The selection process was transparent, spontaneous, and innovative. These participants had enough time to present their work, innovation, and problem-solving approach. Being a jury member, it was a fantastic experience, and I'm grateful to be a part of the jury panel. Congratulations to all winners in advance. All the best.
It has been an absolute pleasure to meet with many of you, and I must say I was left impressed by your sharp focus, grit, and innovation. I have no doubt in my mind that you'll all shine in your chosen fields. Please keep it up. The whole evaluation process was well managed, and it has been a terrific experience. I must congratulate and thank BW for its efforts. And finally, many congratulations to all the winners. Onwards and upwards.
The jury bit was an exciting experience. The cutting-edge technologies and the visionary strategies showcased the immense potential of Web 3.0, blockchain-based financial platforms to NFT marketplace to decentralized social networks. We analyzed the technical expertise, market potential, scalability, and the social impact of each of the project. To the winning organization and individuals, I congratulate you and your well-deserved recognition. May your success continue to inspire others and contribute to the advancement of Web 3.0. Thank you.
It was a pleasure and delight to be a member of the jury of the first ever Businessworld Web3 Awards. I would like to commend Businessworld on this initiative for getting together a variety of entries across different parts of the Web3 and getting together a fantastic jury that followed the three-step process to select the winners. I would like to congratulate each of the winners. And for those of you who have not participated this year or didn't make it this year, look forward to you participating next year.
I think let's have a huge round of applause for all the jury members and for all of you. Now, before we move forward, may I please request Udil Laroya, VP, Strategic Projects, BW Businessworld, to join us on stage and officially welcome everybody to the award ceremony, please.
Thank you once again for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Quick opening. Awards are lovely. Awards are nice. Have any of you won memorable awards like this? A quick show of hands. It's nice to see if I can get a quick show of hands. Good. Okay. So then I haven't. So at least I'm feeling good that somebody else has. So once again, thank you very much. This is an inaugural edition of this activity. We've had 2 days of deliberations, and what has come out of it is that, yes, Web3 is new. Yes, there is skepticism, but there is hope. And there is no greater embodiment of that hope than the winners we have amongst us today. And they're an eclectic gathering of young startup founders, developers, people who comprise the entire gamut of the Web3 ecosystem. We got very good feedback from our jury that the award contenders as well as the winners were of a very high quality, which does bode well for the future of this industry. And we had a strong 8-hour showing with our jurors, of course, and we were able to whittle it down to 21 winners. I won't take any much longer, but just to say that thank you for being here. And this inaugural edition, we're hoping, is the start of something wonderful. I would like to now, shall I call up or? I'd like to now call up our CEO, Mr. Harbinder Narula, who leads our Businessworld Healthcare Initiative. Harbinder, would you please come up and give a quick keynote? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
I was here for half a day yesterday and was very excited to listen to what Web 3.0 is from the perspective of the people who were speaking here. You know, I'm not an expert on this, so I can't speak on Web 3.0, but as a user, I can say that, you know, after the past 2 days of listening to everyone, there's a lot of realization that what and how I am using my phone with, a lot of it is an end result or an outcome of Web 3.0. You know, we do not realize how we are building efficiencies in doing our business, how we are lowering our costs, increasing our revenues, engaging with our audience, creating experiences, and making it so seamless is what the impact of Web 3.0 is. And this is what I have understood in the last 2 days is just a beginning, you know. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being a part of this conversations or series of conversations that have happened. It has been very enriching for me, and I'm sure it has been enriching for everyone else who's been here for the past 2 days. And so all I can say is gratitude. Thank you for being a part of what we are trying to do. On behalf of Dr. Anurag Batra, I want to express my gratitude to each one of you for participating, nominating yourself. And I really wish the best for every winner and everyone else who participated. It's just that, you know, sometimes you have to pick up a winner, but that does not mean that everybody else is not doing a great job. You know, they're all making their own contributions. And as I said, it is a journey. It is just a beginning. There's a lot to be achieved by each one's contribution. So all the best. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you so much, Uday, and then of course, Harbinder sir. Sir, as an artist, I would like to focus on that bit with you, engaging with the audience and earning revenues. Please, let's meet after this. Yeah. Also, please join me in welcoming on stage our jury member to, of course, once again, welcome all of you and deliver a keynote address. Dilip Chenoy, Chairman, Bharat Web3 Association. Sir.
Thank you. So again, I'm following you, Harbinder. Did it yesterday, doing it today. Thank you, Uday. Thank you, Businessworld, for this opportunity. You know, to start something is actually very difficult. And what Businessworld has done is to take this sector and start a process that hopefully will lead to the growth and development of this sector in India. It's challenging when you begin something, but yet getting 86 entries across 35 different people, across individual categories, across organizational categories. And you know, you heard a lot of the jury members here, some of them are also here this evening. It was quite a fascinating example, right? There were some companies I didn't know about, and I'm just coming from a meeting in government where I use my notes from the jury meeting to give examples of what young people in India were doing and to look at it in a different kind of way. So I think it's really remarkable, and I'd like to congratulate this initiative by the business world and congratulate each one of the 85 entries, because some are, some people were in 7 categories, some are only in 1, some are in 9. But I think it was a testimony to your entrepreneurship, to your thought process, to your innovative capability that is demonstrated in these awards. I think this has just started, right? So if you saw my video, I said those of you who missed out, look at next year, and I'm sure BW will look at this next year and maybe look at more different categories. And this is such a, Web3, is it a incipient stage, right? We haven't had the chat GPT or more recently the thread moment in this sector, but I'm sure that will come here. There is some skepticism and some doubt and apprehension, but these awards, I think, should give, and as a reputed business house, as we heard both Harbinder talk about and Dr. Batra talk about yesterday. So it will give some legitimacy to the effort put behind the Web3 ecosystem. And I would like to also thank the esteemed jury members for putting in time. 8 hours continuously from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. with only a 1 to 1:40 break for lunch was a quite challenging task. But I think everybody was invigorated because we heard such fantastic developments happening here. And it's not only about honoring the winners, it's about celebrating the spirit of innovation, celebrating the spirit of entrepreneurship. And some of the things are actually celebrating the contribution to India, to the Indian economy, to the Indian ecosystem going forward. Once again, thank you for all the participants who actually entered this thing. Champions for decentralization, champions for Web3, evangelizing Web3. All the very best to you going forward. And I think we are here together to actually take this Web3 ecosystem, the Web3 movement, and place India at the center of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And with that, it's time to move ahead with the award ceremony. For all the winners, once you've received your award, I would request you to please step down from stage left so that you can get a picture of yours for the magazine. And also stay back till the end for a group picture once again for the magazine. And now it's time to reveal the winners of the inaugural edition of PW Web 3.0 Awards ceremony. To felicitate our first set of winners, please join me in welcoming on stage Udal Aroya, VP, Strategic Projects, BW Businessworld, and Raj Mohan Srinivasan, Chief Information Officer, Sony Pictures Network, India. Also joining them will be Harbinder Narula, CEO, BW Healthcare World and BW Wellbeing World. Please, gentlemen. So these awards are divided into categories of individuals and organizations, and within them, you will find a few of them only having a winner. A few might have a silver, a gold, or a bronze. Let's see that. Yes? So the first category is an individual category. We'll do them first, which is Best Web 3.0 Community Leader. And the winner for the same is founder and CEO Fansa.
Super excited, especially for this category, because everybody's been talking about community, and we believe that all of the traditional brands have also been built around community, and we are trying to do our bit with Fanstar, trying to create a community that is well incentivized, where the value is distributed. So super happy about it. Yeah.
Congratulations and all the very best. Yes, stage left, please. Our next individual category is Most Inspirational Web 3.0 Leader. And the gold in this category goes to Global Head, Emerging Technologies, Tech Mahindra. And his team that awaits this back home. Please, all the colleagues. Aman, Gauri, and lot of, so let's have all the audience members, no? Pavan, Pankaj, Arvind. Whoever's there, come no.
It's a tribute to them. That's about it.
Where are you, gentlemen? Can we a show of hands from Pankaj?
Pankaj, come.
Come, please come, please come. Sir, ये तो आपको घर में decide करना पड़ेगा, तो एक ही देंगे. But please, a picture. Can we just have all of you shift to the center? Yeah. Please. I'll help you hold this.
No, the most difficult part of it is doing blockchain in an enterprise segment, right? Everybody talks about blockchain, and then enterprise is not about true blockchain. It's about quasi or a hybrid blockchain where you have to marry the good aspects of blockchain as well as the enterprise requirements from a security perspective. So much so that when I left Kotro, established by Raman after 12.5 years, and I picked up a blockchain job in Tech Mahindra to set up this practice, when I told my friends that I'm joining this company to start a blockchain, they said, oh, but what will you do there? From that particular point, coming to this point where we are recognized as one of the leaders in blockchain, not only in India, but globally, is most gratifying. And this is not because of my efforts. This is because of the efforts of those guys who are sitting in the audience. That's why I requested them to join me on the stage. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir, to you and your team. Moving ahead with our next category, which is the most promising Web 3.0 entrepreneur. We first have a bronze in this, followed by a silver. So the bronze in most promising Web 3.0 entrepreneur category goes to founder and CEO Mudresh. Sir Agrawal, VP, Brand Marketing, to receive the award on behalf of Edul and the team. Edul as well, the winner. That's from you. I'll help you hold this.
Yeah, I think Edul is very thankful and truly an inspiration. He's like, yaar, bahut sari sprint meetings hai, tu chala ja, please. So you're continuously building to improve customer experience. Thank you.
Congratulations. Silver of most promising Web 3.0 entrepreneur, and that goes to अब फोटो खिंचवा लो सर, टीम को ही बुलाएंगे, नो प्रॉब्लम. Please come. Come. Love it. Come. And a few words from you. Congratulations. पहले ये कर लेते हैं.
So much. First of all, thank you so much for this appreciation here. It's again, as I said, I always say this. It's a team effort, right? It's just a privilege to be here and being able to receive it. Only few members are here today, but honestly, there's a few about 20 people across TrackOS, right, who are in different parts of the world today, really, who have made this thing happen. So thank you all. Thank you everyone, all of our community members, team members, and and obviously BW for this.
Congratulations. Moving ahead with the next category, Web 3.0 Innovator of the Year. And the bronze in this category goes to Cancer. I love it's okay. Same community.
Thank you, everyone, and want to thank Businessworld for taking this initiative to bring more trust among people about Web3 and bring more literacy among people. Thank you.
Congratulations. Winners, please don't forget, we would request you to stay back till the end for a group picture as well. With that, thank you so much, Raj sir, for helping us with the awards. Everybody once for sir, please. May I please request Manoj Shrivastava, Chief Information Officer, easemytrip.com, to join us on stage and help us present the awards for the next set of winners. Please. Everybody for sir. And now to the gold of Web 3.0 Innovator of the Year. And that goes to CEO Bossy AI. And his team, everybody, please.
Well, thank you, Business World, and the whole jury as well. while that presentation was going on, I can see how much of an effort might have gone from the jury side as well. So thank you all of you and Businessworld. And it is very exciting. So we are at the juncture of innovating with artificial intelligence, augmented reality and Web3. So it is super exciting to win this award for that. Thank you. And from all of our sides, thank you so much.
You know, normally when Dr. Batra is here, he makes it a point to share this. But since he's not here right now, he's on his way. We have another event which is going on. You know, something that we are really, really proud of is that we probably have the most transparent jury process. I mean, people who've been on the jury would know that, you know, we have no editorial control over who is going to be chosen. I mean, we really do not interfere as to what jury decides, you know, and we are really, really proud of this. And in today's day and age, the reason I'm saying that is because everybody who wins any of our awards takes pride in going and sharing it online, just because we have the most transparent and process that we remain true to ourselves. So that is something that I really wanted to share, that, you know, the work that you're doing is commendable, right?
Thank you. Thank you so much for doing that, Arvinder sir. And now from individual, move on to organizational category. The first of which is best adoption strategy. And the silver in this category goes to we have with us Vishnu Kode, the founder of Stack OS and CEO of T-Cloud Ludays, to receive the award along with his team, please. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got more content now to deliver. The second one, yeah? Under pressure now. Yeah?
It was a little sudden. With regard to Web3, I think the first people that we have to thank is the community. So big shout out to our StackOS community across the globe. And as Vishnu mentioned, nothing without the team. So thanks a lot for the award.
Moving ahead to our next organizational category, which is Best Web 3.0 Community Engagement. And the winner of the same is we have with us the founder and CEO Himanshu Garg to receive the award on behalf of the entire family. Gentlemen.
Thank you, guys. I think we've been here before. So all the shout out to the jury for selecting us and believing in us. I think over to Sahil now. He's the co-founder and the CTO.
Thank you, guys. It is really exciting to get, I'm getting award for first time. So yeah, this is really exciting. So thank you, everyone. Really excited to do some exciting things. So yeah, thank you.
But I like how smoothly you pass it on to him. And I think you're normally more proud than your team getting the first one. Congratulations for, I think, a louder one for him. That's all the love that we give him. With that, thank you so much, Manoj, for helping us with the awards. Everybody wants to serve, please. A jury member as well. May I once again request Dilip Chanoy, Chairman, Bharat Web3 Association, to join us on stage and help us present the award to next set of winners. Please, sir. Okay, the next category is Decentralization Pioneer Award. And the bronze in this category goes to CTO to receive the award on behalf of the entire team.
Thank you everyone for this. Thank you, jury. I would like to first of all thank my team, my co-founders, and everyone who's worked hard for us, hard with us. Yeah, I mean, we're a ride-hailing company, so all our driver partners, all our rider partners, and trying to change lives one ride at a time. So that's what we stand for. Thank you so much.
And the silver in the Decentralization Pioneer Award category goes to Swap. We have with us Pranchal Agarwal, the VP of Brand and Marketing, to receive the award on behalf of the entire group. Pinchers, please show some love, no?
Thank you, Businessworld. I think yesterday, Jedi Swap crossed 10 million in TVL, total value logged. So this has been an amazing journey of 3 years building the community. And this award goes to the whole Jedi Swap community, like over 40 countries contributors from.
Congratulations. So before we move ahead, a request to all my friends at the back. Please enjoy your snacks, but can you do so by sitting in the front? Come. It's a request, please. Actually, come, no, come. It's okay. Any one of you, we've just occupied the seats in the front. We don't really want it to be. देखो मैं ना अभी मैं थोड़ा लिहाज में चल रहा हूँ, वरना मैं आपको खुद हाथ पकड़ के लेके आऊंगा सर. See, I like the stack team. Sir, 2 shift आगे नहीं करनी थी, इधर तो आओ. Actually, come. It's okay. Come. You're all celebrating each other's hard work. Come. Very smart. They're only switching seats left to right at the back. Yes. Actually, I'm eyes on the gentleman there. Sir, I'll make sure आप आगे आओ, sir. वो सर जो पीछे देख रहे हैं आप, वही sir, white shirt में. No, the smart one at the back. No, sir. So someone who's less smarter than you. Yes, sir, you. Come, sir, come. I'll wait for you only now. Please come. But thank you for doing that. And now the gold in the Decentralization Pioneer Award category. That goes to Systems. And we have with us Muruganti Arvind, VP, Blockchain, and Sunil Subramaniam, Head of Business, to receive the award.
On behalf of every team member of IDS and all the partners of IDS, I would like to thank Businessworld for recognizing our relentless efforts and unwavering intent to bring decentralization to common man. Because as an engineer, as a product leader, I always think it's a pride only when we can touch the lives of common man. Any technology application makes more sense. And I think in that context, we are building Bharat Blockchain Network, Polyversity, Metaverse, and also some of the decentralized identity projects in the space, touching common man's life. And I think the motto of IDS at every project we take up is, how do we go from hype to value creation? And I think that is what we have done. And thanks for recognizing our efforts. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you and your entire team. Moving ahead, our next category is Most Promising Web 3.0 Startup. And the bronze in this category goes to with us the founder, Vishnu Kode, StackOS, and CEO of T-Cloud, today to receive the award. I admire your suit. But रुको ना इतनी सब आप सर अरे कम देखो मन सबका करता है बात करने का. The only waiting was पकड़ ले मुझे. Sir, how you are feeling? ये तो होता रहेगा.
I'm actually surprised. I was sitting at the last, trying to eat like you said, and then automatically you're like, you got a prize, and then you call me in front and you call me again. So thank you for that, first of all. All right. More than that, I really appreciate the BW for actually selecting StackOS as one of the leading companies, and I totally believe that it is so. And we look forward to hiring the expectations for a lot of companies to come forward to. Take care. Bye-bye. Thanks.
You know, I promise you keep hiring me. You'll even go further in life. But congratulations to all of you and your team. Thank you so much, Dilip sir, for helping us. Everybody once, sir, as jury member. May I please request Akshay Agarwal, venture partner, Draper Dragon Fund, and co-founder, Document Studios, to join us on stage and help us award and reward the next set of winners, please. Our next category is Most Trusted Crypto Investment or Most Trusted Crypto Exchange. And the bronze in this category goes to Technologies Private Limited. We have with us the CEO, Vikram Subburaj, to receive the award. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
First, thanks a lot to BW for this award. From the exchange community, exchanges have a greater role to play in the Web3 ecosystem, be it in adoption or compliance or other regulatory works. So we've all been working in and around and making sure that the adoption comes to Web3 ecosystem in the right way, with the country also supporting it. Now, from Geotus, we started in 2017. Maybe we could be the only player in the space who is bootstrapped and still has 1 million+ customers. So it's a lot of work done to achieve where we are here. And thanks a lot for recognizing that. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations. The silver in the most trusted crypto investment or most trusted crypto exchange platform goes to we have with us the VP of Brand Marketing, Pranchal Agarwal, to receive the award. The lady now.
Thank you so much, BW and jury, for selecting us as a most trusted crypto investment platform. So we are, and thank you so much. And this is a very big recognition for whole of our platform, and also, the investing users who are very active on our platform. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Yes, winners, please don't forget, after receiving your award, please step down from stage left to get a picture for the magazine, and also then stay back till the end for a group picture. Now, the gold and most trusted crypto investment or most trusted crypto exchange platform goes to protocol. We have with us the co-founder and CEO Varun Satyam to receive the award. Please, and his entire team back home.
Thanks a lot. Because of the team and also Businessworld, we are trying to innovate something specifically in DeFi and trying to put us in map on the global standards as to like how well we can innovate. So we have been trying to build a stable coin which is prone to both bear and bull market conditions and can give you sustainable yields of 7 to 11%. And we are trying to do that well. Really, thank you for this award.
Congratulations. You promised us 15%, we'll all come right away. I promise you that. Moving ahead to our next category, which is the Open Source Champion Award. And the winner in this category is Information Data Systems. We have with us Oruganti Arvind, VP, Blockchain, and Sunil Subramaniam, Head of Business, once again to receive the award. Should I ask him this time or you? You know, I love how everyone's getting a chance to talk today.
So it's not like that. Anyway, yeah, thank you, BW Business World. And on behalf of the entire team of IDS, our CEO, Sudarshan Reddy, and directors, and the entire team, thank you so much for honoring with this award. And Bharat Blockchain Network and Polyversity are going to be the next big things for us. Hope we'll meet you again on that platform. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Congratulations and hope to see you there. Thank you so much, Akshay-ji, for helping us. Everybody once for him, please. And may now request Rohit Jain, MD, Coin DCX Ventures, to help us present the awards for next set of winners. We're down to our last 5 now. The next category is Social Impact Award. And the winner in this category is we have with us Dr. Sivaramakrishnan, the founder and chief AI scientist, to receive the award. Please. And his team.
Thank you, Businessworld. Thank you, jury. It's been a very, very fruitful journey. We started a year back alone. Then a couple of my friends, Dr. Suchitra, Dr. Kriti, Sundar, all joined my team. Everyone thought, oh, this guy must be crazy to start a platform on AI ethics and regulatory requirements, because it was never a law or anything before that existed. So, but this award is a good motivation come reinforcement of our, yes, we thought it right, we are in the right direction, we were in the right direction. And what started as a small consulting engagement with Dubai government finally resulted in a project and a product. And we are here now to receive an award on behalf of the entire Aquarians.ai team. It's been a great pleasure to receive this award. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Congratulations, sir. You know, we are down to our last 4 awards now. I request all of you to please show all the winners the love that you can and give them the support. It really means to them. Our next category is Web 3.0 Innovation Award. And the bronze in this category goes to we have with us Srinivas, the co-founder. Legal and Strategy Officer, to receive the award. Please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, BW, and these team members of the jury who kind of identified our contribution to the space, and more importantly, our entire team, which has been working tirelessly in bringing regulation to creating a regulated DeFi space based on tokenization. So thank you so much for identifying our efforts.
And the gold in Web 3.0 Innovation category goes to Okay, first of all, is this your audience? जितना जोश उन्होंने collectively अभी दिखाया है ना, उतना सारे award में नहीं दिखाया. Are they all your customers also, if that's the right question to ask? They know you. But of course, congratulations. A few words from you, please.
Thank you, BW team, for for this award. And all I would say is thank you, especially to my team. Unfortunately, my co-founder is not here, who is constant support for my the entire company. Only thing I would like to say is we are a security company, and it's as Web3 is growing, we need more hackers in this space, but with good intentions and not the bad ones, so we can take over the bad ones. And that's what we are trying to do, and that's where we are trying to fix it through automations and security audits. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. I like how you mentioned with good intentions. The entire team was happy otherwise, only with hackers. So congratulations. And now the last two awards. Now these are hallmark awards, extremely special. All the hard work is now come into play. You'll also, I think, read about them on the screens, and then we shall also invite them. So first, it's the individual and then the organizational category. In individual, it's most promising Web 3.0 entrepreneur. And the winner or the gold in this goes to Vishwanath, the co-founder. Everybody. Also for Shreya and for everybody back home from their team.
Hello, Business World, and thank you so much, Unicorn and Satvik, for giving me this opportunity to be here. And I don't think any of this would have been possible without Satvik's and Harish's efforts or things like that. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you and to Satvik. The last is most promising Web 3.0 startup. Any guesses for this? Of course, Stack. अब अपनी कंपनी का ही नाम ले लो पीछे वालों. Nobody else who believes? Still asking. I heard, is that Lighthouse? Did I hear that? Okay. So says a smile, like Lighthouse. What happened? Not being paid on time, is it? Become an artist. Usual life. But okay. Most promising Web 3.0 startup. The goal goes to to receive this award. Show that your people have a basketball team also in-house. But from any one of you, please.
Thanks once again. This is really, really special. And also because, your efforts getting recognized, the whole team back in the office really appreciates this. And so what we are basically doing with all the AI and Web3 augmented reality spaces, we are basically creating the next big thing of advertising, wherein we've converted all the banner ads that you see on any publication into AI-based experiences. So for that, it's really, really special. Thanks from all the team, from all of us. Thank you very much.
And if you haven't seen it, you're going to see it in the next 60 years on your digital screens. And sorry for the shameless promotion, guys.
Congratulations. So I work a lot with Mr. Bachchan and he says that jahan mauka mile apna promotion kar diya karo. Ekdam, bindas, don't worry about that. But congratulations to you. With that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony. So I think let's hear it for all the winners once, for all the participants, all of you as well. Also, all the winners, we request you to please join us with your trophies only on the stage for a group picture. We'll first have it with the jury members and then only the winners. Please, all the winners with your trophies only. Come, all the winners. Also, if you have any jury members in the audience, we request you to please join us. Aye, all the winners with your trophies only. Come, please come. If we have any winners outside, can you also request them to come inside? Please come. We might need you to also sit or something. Can you also come in the front? Come. Thoda aage aa jaiye, come. Come, ma'am, please come. First for the main camera and then your individual ones, please. Please wait. Now one only with the winners. Thank you so much to all our jury members. Thank you, winners. Wait. Now it's only all of you. You can come here. You can come this side. Oh, in generic, the average height, I think, in this sort of department is kafi lamba, no? Just realizing. Also wait for him. Thank you. Congratulations. With that, we come to an end of the inaugural edition. My name is Aditya Malik. Been a pleasure. And we welcome you, invite you now for dinner. That's right. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good night.